That was only chapter 1. What the hell is happening on Conscription Day? Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing! We finally got our dragons, folks. That's right, let's get into it. All right, so, what a fucking start. Okay, it is Conscription Day. So basically, that is like the first day of basic training for this entire realm, right? We are at I'm going to butcher the names, it's still going to take me right. Basgiath War College, okay? Now, the Basgiath War College, we're going to get into more about this, but we're talking about fucking Violet. Fuck, I'm a fucker. Sorengale. Violet Sorengale, okay? Now, Violet, she's the main character. She's very fragile, apparently. Very fragile. She's got some cool two-toned hair. It's like brown transfers into silver, and she's very fragile, okay? Like that leg in the Christmas Story. I guess she's like part French or something. She's very fragile. So we're going to learn more about her. She seems really cool. I like her. And then she's starting out and she's going into her mom's office in this story, right? Now, her mom is fucking General Sorengale, right? She is like not the main, she's not the fucking chief of staff, okay? She's not the general chief of staff. That's General Milgren or whatever. Anyway, we'll talk about him in other chapters, but mom's like fucking high up there in the general ranks, and then her sister Mira, who's a fucking badass lieutenant that does some badass shit in this one fucking fight, right? So there's a lot of fucking prestige up here. And then Violet. Woo! So what we learned is there's a big difference. Violet, she likes books. Violet likes books. She wants to read. She wanted to become a scribe, okay? But apparently, Mom has not been doing so well after she lost both her son and her husband. Apparently, that's what happened. I guess Brennan, the son, some shit happened and he's no longer with us. And then he was like the glue that held the family together. And then after that, Dad ended up getting pretty sick. And then after that, Mom become very fucking stern, focused on the war, the rebellion, and all the things going on there, right? So she's like, hey, Vi, you're not going to be a motherfucking scribe. No. Our family are dragon riders, and that's what you're going to fucking do. So, Mira, everybody's trying to talk Mom out, but that ain't it. But I'll tell you, there is no nepotism. She let her train for a whole 6 months. Let me put that. Vi trained for 6 months. Everybody else has been training her whole life. She gonna need a montage. All right, anyway, so that's the whole setup we got going on. Mom kind of, hey, do what you gotta do, fucking survive and fucking make the family proud, right? No nepotism. I'll see you in 3 fucking years. Damn, okay, man, that's, wow. Woo, I kind of know that feeling. But anyway, I digress. So we get into it. So now there's a conversation at some point where her sister Mira, the lieutenant, she runs her mouth. Mom fucking sends her off. And then there's a quick, like, serious heart-to-heart between Mom, General Sorensen, and Vi, right? There's a good little heart-to-heart. All right, Mom, see you later. Deuces, see you in 3 years. And then she walks outside. Mira's like, all right, it says drop your fucking rucksack. And she's like repacking the rug. You don't need this, you don't need this, you don't need this. Throwing books out like, you don't need this book. You read it 1,000 times. Like, that's my last connection to Dad. I get it, but you only take what you need to survive, okay? You don't fucking need it. Trust me. So she repacks her sack. She gives her a set of riding boots. Now, this is going to come in later because a lot of people come in slick-soled. Don't go slick-soled. You need that traction. Woo. Anyway, so she's doing that. She gives her this uniform, some riding leather. She's got some daggers in her ribs and everything. Shouldn't have, but they're setting her up, okay? So maybe I don't know if it's nepotism, but it is an advantage for knowing something. Like, other people can have this too if their family got through, right? So they're not doing anything special. It's all within the guidelines, all right? So fucking chill your asses out trying to say they're already fucking giving our girl Vi some nepotism. Shit ain't happening, at least in my eyes, and that's all that matters here. Anyway, digressing. So she gets her all set up. Listen, this is what you got to do. Okay, now, we got some shit coming out now. So she's like, when you get in there, I'm going to tell you one thing. Only fuck around with the first year. Stay away from the second and the third year motherfuckers, all right? People going to talk, and fucking talk is what runs here. All right, but when you get there, you need to find Dane Atos. Dane Atos. Now, apparently old Daney boy here, he's a childhood friend, and I tell you what, when we meet him in the first there is like fucking 7 layers of fucking thickness of, I don't like Dane, fuck him. This is my hill. First video, I'm already making fucking statements. I don't like Dane. I think Dane's gonna fucking Tamlin her. Dane's trying to fucking use her because he knows that she's a fucking Sorrengill, and I don't like him. I don't fucking like him at all. I don't know why. He's sketchy. I don't know. I might eat my words, but I said it here, and I said it on the live, and I'm gonna say it here, so it's locked in. Dane's a piece of shit. I don't think we like him. Anyway, digressing. Okay, so then she's like, but you gotta find him, he'll take care of you. But what you need to avoid is motherfucking Xaden Royerson. Listen, why are we doing that to him? He seems pretty cool. So his family led a rebellion. So he's fucking gorgeous, apparently. Like, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know much about him, and I don't know if he is a Xaden, Crown Prince of the Valbaran Fae. I don't know if he gets that kind of respect yet, okay? As we all know, Rune ended up being my top male, but let's digress. We're on fourth ring right now. But I like Xaden. Xaden's cool. I'm on Team Xaden right now, even though he's apparently a fucking asshole. I like him. He's very fucking honest, very, very dickish. Seems like a guy that I would probably get along with. So anyway, digressing, but you stay away from him. Bitch, please. All right, anyway, so that's fucking happening. Now, they're all up in motherfucking line now, right? It's like basic training day. You got people going to the scribe quarters, the healer's quarters, the infantry quarters. Listen, after reading this shit, as much as I could probably pass all the tests to be a dragon rider, my illiterate ass, because y'all, I'm learning, I'm just doing this. I know how to read, but I'm just starting reading. I'll be honest, I butcher shit left and right. Commas and periods, they don't exist in my world. But anyway, digressing. Y'all even said it in the comments. I think the dragons would eat me. But unless there's a fucking dragon with a sense of humor, like, I'm toast. I'm going to infantry because I ain't passing the fucking test for the scribe quarter. I ain't trying to put my fingers in no bloody holes. I did that before. Nope. I'm infantry. Dumb instrument tool. Anyway, okay, so that's what I think I would be. Anyway, digressing. So they're in line. God, I'm on ranting today. So they're in line. They're waiting. We meet Dylan. All right, so we meet Dylan and fucking Rihanna. Now, for some reason, Vi was told make acquaintances and build alliances, right? Would you like to form an alliance? So she's doing that. And she decides to trade her left boot, with fucking Rihanna because she notices it's slick. I mean, okay, you're a better person than me. Anyway, so it's time to go, and as they're walking across, Dylan's walking across, and then they're saying their name, and then it's every time, what's your name? Violet Sorensen. Oh, is it the same? Yeah, it's already, dude, we're only fucking one shot. Violet, I'm that motherfucking Sorrengill. Anyway, this is where Xaden fucking looks down. They kind of see eye to eye, and there's some comments, and she looks at him and she's like, oh, what, Xaden, you gonna try to kill me? And then right as that happens, you hear bam! We look out, Dylan 250 feet down. Dylan, you should have married your girlfriend before you left. And I said that in the live. Never wait, especially if you're joining. Just go ahead and do it. You might not survive. Anyway, digressing. So we lose Dylan. They're all freaked out. And Xaden's like, why would I waste the effort on you when you ain't going to make it past this parapet? Okay, so this parapet, it's this long bridge, 250, slick, the wind is blowing, and this little 95-pound, 130 pounds with a 130-pound ruck on her back is about to try to go across with one slick-ass boot. What did you say? This is chapter 1? Fuck me running. Anyway, join me, chapter 2, coming up. Of course, we lose Dylan and we're stuck with a chode-ass motherfucker like Jack Barlow. What the fuck? Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories of Fourth Wing at chapter 2. All right, so it's the parapet. We're in conscription day. They're in line about to tackle the first challenge, the parapet. Now, the parapet apparently has a 15% failure rating, okay? It's a big first step. Now, the parapet is a long-ass, slick bridge that's 250 feet high, and you don't want to fall the fuck off. If you can't handle this shit up here, you ain't even ready to be a fucking dragon rider. All right, so if you're afraid of heights, do not apply. All right, so we're standing in line, and we met Dylan. Dylan was a really cool dude. He wanted to get married. He was going to wait the 3 years until he became a dragon rider. How'd that work out for you, Dylan? Lesson of the day, don't put things off that you can do today, or however the phrase goes. Something like that. Wise words of the day. Okay, we lost Dylan. Dylan trips, slips, falls, and rips. Okay, now it's Rihanna's turn. Now, Rihanna she's lucky Vi is a nice person, because remember, she had slick bottom shoes. Now, they managed to trade out the left foot. So she got one foot and she's like, I'll see you on the other side, baby. So she starts making her way. Making my way across the parpet with one fucking boot. It's Violet. Okay, anyway, so as Violet's getting ready to go up, they're like, what's your name? And she's like, Violet Sorrengill. Oh? Like, yeah, that Violet? Yeah, that's Sorrengill? Yeah, that Violet. I thought your mom only had one daughter. Nope, I'm another one. Yep. Oh, wow, they're already fucking doing her like that. And then we meet fucking Jack Barlow, or as we're going to call him, Chode Leader 1. All right, I don't even call him leader. He's just Chode 1. Okay, so Jack Barlow's like, I'm Jack Barlow. I'm going to be the I like to eat chode. And he's all like, I'm going to get you, fucking Violet. You're mine, motherfucker. Like, I'm going to use you to be an example. So Violet starts going, and I tell you what, she has a hard time. Again, she's $130 with the 30-pound ruck, like maybe 30 pounds with 100 pounds. I don't even know how you want to describe her. She's very fragile, okay? So she's going, and the wind knocks her down. Bam! She bashes her. She's like, ow, my knee, it hurts. But anyway, she gets back up, and as she gets back up after she hurts her knee, she sees motherfucking Barlow. I'm coming for you. He's fucking chasing her down. She's like, oh shit. So she gets up and she starts running. Boom! And she falls again. Now she's fucking hanging on. Why are you looking down, Violet? Don't look down. So anyway, she does some crazy fucking, I can't even get my leg up that high. Like, get my leg up, okay? So she gets her leg up and she swings back up on this motherfucking parapet in the rain and the wind, right? And fucking sees it. She starts fucking getting up. She's running. And she fucking leaps. And as she leaps, fucking Jack Barlow fucking caught up to her, tries to grab her, whoosh, slide into the other side of the little fucking gap, right? And now they're sitting there, and then the motherfucking cadre are like, girl, what's your name? And she's like, Violet Sorensen. Oh, the Violet, yes, that fucking same. And as they're sitting there, she slides down on her back, right? She's sliding, and the cadre saying that. And then it's funny because Violet, she pulls out a dagger, whoosh, and she's got it right up against his nuts. And when I say up against his nuts, I mean, whoosh, and that motherfucker's a eunuch, right? She's got him by the balls by Jack Barlow, right? And they're sitting there, and then everybody's kind of looking like, So you got a conundrum here. You're in a little carfuffle, okay? Because she's literally got you by the balls there, Jack. What are you gonna do? And he's like, oh, rah, rah, rah. And she's like, listen, you gonna follow the rules? He's like, well, I guess I got no choice. And then the instructors are like, so what you gonna do, Violet Sorrengill? Are you gonna make this man start a eunuch? And she's like, I'm gonna choose peace today. I'm gonna choose peace, but you better watch the fuck out. Slippy slip snap. Twist his dick off and be fucked up. So they sit there and they let her in, and then they're like, damn, with an entrance like that, I can definitely tell you're a motherfucking Sorrengill. All right, well, you've made it to the fucking parapet. So she's made it in to the writer's fucking quadrant. And that's where we stop with chapter 2. Join us, chapter 3, coming up. I don't know why, but something is telling me I don't like Dane. I don't know why. Let's talk about it. Wise Beyond the Stories, 4th Wing, Chapter 3. Oh, cat butt. Sorry, Toe. All right, anyway, freaking surprise cat butt threw me off. All right, we were talking about, Chapter 3, 4th Wing. So, she just made it across the parapet, right? She had fucking old Jack Toad Barlow, little chode-ass motherfucker in tow, right? He tried to do it. They came up and it was the whole knife at the nut scene, right? What you gonna do? All right, so they get in and she's like, all right, I guess we're getting through. They're letting them in. All right, now she gets up. Now she is having knee pain because she bashed her knee and because she all fragile, right? And she's having an adrenaline dump. She feels like she's about to fucking call up some dinosaurs. You trying to come in another cat, but aren't you? I see you. Anyway, so she's sitting there. 3, 2, told you. Anyway, so come on, cat, but we're just laying. All right, so we're gonna lay there. So she's sitting there and she's trying to get up now. Rihanna, she kind of sees her and is being a good friend and comes up and kind of helps her. And she's like, hey, let's get over here. And she kind of feels her weight buckle and she's like, oh, there's a bench over here. But instead of that, this is where fucking Dane Atos, he comes in, right? No cat, but he comes in and he's like, I got her. And he's like, here, let's come around this corner and takes her. Like everything he does, it seems so perfect. I don't like this guy. I don't know why, but my wisey senses say don't trust the chode. I don't care if he's a childhood friend. I might eat my words, but again, I don't trust him. So anyway, he's like, no, Kappa, come on. Thank you. So what are we doing here? You're making it difficult for my video. All right, anyway. So he's like, put your head between your legs. He's trying to rub her. Hey, Rihanna, go over there. Tell the sign-in people to put you and her in my fucking group, that I said so, and to do that, and I'll be back. And then she's like, why? And then we get the whole history of fucking Dane and her. They're childhood friends. Now he takes her up to the room, and so that way she can rebandage her knee, right, in privacy, because she got to pull her britches down, right? And I said, he turns around and doesn't peep and anything, so it's cool. But again, when we get this whole story, it's like 7 layers of great things that this guy does. And I'm just like, nobody is that fucking, nah, something seems weird about him. But anyway, digressing. So there's that. And while he's doing that, he's kind of also giving us some world building and history lessons. We learn about the fucking main general, General Milgren, and his dragon. His dragon give him powers, like he can see the outcome of a war. Like he knows when, as long as he knows shit gonna happen, he can see it. So that's why he's like super good. And we learn about dragons and powers, and they do some more world building here. All right, so that's really good. And then they're like, all right, cool, I got you, Caput. And then they go through that. He's like, I got you. We'll take care of you. This, that, and the other, and yada, yada, yada. And then, okay, so then we go downstairs, and then he's like, all right, go get in line. It's time for the roll call, right? And then we find out that 67, no. Anyway, it was 6-7 people did not make the parapet crossing, okay? So it was like 20% this year, and they didn't know if it was because of the wind, rain, or it's just how it was. It was a crazy year. So anyway, so that happens. So we find out about that. Sorry, Dylan. See you later, buddy. And then they start putting everybody in their fucking like squads and groups, right? And now they're calling everybody out. And originally, man, I had the whole, woo, y'all, if you go check out the live, you can see it come across my face when realization hits in. Like, I thought the fourth wing, when they were like talking about how the squadrons and wings, I was like, oh, she gonna make it through this thing somehow, and she gonna get her own squad and be fucking a fourth wing. But apparently, no. After they put her in second squad, flame group, second wing, they're like, stop that shit, bitches. Nah, you're going to fourth wing. Okay, that shit's happening quicker than I expected. And who's in charge of fourth wing? Fucking Xaden, of course. Okay, all right, it is, woo, we getting thrown into this shit. So they go over there, right? And everybody breaks up and they're like, fuck, what's happening? So her and Rihanna are there in the motherfucking fourth wing, and Xaden comes up with his motherfucking ripped fucking sleeves, this massive chest, like, lady, listen, I'm glad God gave me a sense of humor, because I can't fuck with that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a tall, skinny. That's why God gave me a sense of humor, I guess, because fuck. Listen, if I wasn't happily married with my wife and I was into guys, Rune, Danon, and Xaden, I might have to have a battle between these two. I think Rune's still going to win. But anyway, digressing. So, wow. So we see fucking Xaden, and they're doing these conversations and shit, and he's all talking, and these fucking idiots, he's like, you're going to be the elite. Yeah, you're going to be dragon riders. Yeah, you're all going to fucking die, bitches. And they're like, what? And as soon as that happens, these fucking dragons come flying in. Ah! Dragons! So these fucking blue dragon comes in. Now listen, I'd have died. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name until my wife gets back, because his nickname is Saggy. That's all I'm going to know. His nickname is Saggy. I'm sorry, but he comes, this blue dragon, and boom, 68 gone, boom, 69 gone, boom, 70 motherfucking, they made it across the parapet, and the dragon said, nah, bitch, you ain't worthy. Ladies and gentlemen, that's where Wise would have probably went out right there. Like, dead ass. Like, dragon would have been like, nope, too funny, too stupid, let's go. Bing, gone. Bye, Felicia. See you never. Okay, anyway, digressing. So that happens. Everybody's freaking out. And now they're all looking back at Xaden, and he's like, see, you ain't motherfuckers ain't gonna make it. You need to fucking pay attention. You in my world now, bitches. And then he starts going over the whole thing. And this is when we hear the speech for the first time. A dragon without a rider is a tragedy. A rider without a dragon is you gone, bitches. That's how the bond and shit works with these dragons when you take over. So again, this is where Xaden's like, welcome to my world, bitches. And we end up right there. Whew, what a fucking start already. Join us, chapter 4. Violet, you're gonna learn really, really soon that perception is like 9/10 of the fucking battle, okay? Let's talk about it. Wise Beyond the Stories, a fourth wing, chapter 4. Okay, so it's the next day. They've all been given some basic black clothes now. They're like not getting them riding leathers and all that shit because they might not make it. But we're in formation and they're reading off the roles' names. This is like the last time they're reading off all the people's names that didn't make it, right? This is the last time they're going to be honored and all that stuff. So after they do that, motherfucking Dane Atios. I don't like this guy. I said it once, I'll say it again. It's fucking sketchy for me. So anyway, are we going to do a cat butt? Oh, here she comes. Hey, gotcha, cat butt. Okay, anyway, so, damn, you just dropped that shit right there. Okay. So anyway, we got to hide a cat butt. Sorry. Thank you, girl. Oh, okay. So anyway, so Dane comes up and he's kind of talking to her like, hey, you got to watch your hair. You got to not stand out. You can't be perceived as people know who you are. You're going to have a target on your back. And I'm like sitting here going, why the fuck are you talking to her so much? Let her motherfucking be. So this is sitting there happening. They're talking. He's like, hey, take care of this. And she's like, I got this, dude. Do you know where to go? Yeah, I got this class here, this class here. He's like, all right, cool. I'll see you in the battle brief, like class stuff, right? So now they're walking, and as they go into this big fucking room, and she's like, they're doing the world building right now. Listen, people was arguing about world building. That was dumb. Anyway, digressing. Let me turn this fucking car around. Stop reading live. You're arguing. I like the story. Anyway, digressing. So she goes into this big room, and as she's fucking looking around, fucking Dane's bitch ass comes in. I don't like this guy. I don't know why. Like, fuck, I'm gonna eat egg on my face. But anyway, he pulls her behind this fucking dragon statue, and he's talking to her, and he's like, all right, you gotta do this, you gotta do this. And then they're talking about power and like his magic, and we learned that like once the dragon bonds with you and all that stuff, like you gain basic powers, right? And like he can like open doors and other stuff. And then you also get like an ultimate. It's like, like, you know, you can do some shit like that. Or like his ultimate power is if he touches you, he understands what you're thinking. So he's going to be like an interrogator type person, they think. And we find out like General Milligan, he can see like the end of how every battle is going to outcome. And different people have different fucking powers. So we're learning about that, and we're learning some of the history about all this stuff. And again, he's giving her great fucking advice, but I think he's got an alternative meaning, ulterior meaning, whatever fucking word y'all want to put in there. Insert word. All right. So that happens. And then she's like, all right, listen, we got to get out of here, and you got to get out of here without being seen again. Because remember, we don't want to put a target on your back, you know, and be careful about Xaden. Like, he don't like you, and he's going to try to you. But the one thing about the dude is he's very fucking honorable, I believe they were saying. Like, he'll follow the motherfucking rules and shit, right? So he's like, all right, cool. And then as she fucking goes to leave, and they go to leave, I guess all fucking Xaden with this fucking ripped shirt and my God, you know what? I ain't gonna lie. I got a little man crush on Xaden. I want to see what he actually fucking looks like. I got a picture in my eyes, but I can't go searching because I don't want to spoil. But I mean, listen, is he? I don't know. I think Rune's still gonna pull him out. Anyway, digressing, focus-wise. So he's sitting there and he sees them and he's like, oh, he fucking calls them out and he's like, oh, look at you two bitches. I knew your parents were friends, but I didn't know y'all were this close. Well, were you? Childhood friends, lovers, like doing some bullshit. And like, I don't know why she just didn't be like, yeah, whatever. Or just fucking eat it and just keep going. And instead, and even fucking Dane is like, fucking run, Violet, run. And she why? You look guilty as fuck now. Were you just fucking trying to get a quickie in behind a statue? Like, you look like you should have just been like, whatever. Hey. Anyway, digressing. One more chapter today, folks. Join us, chapter 5. Our first day of battle brief and training assessment. Oh boy. That doesn't end well. Anyway, let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, a fourth wing, chapter 5. All right, so we start out, we're in battle brief class. Now, this is the one class that they will do every day because it's like a living class. Like, they bring everybody in. It's in the one room where like all the students and everybody can get in there, right? And then we got two professors. We got the main professor, which is Professor Devera. I believe that's the name. And then they got the professor, teacher assistant, Professor Markham. Now, Professor Markham, I feel kind of bad for him. Is that dog pooping in the front yard? Anyway, sorry, digressing. So now, because Professor Markham was supposed to be Like Violet was his prize student. She was supposed to be in the scribe quarter and like doing amazing shit. And he kind of sees it. Like, I feel bad for him, but hey, she can bring her brains and knowledge into this classroom and teach people things. Like, you gotta, like, don't look. Why does everybody looking at Violet like she's a fucking victim and can't do shit instead of looking at her strengths and trying to encourage this? I don't fucking get it. It's bullshit. But anyway, digressing. So they're sitting in battle class and we're talking about the land. And then there's this village way up in the mountains and shit. And it's been getting attacked. And they're talking about the latest attack. And the professor's like, what do you think's happening? Only first year answers. And people are talking like this, that, and the other, and some basic questions, right? Now, Violet, like, I get it. She doesn't want to stand out all of a sudden, especially after being called out by fucking Xaden for being behind a statue with fucking... I don't. Every time I say his name, I have to stop because I get the ick about that guy. But anyway, I gotta stop talking about that. So digressing. So she kind of tells Rihanna to be like, "Hey, ask about the altitude." Like, and we find out, and so she asking the professor's like, "Yes, it was very, very high." And we find out like the altitude is too high for the Griffins, so that means it wasn't a planned attack. And the professor's like, "Oh, very good. Except why don't you answer for yourself, there, Soren Gale? Like, bitch, if you gonna speak up, speak up." But she then like is encouraging her, like, but why did you pick that out? And then she goes into this like, well, the Griffins don't attack high, so a planned attack, it would be very, very like, and they're walking through it, and she's like, yeah, 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 and then she's leading them through it, and then fucking old Jack Chode One Barlow is fucking running his mouth like, blah, blah, why would they do that? That's fucking stupid. And the professor's like, shut up, bitch, she's right. Oh, eat a dick, Jack Barlow, you chode dick motherfucker. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then Xaden jumps in with this motherfucking like, what was left of the village, what was burned. And then the professor's like, oh, there were some buildings burned. Why do you want to know? And he's like, well, what that means we find out. They were looking for stuff. Are you gonna cat butt me? Yes. So what's happening? You're looking. All right, back to the video. Oh, she gonna get it. No cat butt. Got you. Anyway, digressing. Come on, cat butt. Okay, so we find out about that, and the professor's like, yeah, they must have been looking for something. So we're kind of figuring out what this class is about, and the teacher's like, that's why you'll be at this class, and everybody's here because the knowledge you'll learn from the third years all the way down to the first year is going to be some information that can possibly bring your dumb bitch asses home because y'all fucking stupid as shit, right? And then the fucking class ends, and we go over to the fight pit now. Now we're in the fucking fight pit, and we meet the instructor over there, and his name is like Emirati, something like that. I'm still learning the names. Y'all back off. Y'all better not be fighting up in these comments about shit. Turn this fucking book around. Anyway, digressing. So we learn about this, and then we see Jack Chode One Barlow fucking fighting. He's like, I'm a good fighter, like blah, 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 and does his shit. And they're like, fucking yield. And he fucking yields. And he's like, I'm gonna get you, Soren Gale. I'm gunning for you. Like, dude, fucking take your focus off. Like, focus on yourself, bitch. Like, what the fuck? Like, you're giving creepy ass vibes right now. Anyway, digressing. So we go through that. Now it's fucking Rihanna's turn. Right? Now, so Rihanna, fucking trash truck. 1 second. Okay, sorry, that was a trash truck break. So anyway, we left off. Now it was Rihanna's turn to do a little fight, and she's fighting the person. Now Rihanna, man, she quick. She like, woo, she slip a fight, bam, woo, bam, woo, woo, bam, bam, and she slip a fight, but she knocks a motherfucker down. And old instructor boy is like, all right, they motherfucking yield too. All right, Soren Gale, it's your turn. And now, I tell you what, we find out how Vise Fragile. So she got to fight a second year pink-haired girl named Imogen. Now, I tell you what, when I saw Imogen, I'm not gonna lie, I had a little trauma, I had a little flashback. We all know what I'm talking about. Damn, I didn't realize the name was gonna have that much fucking power. Anyway, so she fighting Imogen now, right? The pink-haired, not Danica Cool Wolf. Danica's not really, I don't know how I like Danica still. I don't know if, anyway, digressing wise, focus. Damn, that garbage truck really jacked me up. Okay, so anyway, so now she's fighting Imogen, right? And Imogen is beating the shit out of her, like for real. Let's just call it what it is. She makes a couple good moves, and she throws a good wallop of a punch, and Even's like, yeah, I hit her good. Wait, was my hand in the right position? Like, what are we doing? And then we remind ourselves, she's only had 6 months of training. She's a bookworm. We get it. It's gonna happen. We'll get her there. And then Imogen gets her down, And then she's on the ground. She's like, fucking yield. And fucking Dane, like, yield. And the fucking instructor's like, yield. And she's like, ah. And then fucking the macabre sound of a bone snapping. That's how it fucking ends. Here, just so we know, it ended with, I hear it again, the macabre sound of a snapping bone, but this time it's mine. Wow. And that's where we end off chapter 5. Fucking, whoo. Y'all see why I wear this now, folks. Anyway, join us tomorrow, 6 through 10. Dane, I don't care what you do. You're going to be a douche in my eyes, my guy. I mean, at the very end of this series, you might redeem yourself, but I don't like it. Anyway, let's talk about it. Fourth Wing, chapter 6. Okay, so we just left the mat where Imogen, man, she breaks Vi's arm and fucks up her shoulder really bad, right? So Dane, trying to be all Rico Suave, little douche ass, he's carrying her into the fucking healer's quadrant. Now, when we go in there, excuse me, he kind of like pitches this idea of going to the freaking scribe quadrant, right? And she's like, no, I ain't trying to do that. And then as they're having this conversation, the medics come in and we meet Winifred, and I believe her husband is Nolan. Now, what we find out is they've been treating Vi like for 5 years with all her freaking injuries and shit, right? So there's a little bickering back and forth about what's supposed to happen, what to do. They finally give her this little tonic for pain, right? And I tell you, as she gets a little slurry, says like, I'm not going to scribe quarters, little bitch ass Joe. Stop being a bitch and let me fight. Fight me. So she's all like feeling the meds, right? And then the doctors are coming in and fighting. She's finally like, he starts gaslighting her like super bad. This is where it starts. And I'm like, ugh, fucking roll my eyes like that. Fucking Tony Stark me. I'm like, ugh, roll the eyes. Anyway, digressing. So that happens. And then finally the doctors are like, you got to bounce. Get the fuck up and out of here. So the doctors are, Winifred and Nolan are like, all right, what are we doing, Vi? And she's like, heal me this one time. I can't be doing this all the time, but if I don't heal up, then I'm not going to make it. So like, all right, this is going to hurt a little bit. And then blah, bam, and I guess they use some magic and tonics because they don't have like magic. Do you believe in magic? They don't have like stuff like that. So they use some tonics and some other stuff, and they heal her up and put her in a sling, right? And then she leaves, and then she gets back to the barracks, and we get like this little, it's a quick little montage, I would guess, saying it's showing how Rihanna's kind of helping her do some things, and since her sling's up, and Rihanna's like, I'll be there for you. If you, I don't know what song I was singing. I think I was going to go Boys to Men, but it just came out wrong. Anyway, digressing. I don't know where my mind is today. So they're sitting there, they're going back, they're sleeping, and then she pulls out her little notebook, right, that she got from Mira, and Mira got it from her brother Brennan. Now, this is like the Book of Brennan. Maybe he's the guy that gets the fucking title, because Brennan is pretty fucking legit. Maybe Brennan's the one that gets the title. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So anyway, this book is like a book of insight. So like, he's written notes to Mira, the sister, right? And then she's taken that and then added on to it for Vi, and it's talking about, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that. You got to, like, the fights are picked for a certain reason. So there's a reason a certain fighter's going to fight a certain person. Figure out why that. Use that to your advantage. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Just make sure you cheat inside the rules. It's kind of one of those type things, right? So she's doing that. And then this book, it's like, it's letting her know, like, listen, I might not be well trained and I might be a little fragile, but you know what? I'm fucking smart. And she gonna figure it out. And then we stop there. Join us, chapter 7. Is Xaden still here? Fuck. That guy scares me. Now I know why Vi was hiding in that fucking tree. Let's talk about it. Chapter 7, Fourth Wing. Wise Beyond the Stories. Let's talk about it. Okay, what a horrible intro. Anyway, so it's been a few days, right? It's been like 9 days since Vi got her shoulder fucking healed, and it's just been a quick thing. Now, listen, this chapter, I see the first bit of Shadow Daddy, okay? Now listen, Xaden, I have to say one thing. Well, maybe two. I see you, my guy, and listen, I'm a married man, okay? I'm just gonna need you to stop the bullshit, okay? Anyway, we're gonna leave it at that. So we'll go right there. So now, like I said, it's been a few days, and Vi, she's out looking for like, I think it's like Froly berries or something. She's looking for some berries, okay? And then now, what she learned from a few days ago in the Book of Brennan is you gotta use strategery and figure out what the fuck's happening. She got brain. She's using her brain this time, right? So now she's up in this tree and she's been sneaking out at night in a little cloak, and she's climbing this tree and she's picking these berries. Now while she's picking these berries, all of a sudden we see a group of people. Now why is there a group of people getting by? Why they be out after curfew? Very suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Ah! And they really can't be motherfucking suspicious because we find out that's motherfucking Xaden, Imogen, Garrick, Liam. We like fucking Liam. He seems to be cool. And then another couple first and second years people who I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna remember their names. Now, they're having this conversation and it's nothing bad. And we really find out that fucking Xaden is there and he's just trying to figure out these are the people with the little marks, right? They're the children of the rebellion as it goes. Now they're there, remember, they're there because their parents paying for the punishment of their parents. Real fucked up. But anyway, Xaden, this dude really just cares. Like, he's a bad guy that fucking cares about his people. I'm telling you, he sees that. Anyway, so he's talking about this and talking about fighters and this, that, and the other, and blah, 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 and all that stuff that leaders really care about, right? And they're getting their hopes up. And now, according to the rules, this is illegal now. And that's why while she up in the tree, Vi in the tree, she's like, shit, do I go tell fucking Douchey Dane about this? Well, Douchey Dane, he'll be inside the motherfucking rules, but like, they're not doing nothing bad. He's just trying to take care of his people. Like, I'm not going to say nothing, right? So that happens, excuse me, and then they all motherfucking leave. And then she's sitting in the tree, and she's like, all right, I'm going to wait a little minute because I can't believe they ain't see me and shit. And she counts like 500. Like, I don't know, did she use the Mississippi technique? Maybe she didn't count the Mississippis and she just went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 50. I don't know. But she didn't wait long enough, apparently. And then we get the first dosage of this icy tingle. And then all of a sudden, she's like, shit, he sees me. Yeah, he saw you, Vi. Oh, boy. So, he's like, what you doing up there, old Sorengale? And he's like, oh, hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, I forgot. And one part of this conversation, they were talking about, like, how we're going to deal with Sorengale. And he's like, I'll deal with her, right? And that kind of pissed her off. So, anyway, she's up in a tree, and he's like, I see you up there after everybody leaves. And she's like, how you see me? Like, the cologne? And he's like, yeah, okay, it was my motherfucking cologne. Nah, you know why, Shadow Daddy. Anyway, so literally, it's the Shadow Daddy, and they're starting doing stuff. And this mother, like, listen, stop. I got a wife and kids. I might only have kids after you do this. You keep, like, don't leave me. Anyway, she pulls out some daggers, and he's dagger pulling, shadows making hands. It's some pretty, like, I don't even want to, you got to read the chapter. Okay, chapter 7, just go read it. So anyway, so that happens. And he's kind of like giving her some advice, like snicker, like, hey, maybe you need to try those daggers on Barlow and this, that, and the other. And they're going back and forth. And he's like, hey, are you going to tell on me? And she's like, no. Are you going to tell on me? And he's like, no. And I'm like, all right, cool. Get back inside before curfew and your wing leader gets mad. And she's like, motherfucker, you are my wing leader. And he's like, yeah, I know. Now get inside. Like, what the fuck? So basically, they each got a secret on each other, right? Because she's out after curfew. He meeting with the people. So this is what's going on. I'm telling you, that tree scene, y'all nasty. Y'all got some, not nasty. I don't want to say that. Y'all feral. And it happens again later on, and we'll talk about that. Anyway, join us, chapter 8. I'm telling you, I still think Dane's a douche at this point. Anyway, Douchey Dane, part 2, I guess. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, let's talk about it. Fourth Wing, chapter 8. All right, so Vi wakes up ready, right? She's volunteered for KP, kitchen duty, right? Like, I didn't understand why. It's the hour she's used to, but we get why after this chapter, right? So she gets up. Now, when she gets up every motherfucking day, there's fucking Dane sitting there to escort her around like, my guy, give the woman some fucking space. Stop babying her. You're not doing her a good service. But anyway, we'll get into that shit later. So as he's walking her down to the motherfucking kitchen and shit, and they're talking, we see all the people coming out for the morning, like being hooking up, and Rihanna's hooking up with this guy, a girl, and then somebody over here is hooking up. So everybody's just freaking hooking up, and then Dane opens his mouth and is like, so you hooking up with anybody? Like, bitch, personal space. Why are you all up in her business? If it was you, you know. If not, you ain't need to worry about it. Shit. Why you worry? Back out of here, Dane. Ain't nobody like your bitch ass. Anyway, digressing. So they sit there and she's like, whatever, and you asking, and then he's like, hey, don't forget, stay away from Barlow. Like all this bullshit. I get it, but still, let her be. Let her learn. Let her grow. So that happens. And then now, excuse me, we're in the breakfast service, right? Now, she knows who her opponent is because she used the Book of Brennan to figure out how to do some stuff, and we'll get into that a little bit later, right? So that happens, and then we go, and then as she sees her opponent, it's Orin Sigrid, right? Siegfried, yeah. Anyway, so as he comes up, she took that little berry powder, she like put on scrambled eggs. Little smart little girl there. All right, so from there, we're gonna flash over. Hopefully I remember to edit that. We're gonna flash over, and then they're in class. Now they're in Professor Corey's class, I believe is what it was. Now this dude got like some mental powers where he can project the dragons and shit. So they're going over dragons. We're learning about motherfucking dragons. I love me some motherfucking dragons. So anyway, so we learning about the dragons and this, that, and the other. And then what we find out at the very end of this, really quick, is that Vi uses Professor. This Professor got like a projector in his head, like his dragon lets him project images of whatever he's thinking. So she was trying to figure out who her opponent was, so she kind of like tricked the Professor into figuring out who this, because she don't know nobody's names and shit, to figure out who it was, and that's how she knew how to do a little sprinkle with the berries on the guy, right? So that happens. Now we're in class learning about all the dragons, and we learn about like the green dragons and the red dragons and all the different freaking dragons. And there's a red and there's a green and then there's the blue dragons. Now they're the really pissed off motherfucking dragons. And then there's the black dragons. Now apparently there's only like 2 black dragons. And one of them is General fucking Milgren's, right? So that's there. And then Jack fucking Barlow starts running. Oh, the black dragon. That's not how it works, Jack. They gotta pick you. And then we find out like there's 100 dragons this year for the threshing, which is apparently coming up soon. So we find out about the whole class thing, and that's going on. And then what do we have? Okay, so from there, after they do the whole dragon class and learn about the cool different dragons and stuff, we go over and it's time for the fighting. So now it's time to go. Now, before they're sitting there watching, it's on the mat, and fucking Douchey Dane is sitting there talking about girl Vi, right? And fucking Barlow starts to say some shit, and Vi remembers what fucking Xaden said to her, right? It was like, and threw some fucking daggers, and he's like, oh shit, what the fuck, girl? He pissed me off, scared shit out of me. And he fucking walks off, and Dane's like, what are you doing? Like, and she's like, yeah, I'm doing what fucking my shadow that is said. Anyway, she didn't say that, but she pulls a knife up. All right, now it's motherfucking go time, right? Now, I tell you what, Vi put a little powder on the stuff, and then you can see his little green face, and then starts coming, so she's just buying her time. She's waiting. He fucking charges. She's like, whoop, whoop, bam, pulls a dagger, puts it up there. He starts, like, it's that scene from Pitch Perfect when she's like, I'll let it go. Okay, like, it's just everywhere. Everybody's like, oh God, it's so nasty. She's like, yeah. She pulls out his dagger, takes it, and then starts strutting off, right? And Rihanna's like, oh my God, you won. And she's like, oh no, he was sick. And she's like, what the fuck? And they're like, oh my God, what's happening? And then we get a montage over the next few weeks or so. I don't remember exactly how long it is. It's a few weeks, but then she goes over her opponents, and this opponent, she uses a peel of the fruit, and then it's fucking working, and just fucking going until one day. Remember we learned in the top of the book stuff, when you add additives to stuff, you got to think about weight and the time and digestion and processing, right? Well, this last time, she did her math wrong. She didn't get that right. She didn't carry that fucking 1. X is 3, X is negative 3, carry the 1. If X is equal to negative B, plus or minus the square root, B squared minus 4AC, all over 2A. Hey! So she didn't use that formula, right? So she got it wrong. So the guy ended up being a little woozy, and they noticed it. So all of a sudden, they're like, we changing out partners, and you gonna fight somebody else. And who is it? All right, Xaden, really? You gonna step up on the mat? Listen, join me for the next chapter, chapter 9, because I tell you what, when Xaden steps on the mat, there is one line. When I say feral, fucking feral. Anyway, join me, chapter 9, coming up. Hey, Xaden, you know we can all see you, right? We are all in the training room with you, watching you do this. I swear, are we in a training match or trying to watch Skinamax as a kid at 3 o'clock in the morning? What is happening right now? Even I'm a little fucking flustered. Let's talk about it. Fourth Wing, Wise Beyond the Stories, chapter 9. Okay, so Xaden steps on the mat because Vi couldn't get her measurements for her little antidotal additive, not antidotal, but her additive to make her fights a little easier, right? Now, Xaden comes in, and I tell you what, he gives this line, and as I read this live, I had to stop and look up because Twisted List, my wife, she giggled when she saw the like if the lie. I have got to really set up my OBS to stream to TikTok and everything else because the comments when I say this line, freaking fucking feral. Oh my God. Going for blood today, violence? What? All right, even wow. So he gives her that line, right? And then basically goes into a master class of disarming the living shit out of her. Like she moves right, he ducks and spins. He down on like pulling knives out. And then as he's doing this, he's chucking him over in front of fucking Dane's bitch douchey ass. Like, it's fucking great. So anyway, so they're doing this and but it's a class. He's teaching her because he's whispering quietly like, hey, listen, your poison trick, I see what you're doing, but you're doing yourself a disservice. You got to learn to fight. Listen, it's great. It's a great way to get your enemies down, but are you going to invite our enemies ain't the British. You ain't going to be able to invite them over for tea and crumpets and some food with all the extra gravy. It's so lumpy. Like all that. It's not going to happen. You got to learn to fight. And then as he's saying this, Dane's like, stop, you're hurting her. He's like, you're doing her a disservice, you coddling ass bitch. So they're doing like, oh my, I'm telling you, we might as well be watching like soft, Skinamax. Anyway, so we're going there. So Dane's losing. I can't handle it. Blah, blah, blah. So they're sitting there doing this. And then he ends up mounting her. Oh, got feral again. Oh my God. He gets on top. And then as he's doing this, he's like, listen, you don't need to do all these big, massive strikes, like slow, precise movements. If you hit just the right spot, the innuendos are wild. Fucking great. I love it. All right. So he's like taking her hand, like if you stab here or here or here. And just, it's freaking wild, y'all. And then Dane's like, what are you doing? Like, shut up, you bitch. She's learning. It's called hand-to-hand combat. Anyway, so they're going that. So it's fucking bullshit. And finally, it's like, all right, you, blah, 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 blah. And he gets up, doesn't take her dagger, though, doesn't take her dagger. So the fight is finally freaking called. Everybody's all calming down. We're breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth. All right, let's get our pheromones. Let's get our body under control. All right, everybody good? Okay, now everybody's with me. Holy shnikes. All right, now from there, we're going to flash over to we go up to Dane's room. Now, she's in Dane's room getting a massage, and I tell you what, you're breaking the rules, Dane. How come you be, that's what I'm saying. 'Tis for thee, not for me, bitch ass. But anyway, he's giving her a massage, nothing crazy, like working out, losing, blah, blah, blah. And they're sitting there talking, and then once again, he goes into his fucking bullshit, gaslighting. Hey, you don't understand how hard it was to watch that man do things to you, and he could have hurt you, and blah, 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 blah. And if I have to see you hurt yourself, it's gonna hurt me so bad. Like, shut the fuck up. It's over, it's done with. So finally, she's like, all right, listen. I'm pissed. She's putting her clothes back on, dealing with the fucking pain of her shoulders. And she's like, you know what? I'll think about it. Just shut the fuck up. All right? I'll think about it. And then she goes and she's like, all right, I'll motherfucking think about it. And then she fucking leaves. And then, that's the end of chapter 9. All right, one more for today. Chapter 10 on the way. Fuck the gauntlet, y'all. Man, I probably don't need to say that so soon on top of my video. Anyway, we'll find out if it makes the FYP or not. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, let's talk about it. A Fourth Wing, Chapter 10. All right, I probably need to put that at the end. Anyway, Fourth Wing, Chapter 10. Oh, let's talk about it. Okay, here, we'll try that one. Anyway, so we see the gauntlet. Now, the gauntlet is this crazy-ass motherfucking obstacle course. I got like a picture of it, okay? So I got this picture, and once again, once I get my Discord up, I'm gonna have all this cool stuff on there. So the gauntlet, it's a motherfucking obstacle course that goes motherfucking straight up and shit, right? Now, like the first part, like the first descent, right? It's got some spinny logs, and then the second part, it's got like a hamster wheel with some big balls that you gotta swing on, and then the third part is some shaking iron pillars, and then some vertical ones, and then the fourth is some rolling logs, and then the fifth part is a motherfucking chimney, like spider climb, and then they got like a warp wall at like the very, very motherfucking top, right? So they're sitting there looking at this, and then they're talking about all the bullshit. And then we find out that, man, our girl fucking Aurora Lee, she was cool. Her dad built the course. So yeah, her dad built the course. So like, she knew this shit like a bag of her hand. She like, I'm gonna fly. I'm not gonna motherfucking make it. Yahoo! Sorry. Anyway, a little foreshadowing there. That's why I got my helmet on. Got to protect the old noggin on the obstacle course. So anyway, so they start going. Now this is practice day, okay? So now they're on practice and fucking, they're like, all right, ready, set, go. And then as they're sitting there and people are going, they're like, Sawyer. Remember, Sawyer's the reclass. The dragon didn't pick him at threshing. So this motherfucker made it all the way through the year and got to do it again. So they're like, hey, watch him. He knows how to do it. He done lots of time, so he'll be good. So he goes to do it. And then Arlie, she's like, yeah, here, you just got to do this and this. And now ready? It's go time. So motherfucking Vi, she starts going and she's making it. And then she gets to the scary spinny things, right? And then she starts doing her little, well, as she's going, she's scared. So she starts doing her history lessons and she's like, the green dragon and blah, 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 and the blue dragon and the blue dragon. And people are like, are you giving yourself a history lesson? She's like, it calms me the motherfucker down. Shut the fuck up. So they're like, cool, whatever works. So she's climbing up, and now they get to the little spinny pipes, right? And then fucking Oralee's behind her. She's like, hey, listen, you just got to go. Don't stop. If you stop, that's where you fuck up. Don't stop. So she goes, and fucking Vi, take off running. Bah, 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 bah. Yeah, we did it, Vi. Yeah, let's go, baby. And then all of a sudden, right, it's fucking Oralee's turn. And she's like, okay, it's my turn. And she starts to take off running. She goes, bah, 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 bah. And then she starts running. All of a sudden, fucking 3 dragons go flying above. And she goes, ah, ah! Damn, that hurt. And she hit the ground like that. Like, for real. It didn't really hurt. That's what she said. But, yeah, it's kind of sad. We lost this. We lost a friend. We lost Oralee. So she fell down. That's very, very sad. And then, so that happens. And then we find out that after that happened, she still had to continue on. But Vi couldn't make it up the chimney, right? So then she goes down, and then it's the next morning, and it's roll. So now every morning they still doing the roll. They're like Calvin Atwater, and then they're like Arlie, not Dannon. But anyway, so she didn't make it, and she's like sad, and then she goes off, and then like when people, the parents have 3 options, and they can, like the parents can pick up their stuff, or whatever, and then like their parents pick the option where the people deal with it. So Vi, trying to be a good person, she takes all her stuff, packs it up, and then she goes and she whooshes it in the fire pit, right? Now right before that too, Douchey Dan comes up and he's like, really think about the motherfucking scribe quarter. Like bullshit again. He's like, leave me fuck alone. So she goes and she puts the fire in the pit as a fucking tribute and an honor to her friend and the god of Malachi, I believe. That one. And then as she's sitting there, she goes off to rethink everything, right? She gonna think, I gotta think my shit out. I gotta think some shit out. So as she's thinking it out, all of a sudden she sees 3 more dragons flying motherfucking over. Like, God damn, there's dragons flying over and shit. And then she sees fucking Xaden, Garrick, and fucking Bodhi, right? Now they're having this conversation. So she hiding and she's like, nobody see me. So she hiding. And then Bodhi's like, hey, we gotta do something. We gotta fucking do something, man. Bodhi seems like a surfer guy to me. I don't know, every time I hear Bodhi. But anyway, and then Garrick's like, we're doing all we fucking can, man. And then all of a sudden, here we go with another motherfucking icy tingle. And motherfucking Xaden is like, hey, y'all get out of here, get going. I'll catch up with you later. And they're like, all right, cool, you sure? And he's like, yeah, get going. And it's like, all right. And then they walk off, and then Vi, she's like, fuck this shit. I ain't even playing the bullshit. And she's like, hey, I know that you know that I know that you know that I know that you know that I'm sitting right motherfucking right here. And he's like, yeah, so what the fuck's up? She's like, listen, I can't decide if I want to stay or if I go. Like, should I stay or should I go now? And he's like, listen, don't be a bitch. You girl are making me like rethink some shit. Like you got a little bit of you got a little tenacity and you got a little bit of a little bit of grit. I fucking like that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to do better because of you. And she's like, but I thought you wanted to kill me. He's like, I don't know, maybe I'm still trying to decide. And she's like, well, would you decide? Because if you would decide, that would make my life a lot motherfucking easier and shit. And he's like, are you gonna be a bitch? Or are you gonna be fucking strong? Like, which path are you taking, Vi? Like, he's that I like him, man. I tell you what, he's moving up the list fucking quick. I'm telling you that right now. We've already discussed that. But anyway, digressing. So that happens. And then he's motherfucking real. He fucking real again. And another motherfucker. What was the comment? What did he say this time? We had another, oh God, I remember. We had another fucking violence comment. I don't remember the exact words, but he's like, all right, blah, 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 violence. Like, I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of a badass nickname to have. Oh yeah, and then he's like, anyway, people are gonna, you gotta freaking deal with it and you gotta move on. You gotta figure out what to do. And then she's like, yeah, well, I understand I'm sad about my friend gone, but also I'm too small to physically get up the freaking chimney. Like, it doesn't work. I can't reach it. And he's like, hey, there's more than the right way to do things. Figure it the fuck out. And she's like, hey, figure it the fuck out. Thank you. And fucking he storms off and she's like, I'll figure you out in a minute. Yeah, you want to figure him out, Vi. Anyway, that's where we leave off. Join us next time where we go over more chapters. I believe it'll be, hey, chapter 11's next. Ha, see you then. Wow, great fucking job. Today, Wise Beyond the Stories, it's presentation day. Let's talk about it. Fourth Wing, chapter 11. Oh my God, wow. Okay, so before it's presentation day, we get a quick insert about how they're practicing on the gauntlet for like the next 9 days, right? And she's doing the same thing. She can't get up the fucking chimney. She's just not big enough. The chimney's too big of a plot hole. It just doesn't work, right? So she's sitting there going and nobody can figure out what's going on. So they're sitting there, and then as they're training through these days, they get up the next morning on presentation day and they're going through the rolls again. They're losing people left and right. I think we're like 190 cadets left with 100 dragons, so there's still a big thing. And we're going through this, they're reading the rolls, and then it's like a big old, I don't even say like ceremony type thing, but everybody's fucking marching out, right? So they're marching out, and there's conversations going, and fucking douchey Dane comes in again as they're walking, and he's fucking talking like, please, you gotta go, you gotta, like, fuck. At this point, Dane, she's not going. Accepted. She's fucking decided she's not getting off the pot. She's gonna fucking shit on it, okay? She's fucking owning this shit. Fucking support her. I swear to God. Anyway, digressing. So they march out there, and it's time for the motherfucking gauntlet. Oh my God. Woo! All right. People start going up. She's going up through the fucking gauntlet, no problem. First ascension, second, third, fourth. It's pretty close on a couple stops, but she makes it, right? Now we're up at the fucking chimney. We're at the motherfucking chimney. As she's even going up, even hear Jack Barlow at one point fucking yapping some bullshit. Fucking Barlow. Anyway, so she's like, all right, well, how am I going to get up this shit? She fucking smart, okay? So what she does, because she's like, I can't wiggle up the top like that. So she goes and she says, fuck it, I'm going to take me a penalty. And she grabs a rope. And then she fucking climbs with the rope up the side of the chimney. What a smart little cookie you are, Vi. So she gets up and she makes it up the motherfucking chimney. But as she's doing this, remember, she got them issues, okay? She got that syndrome where her skin, her joints, and she hurting herself up. So she ripping her hands up. But she manages to get up to the chimney and she rolls off. Everybody's fucking cheering. Woo, let's go. It's like watching an episode of motherfucking, American Ninja Warrior, right? Where they're doing all the obstacle courses. It's fucking cool. And then she goes there. Now the last one is a warped wall, basically, right? It's this big ass fucking warped wall. We've all seen those. And it's supposed to simulate like getting on the dragon like a vertical and shit. So she got to figure out how to do this. And I'm like, man, well, I mean, I've seen little people do it. And they got the big warp or the small, but she going to do it. I'm like, how's she going to fucking do this? She's so fucking smart. Man, she takes off fucking running. Oh, sorry, before she takes a dagger, she wipes her face off, takes off fucking running. She runs up the wall. She gets to the highest point of impact. She fucking lunges up. She fucking goes, and right when she's at the apex, she takes her dagger. Boom, she fucking bam right into the wood. Ah, she pulling up. Her shoulders giving up. No, God, I got it. God, and she fucking makes it. Sorry. She made it to the top. Let's fucking go. All right, so she makes it to the top. Now, of course, we always got to have some motherfucking grade 1 class ass fucking cho twat waffle fucking haters. I don't remember, like, Maeve. I think her name is Maeve or something. She's a little fucking chode hater from, like, Second Wing. And she's like, you cheat, you can't do it. And fucking Xaden starts looking over at her like, all right, Vi, what are you going to do, girl? And fucking Vi, she fucking smart. She's like, what are you talking about? You fucking cheated. You can't use outside stuff. And she's like, oh, yeah. I don't remember the exact addendum, but she goes, according to this addendum, fucking 42 section B, subparagraph 4 of the fucking codex, if I carried it across the fucking parapet, I can fucking take it. It's with me. And she's like, that's so people wouldn't steal. Yeah, but by doing that, you made shit go. So by me taking a knife across the parapet, that's my shit. It's part of me. I ain't cheat. And she's like, oh, that's a technicality. And then they're looking and she's like, hey, Xaden, make sure you penalize me 30 seconds for using the rope, too. I got it. And then fucking Xaden's looking, what you gonna say? It's a fucking technicality. Shut the fuck up, bitch. She outplayed you. Outwit, outsmart, survive today on the gauntlet. All right, so she makes it up there, and then they're going. So she fucking storms off, and Xaden's looking over and is like, hey, Violet, you're leaking. And she looks down, her hands fucking just gushing. So Rihanna comes over, they cut her hands up, they wrap her off. Yeah, let's go. And they're fucking cheering on. And then everybody fucking makes it. Now, it even says here, they all make it. And then, what is it, like 190? But it says they all make it up. I don't remember the exact number. But anyway, yeah. So their whole squad, Fourth Wing, has made it all up. And we found out earlier in the parade, too, that they're still the biggest squad. Like, they still got everybody. So Xaden, he's that fucking leader. All right, excuse me. Join me. Chapter, what are we on next? 12, I think? Fuck, I can't even remember. Yeah, chapter 12, coming up. It's time for the presentation. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories of Fourth Wing, chapter 12. Let's talk about it. Okay, so it's time for the presentation, right? Everybody's made it up the motherfucking gauntlet. They got it. They tell them, like, what place they were at. I think they're, like, in their 30s of 160 something. And we go through that whole bullshit, right? Now, they're all lined up, about to go through this bullshit. And I tell you, it is some scary motherfucking shit. They lose some people here, and they're telling them what to do, like, just walk, don't be scared, don't look at them in the eyes. If you see a flame pile on the ground, make sure it's out of fire, and then just keep walking like, what the fuck did you say? All right, so we're going to go through this. So they're finally walking through, and this is the time that all the people's here. They go they present themselves in front of the dragons, and they do this. It's like they're literally marching in front of them, right? So they go do this, like 7 feet apart. Fucking, it's like they got COVID or something. So it's 7 feet apart. That's really in case they get fire, and they're gonna march. Now, as we do this, motherfucking, what's his name? Tyne, that dude runs his mouth. He's fucking annoying as hell, and I wish one of the dragons would have just really got him. So they go through that. We're walking by. At some point, Pryor runs his freaking mouth and says some shit, and Pryor's roasted and toasted. We've lost Pryor. Goodbye, hallelujah, didn't need to see you anymore, right? So that happens to Pryor. You like that, baby girl? All right. All right, so Pryor happens. What? Okay, sorry, the kid wanted to tell me something. So anyway, so Pryor's gone. Now, they're walking forward, and as they're walking forward, we find out there's a gold dragon there. Now, I didn't think we had golds, but apparently a gold shows up, and the gold dragon is the feather tail. So that's fucking crazy. So yeah, so that happens. So we see that, and then as they're walking down, fucking Luca says some more bitch-ass shit and ends up getting fucking roasted and toasted too. Like, that's how the chapter ends. I'm sorry, I got a little ahead of myself. But then at one spot, they're walking, right? Now, as Vi's walking, these 2 green dragons fucking stumble up to this motherfucker like, I see you, motherfucker, what's happening? So she, like, kind of fucking stops. Everybody's, like, freaking out, like, what the fuck? Vi's like, hey, I understand what you're smelling. Chill out. That's my sister's dragon, Tiny. Mira's my sister, and her dragon's Tiny. And Mira, when Tiny shed some scales, she gave them to Mira, and Mira gave them. So the dragons are like, oh, okay. So they're like, okay. Everybody's fucking shitting their pants, like puckered assholes. Like, if you were to shove coal up the ass at this point, you'd have a fucking diamond farm. I'm just saying. So that happens, and the dragons, they seem to accept that. Rihanna's like, what the fuck? So she tells her that what's going on. And then kind of before that too, I'm kind of going around over here. Rihanna's like, hey, fill me in secrets. Like, hey, I'll tell you a secret if you're the person that can help me in it, right? Okay. So we go through that. And then we finally make it off. So the presentation's done. Now, again, it was really fucking crazy. I had the helmet on the whole time. I was fucking scared. But the chapter 12, it does end off with, let's see, where we go. I just want to make sure. Yep, we did it. We got through it. I shaved some life off my lives. Luca thought they were going to eat it. Yeah, she was the weakest link after Pryor. Could never make a decision. A blast of heat singes the back and I halt. Don't be Riddick. Don't be Riddick. That's what she's saying. And then the dragons think she's unsufferable too. Our squad is down to 6 first years. They were doing good. They hadn't lost nobody until the presentation. So now Fourth Wing is starting to feel a little bit of it. Okay, well, that's where we are. Join us next time on Fourth Wing. It's time for the threshing today on Wise Beyond the Stories of Fourth Wing, Chapter 13. Let's talk about this shit, because my God, it was fucking glorious and scary as shit all at the same time. I don't even know what to happen. Okay, so we start out, right? They're about to go do the motherfucking threshing and go out in the motherfucking over the river and through the woods to find their dragons they go, all right? And Professor Corey, fucking Professor K, right? These names, I swear, y'all can type them out all day long. I'm gonna forget them like 30 seconds after I read them, I swear. Anyway, digressing. So Professor K, he comes out there and he's like, all right, class, listen. And he taps his chest and shit and he's like, the dragons already know who they're gonna fucking pick, okay? He beats his chest again, like, why are we beating our chest here, my guy? Like, oh, I'm strong professor, I don't know. Anyway, and then he's like, but listen to your fucking instincts. If your instincts say go to a dragon, you should go to the fucking dragon. And if your instincts say run, you should fucking do that too. Like, oh, okay, that's just how it's going, right? All right, cool. So he gives his little speech, and then Chode Leader 1 comes in, right? So fucking Chode Leader 1, aka Dane, fucking he comes in and listen, this is the main reason I can't stand him. Violet, please rethink this. Don't do this. And if you do, maybe take a brown dragon, one that's not so mean and fierce, because you're so, whoa, Violet, why? Like, what are we doing here, my guy? Can we give her some encouragement? Like, you got this shit. You go fucking tame you a dragon. You are the baddest bitch here. You know that? No, it's that, like, be careful. I don't get it. Fuck. Sorry. Digressing. It's the only reason I don't like the guy. Like, anyway. Digress wise. Focus. So she's going to look for her freaking dragon and shit, right? So she's out. She's looking that way, nothing. She's looking that way, nothing. She's looking that way, nothing. Like, I mean, fuck, every way but down, I guess there could be a dragon. She ends up climbing this freaking tree, right? And as she's climbing this tree and she's looking, I don't see a dragon. She hears some fucking voices. She hears the 3 chodes, okay? We got Jack fucking Barlow. We got Oreen fucking Sigford or whatever his bitch ass name is, and then fucking Tynan, okay? And they're on a mission. And you would think it being the threshing in time to get your dragon, you would be helping your dragon with Picky. But no, these 3 dumbasses decide, I want to go kill Goldie. What did you say? Yes, they want to go the freaking Goldie, right? Like, that's not a good idea. So our girl Vi hears this and she's like, ah, shit, I gotta go warn the fucking Goldie, because the Goldie is sitting up in a field like she was seeing that in the tree and shit. And then she's like, fuck. So they take off going, and now Vi, she gotta be super careful. Remember, she got the physical issues, right? She can't be gotta be careful. Fragile bones, fragile joints, and ligaments, right? So she gotta be careful. So she climbs down a tree and she takes off running. She's like, as fast as fuck, boy. God damn it, Vi, why are we falling? I said that last night on live too, like she about to fall, watch. Yep, she fell, twisted her goddamn ankle, I swear. But anyway, she gets up because she's strong and she don't quit, because when fucking life faces her, she keeps fucking going and she gets up, because that's what winners do. She saw fucking Rocky, she knows what's up. So she gets there to the motherfucking field first, right? Fucked up ankle and all. And she sees a little Goldie sitting right there, and Jack and them ain't come up. So she runs up to the fucking Goldie and she's like, hey, you need to go. The motherfucking bad people are coming. Please, motherfucking leave. And the Goldie's just like, whatever, dog. Like, what did you say? And all of a sudden, motherfucking Jack Barlow and his boys motherfucking come out like, what did you say? It's motherfucking 3 on one. What is she about to do, right? And she's like, oh crap. So she stands up and she's like, hey, Goldie, you really want to do this, right? You could really like shoo off and my life would be easier. And the Goldie's just like, yeah, I'm good. So she's like, all right, I guess we doing this. And she fucking pulls out some daggers, right? And she's like, here we go. Trying not to fucking put no pressure on her ankle. And she's like, oh shit. And all of a sudden, she hears a voice. It's that voice. And she has this icy tingle. And we got to rethink. And why is that? Because guess who shows the fuck up? Xaden Daddy! And who does he got in tow with him? Fucking Xaden. Oh my God. You know who Xaden is? That's his dragon, aka Saggy. And she looks pissed. Join us, chapter 14. Said it before. I may not be a very smart man, but I know it's not a good idea to attack a baby golden dragon on fucking October 1st, Threshing Day. What are we doing? Let's talk about it. Fourth Wing, chapter 14. Okay, so we're getting into this, right? It's fucking Threshing Day. We got fucking Jack Barlow and his fucking two-chode extreme fucking buddies with him, and they're trying to attack the gold. And of course, our girl Vi sitting there like, you ain't doing this shit. And fucking Xaden and fucking, god damn it, Saggy, what is your name? Xaden. I'm gonna get it. I tell you folks, I'm gonna get it. So Xaden, aka Saggy, they come flying in, right? And then they're all like, hey, what you gonna do, Xaden? You can't fucking help. There's rules saying you can't enter motherfucking fear, right? And then he's like, who says I'm gonna do it? And he looks over to fucking Xaden and she's like, motherfucker, like, oh, shit, yeah. You ain't controlling the dragon, you stupid human. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then at this point, fucking Vi looks back down to little Goldie, and she's like, are you sure you don't want to leave? And if you're not, could you at least pull your claws out? And then she looks down, and she doesn't even have claws. They're little fluffy paws. This is the cutest little fluffy gold. I just want to hug it. Just want to hug her. All right, so anyway, so that freaking happens, and as she does that, all of a sudden you got fucking Jack Barlow's chode ass going, Aah! And he goes to fucking charge, and I tell you what, Violet is all like, Wah! Throws out my freaking dagger, bam, right in his shoulder, and he's like, I can't lift my arm. And she's like, yeah, of course you can't, bitch. When you got fucked up joints like me, you know what to do. Perfect shot in, drops the sword down on the ground, get her. So the other two guys start running and she's all like, wha-bam, wha-bam. She fucking throws daggers, boom, right in one dude's freaking thigh. Which thigh was that? Hang on. That went in Tynan's thigh. So Tynan gets a dagger in the thigh. Then fucking Sigrid, the guy she made vomit like Pitch Perfect in the first match, he goes and swings. She ducks. She's all like, boom, puts a freaking dagger in his freaking side, right? He's all like, you bitch. Jack's on the ground. I can't lift my sword. It's with my strong hand. And she's like, ha. And he's like, get him, kill her. And then runs off like a little bitch, okay? Like motherfucking, I don't know, like a little bitch running off. That's all I can say. TikTok gonna take my videos down. I say how I really feel about the guy. So anyway, so he takes off freaking running, right? So after he takes off running, hang on, make sure. So there was that attack. Oh yeah, so when that happens, she goes to look and then kind of steps to the side and then fucking shoot, a sword comes up and kind of cuts her on the arm, right? And she's like, oh no. And then Xaden is about to come in and he's like, whoa, what the heck? And Xaden's like, watch out. She's like, wait a second, you can't do that. Turns, she hits another dude. He goes down on the ground. Oh shit. And then all of a sudden she turns around and faces one dude and then boom, on the ground. All of a sudden it's like, oh shit. Motherfucking, guess who drops down? You know who drops down. Okay, so and as the shadows come up, she hears this voice in her head and she's like, step aside, like, what did you say? And she looks up and it is the biggest, darkest, blackest, scariest dragon you will ever motherfucking see. Oh my God. Fucking Tynan, he starts fucking running like, oh shit, I'm scared. Takes off running. And then she hears in her mind, step aside. Like, what? Take a little step to the side and boom, fireball, bitches. We have roasted Tynan for dinner. Holy crap, Tynan, it's what's for dinner. Maybe that's why the Tyson factories get closed down. I don't know. Anyway, digressing. So that's happening, and then all of a sudden you hear in her mind again, the dragon's like, stop bleeding, you're embarrassing us. Like, what? No, what does he say? You're bleeding, stop it. Like, what did you say? Like, what is happening? So she's like, try to stop her bleeding on her arm or stuff, and then the dragon's like, Violet Sorengale, let's go. What do you mean, let's go? We got to go fly and get on up. Like, I want to get on you, Mr. Dragon, but do you realize how big as you is and how smallest I is? Y'all remember, Violet is like stretching at 5'2", I believe. I mean, like, I think maybe 5'4" if we're being nice on a good day, like measuring her laying down, okay? When her spine ain't compressed. So anyway, this dragon, still don't know their name yet. We all know the name. Puts the leg down. Dragons don't accommodate thine humans. But this one is. What the fuck is happening? So anyway, so she gets down on motherfucking dragon, and the dragon is like, you need to sit down. And she's like, listen, I want to sit down, but my first flight about to be my last, because you too big. Like, this is like a reverse plot hole, right? Like, how is it supposed to fit? How am I supposed to fit on this? I don't know. And he's like, listen, motherfucker, you just do what I say. I'm going to take care of you. And she's like, oh, okay. Cool, sure. So she gets on, and then, oh, they fucking take off. And then all of a sudden, oh boy, here you go, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. So they take off, and she's like, so, what's up, buddy? And he's like, so I guess, let me tell you my name. All right, y'all ready for the butcher to happen? All right, here we go. Tirnanak, son of Murta Kurdim, and Falclen Thrulach, descendant of the cunning Dumba Handamin line. I fucking butchered that. So anyway, we call him Tarn. Or if you want to go with the wise version, it's Tarnisha. All right, it's Tarnisha, and I think we're just gonna go with that. Anyway, digressing. Sorry, sidetracked over there. A little side project going on. Anyway, so they take off like a motherfucker, wings all flapping and shit, and they gotta go back to the fucking fields because they gotta sign in for the roll call, right? So as they're signing in for fucking roll call and they take off, and it's like, what the heck? All of a sudden, the little golden one flies up too, like, wait, what the fuck? So he's like, yeah. And he's like, hold on. And she's like, what do you mean, hold on? And he fucking jumps up and takes his fucking turn, and she's, yahoo! And she goes falling to earth. She's like fucking Tom Petty, because I'm free. Free falling. Now, free falling to chapter 15 with us coming up. It's definitely a day of firsts. Today on Fourth Wing, chapter 15. Let's talk about it. All right, so we left off and Vise just got her freaking dragon, Tarnanach, aka Tarn, aka Tarnisha, because that's fucking what came out when I tried. Anyway, digressing. So they go taking off, right, flying, and he's like, hold on, and she said, okay, and then she didn't, and she's all, yeah, and flying down. Now, normally you would fall to your and you would become a pancake, but Tarn, fuck, these names. I'm gonna learn to speak Gaelic just because of this book, and never mind, not really. I digress. So anyway, she falling. For some reason, Mr. Dragon Boy here, fucking Tarn, he's like, I'm gonna save you. So he goes down, fucking picks her up in the fucking claw and puts her back on her back. And then of course, and I'm telling you, when I talk about this dragon, it's a Sean Connery voice. I'm not very good at it, but I'm gonna try. But he's all like, what do you say? So he grabs her, and then he's like, you're making us look bad, Violet. Like, and she's like, listen, if you would stop being Mr. fucking, I want to be a Blue Angel or an Air Force Thunder Chicken and do all the spinny, super acrobatic maneuvers, I wouldn't fall. And he's like, I did a left bank. I did a basic left turn, okay? I even put my blinker on. And she's like, oh, my bad. So though that happens a few times, right? And then we find out that this dragon, fucking Tarn, he has been unbonded for 5 years, okay? He hasn't had a rider for 5 years, and we're gonna learn so much. There's so much. I couldn't do a video naming all the things we learned, so just remember that. You're probably still gonna have to read the chapters yourself. So anyway, so we learned that nobody's seen him for 5 years now, and he's like, hang on, and she's like, I'm fucking hanging on, and then a little bit of magic. Do you believe in magic? So he's helping her out, right? So they go down, and now they gotta fly down to the fucking flight line. Hey, kitty girl, what's up? Okay, so they got to fly down to the fucking flight line, and they got to lie down there. And on their way to the flight line, the dragon is like, hey, you know, this, that. And Vaya's like, sorry, cats are getting into stuff. And the freaking dragon is like, hey, you got to do this and that. She's like, listen, I'm really fucking trying, but I'm not very strong. Like, I don't know who you think I am. And he's like, oh, I know exactly who you are, Violet Sorengale. But see, it's not who you are. See, I don't think I caught this last night. And he says, I know who and what you are. What do you mean what she is? I thought she was just, what is she? She's a smart human being. She's a smart, what do you mean? What do you mean? Words matter. What do you mean who and what you are? Huh? Can we have this conversation, please, Tarn? Anyway, you have this conversation and I'll work on your name, okay? Deal? Get it? Got it? Good? Oh, let's go. Okay, so they're having that whole conversation and then she's like, oh, wow, this is kind of freaking crazy. And then we learn about the privacy issues. You have no, like, don't get it twisted. Being a dragon rider is cool, but there's no more me time. And that's what there's no more me time. You can't just close the door and kick the dogs out the bedroom. That shit ain't, nope. And we'll be talking about that later. So we find no more pride from now until forever. Ever. The dragon is with you. So then that happens, and then they fly in, and everybody's watching them land on the fucking field, right? And then they land down, and then they sit, and as they're landing, the gold dragon, little wings, little fly wings, comes landing down and fucking dismounts too. And Tarn's like, you gotta get the fuck off. And she's like, dude, my ankle is fucking shattered. I can't. And he's like, I got you. So again, he maneuvers, lets it down. She does a little slide down. And then all of a sudden, everybody's kind of seeing that she came in on this big ass black dragon, right? And everybody's like, wait, is that, and she's all like, oh yeah, that is. And she got a little pride in her, right? And then all of a sudden, what they have to do now, watch out. Oh, we got a cat coming. Hang on. We're about to be cat butt. Cat butt. Oh, so close. Okay, watch out. Now you're in front of my nose. So anyway, so they got down and they came in and they landed. They got to do, man, you screw me up, kitty. Hang on. We're going to pause. Okay, sorry. So they landed at the flight line, right? And then as she's getting off, she saw the little Goldie and she's like, hey, little Goldie dragon, I just want you to know, next time somebody tries to save you, maybe you should fly off. And little Goldie's like, excuse me, maybe I was saving you. What did you? Why are you talking? Dragons should only talk to their riders. What is happening? That's another motherfucking rule. Yeah, exactly. So she's like, what did you say? Like when the general stands up, Mama in the stand up, and then fucking Mama and some other general like Parkham, not Markham, but like Parkham or Parkour dude, they're talking and he's like, wait, is that Mom's like, don't you say that motherfucking name. Don't you say it until she turns the name in. And then she starts to go in and to turn the names in, right? So she's waiting in line. The wait is 1 hour and 45 minutes at this point. So she's waiting, and then she fucking walks up, and the little girl at the fucking table, right? Yeah, it was a girl. I don't remember her name though. But they're like, Violet Sorengale, what's up? I'm glad to see you made it. And she's like, oh yeah, your dragon's name? And she goes, Tarnanach. And she's like, what? Cat butt. Legendary. And she's like, oh yeah. And that fucking erupts, right? And then Violet's about to turn around and you hear in another little sweet voice, and my name is Adarnanarnanum, but you can call me Adarni for short. Like, what did you say? I'm supposed to turn in two names? Nah, son, that shit never happened before. And she in her mind like, Tarn, help, I need a motherfucking adult. What do I do? I don't know what to do. And Tarn's like, bitch, say the fucking name. What did you say? Bless you, babe. So she says the name, and when she says that, holy hell erupts like my fucking chat when we say Xaden's name. Everybody's gone fucking feral, and I don't know what to do. Join us for the next one. He's got two dragons, bitches. Let's talk about it. Fourth Wing? Chapter 16. Today on Wise Beyond the Story. Oh crap, I got a little excited. Anyway, so she just turned in two motherfucking dragons' names. Everybody's motherfucking pissed like, what did you say? Professor motherfucking K jumps down. He comes over, is like, what is going on? He's taking extensive, because remember, he got the powers where he can remember that shit and then project it on, like he got projector head stuff. So he is studying Tarnanach here, right? So he's fucking trying to figure him out. So he comes over and he's like, what the fuck is happening? And Vi gives him like the 411, right? What happened in the woods? Barlow, like, she tells him every motherfucking thing. And he's like, oh, damn. Sorry, I got stuck there for a second, right? So then that happens, and he's like, well, I guess we gonna find out. And then all of a sudden, you hear in her mind, fucking Taryn is like, hey, you need motherfucking stay here, and you go away with the wing leader. Wing leader. You know who that is? That's Xaden. That's not fucking Dane. We need to pay attention, Vi. You didn't listen. I'm just saying. So that happens, and as that's going on, motherfucking General Milgren's dragon fucking comes in. Now, he's super I think he's a little bit bigger than Tarnanach. I think he's like the biggest one. I'm not 100% sure, but he got some. They come down and all the dragons are talking and looking, and then the dragons fucking take out and leave. And they're like, what's happened? And they're going back to the Imperium. Now, this is why it's called the Imperium series. I hope I said that right. And we find out. So they motherfucking leave for a while, and she's like, hey, Taryn, I need to talk to you. And she can't, nothing in her mind. And then it's like, oh, okay. So as he goes and he comes, and sorry, Vi, she's going and she's trying to find fucking Xaden. And of course, Xaden's doing his whole, I guess the Xaden poses, he sits down with his arms crossed and got his legs out. Like, I guess he big. I guess Xaden, he got to air it out. I don't know. Anyway, digressing. So she kind of sees that, and Xaden's just fucking Xadian, right? Fucking Xaden, the Xaden effect. We're going to call it. He's just pushing out the Xaden effect, right? So that happens, and as she starts to go motherfucking talk to Xaden like she's supposed to, here comes Chode One flying in like a bat out of hell, fucking Dane. And Dane's like, oh my God, what are you doing? How did you do that? You can't have two dragons. No. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. And then he's trying to tell her, like, you gotta tell him not for Tarnanach. No, you can't. You gotta take the baby one. The baby one is safer. Take the baby. I gotta protect you. I couldn't live with myself if you got hurt. Oh, Vi. Shut the fuck up. God. Ugh, fucking heebie-jeebies. Anyway, that fucking happens. So everybody's going on their bullshit. And then fucking Xaden sees this shit. Now fucking Xaden shows up. And all of a sudden, they start having this conversation. And accusations start getting thrown out because, you know, stories are getting told. And this is where Dane, this is where Dane really showed his ass right here, right? And he's definitely locked in Chode One. For now, again, everybody's redeemable. Even Tamlin, y'all. Even Tamlin. Anyway, digressing. So he basically comes down and Xaden calls him out like, oh, you gonna say I interfered? You got some fucking serious allegation. You wanna start doing that shit? Because remember, we gotta deal with the rules here. And once we start talking about the rules now, fucking Dane's like, oh, hang on. We don't want to break the rules now. The bitch is picking the rules over Vi. That's all I'm saying. He's picking the rules over Vi. This is the first time he's starting to show this shit. But whatever. Okay. You picked a side. You stood your ground. I get it. I got it. Whatever. So that shit happens. Some serious fucking allegations go down. Like, Dane don't want to break the rules. Vi is kind of seeing how it's really fucking going on, right? And then fucking they kind of leave. And then this is where Xaden comes and tells her to say, hey, listen, you got to be careful now because you are target number motherfucking uno on your back because there are 47 unbonded riders that would love the chance to fucking bond with fucking Tarnanach, okay? And you got another dragon. Think about that. 47 non-bonded and you get 2, motherfuckers ain't gonna be happy. So he walks out and then she turns around and he kind of turns around and he's like, number 1. And this is where Dane's like, actually, he's kind of right. But be safe, pick the smaller dragon. Fucking smack Dane. Entertainment purposes, TikTok, don't ban my video. Anyway, so that happens, and then the motherfucking dragons are coming back, right? And all of a sudden she's like, bing! Oh, I can hear Tarnanach in my head again. And she's like, hey, what's going on, buddy? So what's happening? What's the dealio? And he's like, everything is as it should be. And she's like, well, what the fuck does that mean? And he's like, everything is as it should be. Just shut the fuck up. Like, he's so annoyed with her. It's like a dad annoyed with the kid on a car trip, right? Like, he's trying just, you'll find out in 30 seconds. It's like watching me on live when I read a part and I start asking questions. And then all of a sudden, like 3 paragraphs later or a paragraph later, my answers are all done. It's fucking hilarious. But anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then fucking General Milligren, he jumps over and does his little test chappy and projects his voice, and it says, "The dragons have spoken, and she'll keep them both." And he calls her the Sorengale girl. Bitch, she is a fucking full-blown woman. Anyway, sorry. This is why my pad's broken. People piss me off like that. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then Mama says some shit, but she not paying attention to what Mama's saying, so it's more like the teacher, and Peanut's like, wah, 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 wah. And then everybody's super fucking happy, right? And then all of a sudden, they're like, do this. And then they look up, and fucking Dane comes flying over after it's all been announced, and he grabs her hand, and there's a cool little scene where like the dragons reach up, and fire goes up in the air, right? And I think this is like their power sigil ceremony, where when they shoot the flames up, they get their tattoos, which bond them and stuff. So that happens, and she's like, "Oh, that was cool." And Taryn was like, "Yeah, that's a pretty cool ritual and stuff." And she's like, "Yeah." And then all of a sudden, he's like, "Tell the boy to move." And she's like, "You might want to move." And then look, and then she look, and they can see through the dragon's eyes now. And she's got this fucking badass dragon tattoo on her back, right? Like, what? And then she's like, "That's fucking cool." And then Dane out of the middle of nowhere smacks a fucking kiss on. What are you doing? What? All I know is her reaction to this kiss is fucking chef's kiss. Nothing. It's gone. There's nothing there. It's empty. Like a soul. Not her soul, but maybe my soul. I don't know. Somebody who doesn't have a soul. That's how empty that kiss was. It didn't feel good. There was nothing there. And now she's got a cool tattoo and 2 motherfucking dragons. All right, one more chapter to go, folks. Join us then. What's it like the morning after 2 dragons and the Xaden effect? Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, a 4th Wing, chapter 17. Okay, let's get into this shit. So it's the morning after our girl just got her 2 motherfucking dragons, and not only does she get not 1, but 2 motherfucking dragons, they now upgrade from the barracks to a private room. Now, most of the other riders, they going out having conjugals and celebrating with the others, but not Vi. She wants to take a break. She needs some rest and relaxation, so she gets a good night's sleep, right? And then she wakes up the next morning, and then she comes out. She's not on breakfast duty no more. Nah, because now they got to focus on riding training. So no more extra duties. The extra duties are now taken by the people that weren't unbonded, right? So they got to do that. So now you know what that means. Anyway, we digress a little bit. So cat butt. Oh, cat butt, come in. Anyway, so she wakes up the next morning, and then, of course, fucking Dane's little bitch ass is outside waiting for her, and they're talking, and she sees everybody. No, sorry, Dane is not there. No, he's not there. He's at the table. He's sitting at the table. That's right. So she goes out and she sees everybody coming out, and she sees all her friends, right? And then Riddick comes up, and fucking Riddick, I love Riddick. Riddick is the coolest. He's like the class clown. He just comes up and he's like, "What's up, bitches? We did it!" So he's having a good time, and now they all go to breakfast. Now, normally it was just via breakfast, but things have changed now. And everybody, she's like, "Can I sit here?" "Yeah, yo, you sit here." And everybody in her little squad comes and sitting down. And then who is having the exact opposite treatment? Jack fucking Barlow. Nobody liked Jack Barlow. And apparently everybody found out the story. Everybody knows that he ran off like a little bitch. He's a little bitch, tried to do that shit. But he did get him an orange scorpion tail. Little small one. And cat butt coming. So people kind of see that. So Jack's not as cool as he thinks he is anymore. And I'm kind of hoping the scorpion tail will get mad and like spike himself in the head. But, anyway, so they're sitting there, and then they're talking, and everybody's coming around, and it's the new squad and stuff, and they're talking, and it's like, "Hey," Imogen comes up and says, "You, me, in the gym, we got to strengthen you up," and all this other good stuff. And she's like, "Wait, what do you mean?" And he's like, "Yeah, we got to do that." And it's like, "Oh, okay." And then she looks over, and she sees fucking Xaden sitting with all the other motherfucking like senior leadership, right? And again, the Xaden effect. I shouldn't like this guy, but I do. Yeah, just accept it, Vi. Why are we fighting it? I guess it makes it funner, like, I don't know. Anyway, so she's like, "All right, cool. So Imogen gonna train me, make me stronger." All right, cool. So that happens. And then we go to flight training. So now we go to flight training. We got Professor K there. We got Tarn. We got everybody else there. Now this flight training is pretty funny, okay? To make a long story short, she does a lot of free falling, okay? Because Vi wants to be Vi, and I want to hold on by myself. So he lets go of the magic, even though he says it's just a little bit of magic and it doesn't really affect me, but I'll never grow. So I love what he's doing because he's letting her fail and giving her what she wants, but he's still picking her up. See, that's how you let weaker people succeed. You let them do what they need to do, but you make sure if they fail successfully and safely. You can fail successfully. A fail is not a failure. You learn something from it, right? So she's learning and she's working it out. So they go through this whole flight day and they're kind of like getting back at each other, right? And they're figuring out and they're learning each other as the freaking dragon and the rider. Now, as the day ends, she fucking lands and it's time to meet up at the fucking gym with Imogen because she's got a gym appointment at the gym with Imogen. Say that 10 times real fast. Ready, set, go. Okay, anyway, now as she's on her way to the gym with Imogen to work on her muscles and shit, fucking douche shows up. Old Dane shows up. Now, Dane shows up. Now, I tell you what. Dane, this solidified you being a douche for a while. Okay, I'm sorry. So Dane comes up and he's trying to talk to Vi. And he's like, so listen, we got to talk about yesterday. And she's like, okay, what about yesterday? And he's like, you think he's going to talk about the dragons and all the amazingness and how she did some good stuff? Nah, he's like, so about the kiss. Okay, what about the kiss? Now listen, I get it, fraternization, same rank, same thing. But at the same time, are you really? I mean, it's a fucking excuse, Dane. You use that as an excuse. You use the fraternization rule on why you can't be with her, even though it's basically a freaking don't ask, don't tell policy, and nobody's gonna fucking say shit. So you're using your fucking shit for the rules to get out of a relationship with your... I'm sorry. That's why I don't like Dane. I'm sorry. I can't help it. At least right now. I want to like the guy. I think he's got a good heart. I don't think he actually cares about Vi. And I never think he did. And this proves it. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it from a different, because I'm a fucking dad. I'm a girl dad. And I look at the world different now. Maybe 20 years ago, I'd have been on his... I don't motherfucking know. But anyway, enough about Dane's little bitch ass. So she's like, yeah, cool. Don't worry about it, my guy. And then he's like, okay, cool. I'm going to go try to get promoted again. Like, go polish the fucking floors, you chode. So he fucking leaves. And then Imogen, she walks into the gym. And then apparently, the whole time she'd been in the gym with the fight training, she never noticed there's an actual weight room or a Pilates room in this corner over there. So now she walks into this room with Imogen. And in the corner is not only is it Imogen and her, but it's also Garrick and another person. And I believe there was another pair, and they're all from Fourth Wing, right? And they're in there, and Imogen's like, listen, we just got to strengthen up. We understand that you got these issues. We just need to strengthen your muscles up, okay? So she puts her on this little machine, and then this is where fucking Vi's like, so let me ask you a few questions. And she's like, what's up? And then she asks her questions, and it basically comes out to like, are you doing this because of fucking Xaden? Because for some reason, I mean, I get it. But anyway, Vi thinks that Imogen is with Xaden. Now, maybe that is, but I don't think it is. I think it's a fucking respect thing because they're all come from the children of the fallen rebellion, right? So I think it's a respect thing because, again, how Xaden was in by the tree when we first met him and he's trying to take care. I think it's Xaden just wants to take care of his people because they were wrongly forced into conscription because of the whole bull. Not saying, listen, a rebellion's a rebellion, you pay the consequences. But I think he's just trying to make sure his people can survive as long as motherfucking possible. The dragon bonded with him. The dragon's not... Are you lying to me, Rebecca? Are you going to tell me some shit that I find out later is wrong? Because, you know, another artist did that to me when they said Faye couldn't lie. I'm just saying. I think he's a good... So, anyway. I'm going off topic again. Anyway, so that fucking happens. And basically, fucking Imogen looks at her and just says, do fucking 30 reps. And that's where we end off. Next time, folks, will be chapter 18. See you then. You're killing me, Dane. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, chapter 18. Okay, excuse me. So we start out, I think it's been a few days since the last time, right? I'm not really sure, but Vi is now bringing books back down to the archives, right? So she's not on KP duty no more. She brings books back and forth from the professors and what people read. So she goes into the archives, and that makes her feel like home, like she misses the place, like the smell and the way it is and everything. Now, excuse me, for some reason when they go in there, they're not allowed to like smile and stuff. It's pretty stupid, and they got to use sign language. So I'm not going to attempt. I tried to learn, and I had the alphabet for like a week, and then I lost it. But anyway, digressing. So they use sign language to talk in there, and she's asking her old friend Xaden. I don't remember her last name, but Xaden, and they're sitting there talking, and she's like, can you find these books cool? And then she's like, hey, what about this book? And it's the book that Mira made her take out of her bag that her dad gave to her, The Fable of the Baron, right? That old one. And then she's like, I ain't never heard of that. And then she's like, tries to say like wyvern and the veneer, I guess that's what they're called. She's like, I never heard of that shit. And she's like, it's just a fun book. And this library is supposed to have every book except the banned books, right? So that's like, oh, okay, cool. Maybe we'll have it. So that happens. And then Professor Markham shows up with a bunch of first year. So then she goes to get the books. And then Professor Markham's kind of talking and he's bragging like, yeah, she used to be here. Now she over there doing great things. And everybody's bragging and it's cool. And then he's like, hey, be careful. And then I'll see you in battle brief, right? Excuse me. So that happens, and then she comes back and she's like, I found all the books, but I couldn't find that one, which is very, very strange because that shouldn't be a banned book, right? Where'd you get the book from, Dad? What's really going on here, folks? That's kind of fucking fishy if you ask me. So anyway, so from there, then we flash over to lunch, right? So now everybody's sitting at lunch and they're eating and they're talking and fucking Riddick's being the life of the party at lunch. He's sitting there talking about how Sawyer was doing this fighting and the guy had a sword and then all of a sudden the sword twisted and bent and they're like, Riddick, let him tell the story. It's his story. He's like, but it's so fun. So anyway, we find out that Sawyer's powers have manifested and he's getting a signet and he's like a metallurgist, right? So like, we gotta get you some wooden spoons. And then everybody's kind of talking and they're like, what's the new professor like? It's the only one we haven't met. And they're like, Professor Carr? He's fucking, you'll see Professor Carr when you get there. Like, you should be motherfucking scared and shit, right? So then they're sitting there and then they're like, okay, we gotta go and she eats some turkey and shit. She's getting a little stronger. It's doing good. So, excuse me. So that happens, and then we go to fucking flight training, right? So now flight training ain't changed. Like they rotate flight training, so it's their day. So they go out there and they're doing their flight training. And listen, Vi's falling off left and right, but she's trying, and it just happens like a dozen times. But we also find out when they land and she's like doing her PMCS, that's pre-maintenance checks and services for y'all that don't know. PMCS, that's what we have to do in the military before, during, and after you work with your equipment. So she's doing all her checks and shit, making sure there's like no tree branches and motherfucking, sorry about my ear. Taryn's like, I can do this shit myself. I'm not stupid enough to know if I got like a sticker in me or something. So she's like, I gotta do my job, shut up. So that happens, and then as he's doing that, fucking Taryn's like, you're fucking douches here. And she's like, what? That's just fucking Dane. And he's like, no, Taryn is even saying he's a douche. And if he fucking harms you, I'm gonna fucking roast him and toast him. And he's like, you better fucking tell him. So she's like, I ain't gonna say shit. And he's like, you fucking tell him. So she tells him and shit. Oh, we got a cat butt coming. 3, 2, 1. Boom, cat butt. So anyway, so she fucking finally tells him and then the dragons fly off. And then they're talking. And this is where fucking Dane, once again, he goes into his big ass fucking, I want to protect you instead. I just like, listen, I can't. I know he does. I trust. I think he's got the best interest, but he's doing it all fucking wrong. And I'll give him a break because I understand he's young and dumb. And I was just like that too. And I'm looking at this from a 48-year-old perspective of a fucking father of 3 girls too. So I got it. I'm a little fucking biased, but shit pisses me the fuck off because if he just fucking opened his eyes, it would all be different. But he's not good enough for anyway, and it's going to be Xaden, and we all know that. So anyway, digressing. But he digs his hole, and he's digging deeper and deeper and deeper, and he's looking at all her negatives, and Vi finally catches on it. She fucking just, she fucking lets him have it. Like, oh shit. She's like, you can't fucking do this, that, and that. I'm fucking tired of the bullshit. You're just pointing out my flaws, and fucking basically storms the fuck off. And I'm like, yeah, baby, let's fucking go. So she's storming off. Of course, she fucking looks over and there's old daddy Xaden, arms crossed, legs spread. God damn this man. Hey, baby girl. No cat butt. Okay, so anyway, wait. You good? Okay, so anyway, so she sees that and she sees Xaden and she's getting a little, all of a sudden, motherfucking, we hear some motherfucking screaming, like, what the hell? So everybody goes running over, and this dude is like, I can't help it. Why are you looking at me like that? Why do you hate me? Why do you want to have sex with that? Why are you doing? And the person, they're a mind reader now because their dragon powers are coming in, and they're losing their shit. And then he looks at Dane, and he's like, wait, will I hate me forever? And everybody's like, what the fuck? And then fucking She feels the prickly. Turns around. Xaden comes up and he's like, clear your fucking mind. Start doing history lessons and you want all your secrets out, right? So she fucking starts reciting and all of a sudden this professor comes running up, right? And the fucking shadows come around. Everybody's kind of doing it. And the professor, the guy's like screaming. He's like, I can't do it. And all of a sudden breaks and echoes off the walls. Excuse me about that. And that's where Sawyer goes, welcome to Professor Carr. Okay. So I guess brain reading is like an instant sentence. That's wild. Okay. So then that happens, and then we end off, we go, and Vi's sleeping. And all of a sudden, as she's sleeping, she's getting fucking attacked. You're not supposed to be able to attack them in their sleep. How are they? Okay, breaking the rules, but Dane won't break. This is another reason. But anyway, so there's like 3 dudes and 3 females, and like 1 female is just there opening the door. So the Taryn's in her head, wake the fuck up. And she wakes up, and they're fucking coming, and she's like, oh shit. And she slides on the back of my fucking bed, right? And he's like, you gotta run. So one comes at, and she fucking chaka-ka, and she whoosha, and she throws a dart, it hits fucking dude in the shoulder, right? And she's fucking duck, dip, diving, and she's like swimming around, and she's trying to run. And then she's like, I'm gonna jump out the window. And Taryn's like, nah, motherfucker, I'm not close enough to get you there. But don't worry, hang on, he's on his way. Who do you mean is on the motherfucking way? And then fucking Adarnia gets up in her head and she's like, just hold out a little longer. You can do it. And then she goes and she starts to make a move and she's about to throw a dagger. And Taryn's like, don't throw any more daggers. So she goes and she's like, and she's waiting. And then they go to make a move and listen, they finally get her. They can't do shit. It's like 1 against 6, right? They overpower and fucking Oren, that little choked bitch ass, he's taking the air from her and then puts her down. And then he's got his dagger out, and then Kappa coming. And then right before he's about to take the blade and go across his throat, all of a sudden, woof, and the whole place freezes, except for her. And then she's got a darn in her head saying, run, move. Like the last words are like, everyone in the room is frozen in place, except me. Join us, chapter 19, coming up. Time's frozen and she's just a baby. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, 4th Wing, chapter 19. Let's talk about it. Okay, so time is frozen. She's getting attacked in the sleep, which is fucking bullshit. She's like 6 people, I believe. She's injured 3 of them. And then fucking Oren's got her almost choked out, right? And then fucking all of a sudden, time stops. And Adarna comes in to remind us, like, I can only hold it for a little while. And she's like, wait, what the fuck? And it's like a scene from like the Marvel movies with like Quicksilver, Marvel X-Men. And the Quicksilver, the guy runs really fast, you know what I'm saying? And he's like moving the peoples and the bullets out the way. It's kind of like that. So she gets out of the way and runs to the door. And when she runs to the door, vroom, time comes up and then dun, 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 Xaden shows up. Now this motherfucker, God damn. Okay, my guy. Every single woman who read this chapter right here wishes they were being held by them shadows. I'm just saying, and I'm not mad at him. Digressing. So anyway, listen, the whole group, just shadows done like, wow. So yeah, they're all, wow, he's a badass. So that happens, and then fucking Garrick and his brother, what is it? Fucking Bodhi. They come in and he's like, you're on body duty. And they're picking everybody up and getting out there. Excuse me. And this is where Xaden, he goes in. I see we all call him fucking Zaddy. Okay? Because he goes into daddy mode, right? He goes into dad mode. He's like, are you okay? Don't fucking lie to me. I can hear your breathing. It's your ribs. Taryn's in the fucking head. You got to trust him. And shit's all going on, right? Excuse me. So they're doing that, and they're taking the bodies out, and then he checks on her. She just bruises, no ribs, tells about the stuff, and then he's like, all right, come on, we gotta go. And he's like, what? So he's like, grabs her hand, not too hard, not too soft, and they fucking go. And then as they're fucking walking, and then they go, hits a button on the wall, and it's like, secret tunnel. So they're going through this motherfucking tunnel, right? And then he's like, where are we going? Like, we gonna talk about fucking, what did you say? Yeah, we gotta go talk to the dragons, bitch, because I need fucking answers. So they go up there and they push the button and then they come out the secret tunnel. So then they come out in the field and then the motherfucking dragons land. Now when I said dragons with S because fucking Terran lands, fucking Sigale lands, and motherfucking Adarna, Goldie lands, right? And we get, hey buddy, I'll put you outside a second, okay bud? All right, so then you need to go out now? Okay, 1 second. Gotta put the dog out, be right back. Okay, sorry about that. So the dragons freaking landed, right? And all the dragons are there, and then fucking goddamn it, we find out Xaden's balls are like fucking boulders, right? And he just starts, what the fuck is happening? And he's just talking some shit to, what did you say? So anyway, and if I'm not, I might be wrong, but if I'm not, I don't think I am. But we find out that Sigale can also talk to Vi, and fucking Terran can also talk to motherfucking Xaden, right? Since they're the bonded and stuff, all four of them can do that. But fucking Xaden can't fucking hear Adarna. Okay, so that's what it is. And then we find out that Adarna, she's just a baby. She only like 2 years old. She wasn't supposed, and then we find out that, okay, I thought that she was no, they're not the baby. Okay, I was wrong on that prediction. I was wrong. But her parents died, so like everybody trying to raise her, right? And then we find out that she's a feathertail. Now, feathertails aren't supposed to bond because their power's unpredictable. And then we find out, like, the guy with the brain power, Jeremiah, that's an illegal power. He was no matter what, even if he could control capital, no matter what. And that they find out that's why Darna's like, I gave it, that's why I'm saying it. And then, excuse me, so excited, I start coughing. So anyway, Adarna is giving her power. Now, the time-stopping power might change as she gets older, but that's the reason they don't let the little non-mature ones, the babies, bond is because the power is, if they gave the power and the rider could use all the power and burn out the dragon. But, you know, Vi, she's like, I won't do that to you. And fucking as they're having that conversation, Xaden's like, what is she saying? And so he fucking tells her, and this is all fucking happening. So everybody's fucking trusted, okay? It is so fucking wild what is happening now. Like the bonds that you're tied and twisted, and it's fucking crazy. Excuse me. So they all agree it's all gonna be okay. Everybody's gonna keep the secret. And Xaden is like, you really gotta keep the secret because remember, our lives are all tied together. So we in this shit together yeah, okay. And then as they start walking back, he's like, now we gotta figure out how the fuck they got in your room. And he's like, you tell me the truth. And she's like, you're not gonna want to believe me, but somebody opened the door and it was a female and they took off running. And that's how it ended, like dead ass. Because it says, there was a rider, I tell him, someone who ran away before you arrived. She must have unlocked the door from the outside. And he's like, who? He halts, taking my elbow gently, always gently, he's never rough with her, and turning me toward him. Excuse me, shaking my head. And he's like, at some point, you're going to have to start trusting each other, Sorengale. The rest of our lives depend on it. Fury swims in Xaden's eyes. Now tell me who. Oh, fucking great. Join us, chapter 20. Consequences and repercussions in example 542 of why I think Dane's a fucking chode at this current point. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, fourth wing at chapter 20. Okay, so we get into it. It's the next morning. It's roll call, right? They just announced 8 names, and we know where 6 of them came from. I'm just saying. All right, so that happens. So we're going through there. Now, as they're sitting there in rows, everybody's kind of yapping and talking. Riddick's kind of just being the funny guy, right? And so they're sitting in freaking formation, and then fucking Xaden walks up. Now, oh my God. So Xaden walks up, and he starts talking to fucking Dane. And he's like, hey, Dane, let me explain this to you. Fucking Vaughn is leaving. And I'm like, is that our Vaughn? Is that the Vaughn? No, it's not the Vaughn. Vaughn still ain't been found. Sorry, folks. I thought we found him for a second. But anyway, they're changing Vaughn and fucking Liam. So Liam's now coming to their side and Vaughn's fucking leaving. And apparently, well, we all know why that is. Duh. Liam is going to be the bodyguard for Vi, right? Because we already know that motherfucking Xaden said he ain't trying to sleep on the floor. And then she's like, what the fuck do you mean? Like protesting this, like verbally in front of everybody. And everybody's like, what is happening? And Liam's just like, I'm going to be bodyguard. He's just standing there, right? So that fucking happens. And then it is what it is. And after this whole point, like before that happens, Vi finally has the realization, page 240. It takes her 240 pages. Ladies and gentlemen, I figured it out on like page 5. I don't like the third time we mentioned Xaden, I think we understood what was happening and how we all felt about him. But it took her to page 240 before she finally realized I want him. And he making my body tingle in all the right places. Like, Jesus Christ, woman, pay attention. Even we knew this. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then they get into formation, and now one of the main commandants comes up, and now he never comes up unless some shit happens. Well, we all know some shit happened last night. So he starts talking, and then Dane finally turns around and notices the mark on her fuck. Like, oh, are you okay? Like, bitch, you just noted. Why didn't you tell me? I wouldn't tell you because you'd be a little bitch, and I know you're not going to believe me. Oh, no, I believe you. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, we got some shit that went down, and there's been an accusation. So Xaden walks up and is like, excuse me, last night there was an attack, and we know when there's a motherfucking attack, it's bad against Article 2, Section 3 and shit. And like, ooh, what's happening with that? And then he's like, it was Amber Maven. Weave that fucking bitch. And now, I will say at this point, when Xaden makes the accusation, some fucking bitch in the back is like, he's just one of them fucking branded people, right? Or really, yeah. And then when he makes the allegation against Amber, and Amber is also one of those people, even though her family states she's not branded, but they're still a tear, whatever, the tear. So they're like, what'd you say about that, you racist bastard? Little bitch. Anyway, we don't stand for that. So anyway, so that happens, and then the dragons start flying up. We got fucking Taryn and fucking Sigale and fucking, I ain't even gonna, the red orange tail and the major dude, the commandant's one shows up, and a brown tail, and they're all sitting there having conversations and shit. And then Xaden makes the allegation, and the girl is like, I didn't do it. And like, no, it's not me. And Dane's like, say you did, tell him you didn't do it. Wing leaders are above reproach. She wouldn't do that. And she looks at Dane like, bitch, she did it. And you don't fucking believe her, Dane. This is what, you're her best friend, but she wouldn't do that. That's against the rules. This is the problem with Dane. I'm sorry. This is the fucking problem with Dane. I don't understand. But anyway, digressing. So, excuse me. Oh, my nose. Fuck you, cedar pollen. Anyway, digressing. So, that happens. So Dane is like, here, let me touch you so I can see, and just going to grab me like, bitch, if you touch me, I'm gonna mollywop your ass. So she's like, no. So she's fucking like, Taryn, can you fucking show him the image? Well, I could, but that's against it. It's like, listen, if you don't do that, some shit's gonna motherfucking happen. So finally, all the wing leaders are having a meeting and shit, and they're discussing it, and he shares the image, and everybody's like, what? And it sees it, and Dane's like, what the fuck? Now you get it, Dane. Now you get it. And then all of a sudden, now, see, this is the unfortunate part of this issue. Like, because Amber's a bitch and she deserved what she got, right? But I feel bad for her dragon. And her dragon tries to basically say, like, no. And then Vi realizes this too. And Vi even tries, no, maybe we can work our shit out. We can become friends, like frenemies, like work our shit out. And then Tarn is all up in the head and like, listen, I let one person alive on the battlefield and they tried to you and no, not happening no more. Sorry, we ain't taking no chances. And he goes, woof, and we got roasted Amber. And then everybody ears, they gotta hold their ears. It's so loud because her dragon screamed very, very pain. Because a dragon without a rider is a tragedy. And a rider without a dragon is dead. But anyway, don't be a bitch and try to kill Vi and you won't have this problem. That's all I'm gonna say. So don't do it and you won't have a fucking problem. Anyway, that's all we got for today, folks. Join us next time. We got Liam coming in with some history lessons today. I see why everybody likes Liam. He's a good dude. I can see he's got a good heart. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, a Fourth Wing, chapter 21. Okay, let's get into it. So we start the morning out, right? And Vi has got Liam, her new bodyguard. They're on their way down to the freaking archives right now. As they go into the archives, I tell you what, the way the motherfucker, I hate me some prejudice and some racism and some bullshit. I hate that. But anyway, these motherfuckers are fucking like, they see her and they're like, cool. And then they see Liam because, you know, he's basically one of the rebellion children. And they're like, being bullshitty to him. Fucking is stupid. Anyway, so they walk in and then they talk to Xaden, right? And they sign to her and they're like, hey, we need to get these books and stuff. And she's like, okay. And then Liam, he's signing with her too. He can motherfucking sign. That's pretty cool. He's a little bit flirty there. And Vi's like, hey, hold up, motherfucker. Listen. That she's a no-go unless you plan in long-term, okay? Like, you don't even talk to her unless you're ready for fucking long-term commitment. And he's like, what are you talking about? We might not be able to survive tomorrow. And she's like, motherfucker, she's a scribe. She can plan long-term. She's not flying by the seat of her pants, okay? And he's like, oh, yeah, you're kind of right. So they're talking a little bit, and then she goes back to get the books, right? So now it's her and Liam talking, and, excuse me, they're just doing some idle chit-chat, and the first thing she talks about is like, hey, how do you deal with all these motherfucking chode ball sacks, like, you know, like fucking looking at you different? And he's like, hey, you know, it is what it is, blah, 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 blah. And then we talk about the history of how it went. Like, listen, hey, our parents did it. We were kids, okay? We went to little foster parents. Like, wait, what? So we get the whole foster parents. Xaden is the oldest. There was like 67 or 67, I don't remember. Maybe it was 87, like parents of the rebellions, and they had like 107 kids. Xaden being the oldest, and Juliana being the youngest, and she'll be coming next year. And like I see why he's fucking Shadow Daddy. He is the daddy. He taking care of everybody. He makes like, we are learning so much about Xaden from this conversation with Liam and stuff. And it's like, wow, okay. So she kind of seeing this different aspect and this different perspective. Because remember when they first got there, it was like, I'm gonna worry about and you Lawrence in this place gonna do it. And now he putting bodyguards on her and shit. It's like, there's so much stuff that's happening. It's like, wow, what the fuck? So she's getting this new perspective, right? She was looking like it. She was like, this is Xaden. Now she's starting to see Xaden, right? But she don't realize it. So that happens. And then they're talking. And then she comes down, Xaden comes back, and then she got the books, and she's like, all the books are here, plus here's the scroll for, excuse me about my ear, Professor Markham, right? And they're like, all right, cool. So then they leave, and they're saying, bye-bye, and they fucking go to leave. And as they're leaving, they're having more conversation going up, and this conversation, like, they're just, the basic way I can sell it without giving out all the details, because I'd be here forever, is, Liam and Vi actually says it like, it seems like you're trying to sell me on the finer points of Xaden, right? Like, you don't have to sell us on this motherfucker anymore, right? So as they're pushing up the carts and talking about all the history, oh, and there was one small part, I know this is going to come in important later, but they talked about Liam's father. Now, his father wasn't part of the rebellion, and Vi had read the rolls but they didn't his father there. They ended up doing the father at the estate before they gave his estate over, and Liam was there, which Vi noticed was very weird. So I have to make sure I talk about that one. I don't know if it's going to be important, but it was very separate. While everybody else was at a certain location, he was at I don't know, something there. But anyway, digressing. So as they're walking up, and then he's just continued talking like good about Xaden and stuff, they hit a little rock and stuff, and the scroll falls. And then Vi's like, oh no, and she grabs the scroll, and then the scroll opens up, and then she reading the scroll. Now, as she reads the scroll, it's talking about Somerton. Now, Somerton is a town, I want to say the southern, I can't remember exactly, don't forgive me, but it's in one of the locations, the wards and attack, ransacked, and like, what the heck? Okay, maybe this is what we're talking about, battle brief. Now, it says she looks at it. It said she looked at it and didn't see no GS-13 certified classified, okay? It was none of that secret squirrel stuff. Like, she didn't need her TSSCI clearance or nothing. So she was like, all right, cool. So they just put it on top, and then they fucking went back on with their day, and now they're getting ready to go battle brief. Now, as they come into battle brief, they're talking about how everybody can sit down because there's so many people, and they're talking. And now, again, when Xaden walks in the room, she gets the icy prickly feelies, and she knows it. And then as they're saying that, she gets the prickly feelies, and then Liam, as he's sitting there, Liam likes to whittle wood. It's fucking cool. So he's whittling wood and stuff, and he looks up and he goes, oh, fucking Xaden's here. And then they're talking, and she's like, yeah, I realize. And he's like, you know, you're the only person that would probably get away with flicking off the fucking strongest, most powerful, best fighter, best rider in the quadrant. Like, what are you doing? And we're talking about that. I don't know if it said here or earlier part, but at some point we find out, I think it's here, through the conversation, that Xaden has put a ward on her door that only she can get through. Like, what? Because they're all joking about sleeping on the floor and in the hallway and stuff. So that shit's all happening. And then the professors and stuff come in, and they're all talking, and Xaden paying her no attention. She's like, I wish this motherfucker pay attention to me, but he's always being like very busy and shit. Like, I don't know. You know she wants him. She admitted it so much. Anyway, digressing. So this happening, she still got a quill, and then they talk about when you get your signet, I guess you can write with a fucking ballpoint pen at this point. I don't know, fucking weird. So she got her ink and her quill, and she drops her quill. And as she drops her quill, Xaden will have another conversation. Oh, shadow daddy, like, here you go, violence. Like, what the fuck? All right, Xaden. Save some for the rest of us, my guy. I'm trying to save my marriage with these fucking... How, babe? Babe, I'm so glad. That's how I know my wife loved me, because she read all these books and she's still with me, right? She ain't leaving me. Yes. Anyway, digressing. Okay, so he does that, and then she kind of notices that, and she's like, oh, whatever. And then he gives it, and then the battle brief starts. Except fucking Professor Markham is like, yeah, we ain't got shit to talk about today, so instead we're going to talk about this really old-ass battle that Vi basically describes as a battle that happened before plumbing was around. So that fucking happens, and her and fucking Lim are like, wait a second. So they scratch out Somerton on their paper, like, are you sure that wasn't classified? Like, I didn't see it. Maybe it was motherfucking classified. She's like, oh shit. Maybe, I don't know. It's fucking scary now. Some shit's about to go down. I feel the buildup coming. Anyway, oh, and whoever we found out also, before I end it off, we find out whoever wins the war games, I guess, or the next competition, their grand prize is they get to go do an escort mission with the real live group on the front. That sounds like a punishment, not a reward. But anyway, digressing, join us, 22 coming up. That escalated and de-escalated just as quick, and I honestly realize at this point, I think this helmet's the only thing protecting me from Xaden. Let's fucking talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories of Fourth Wing, chapter 22. Okay, so let's get into it. So we start out and it's like, it's December. We've fast forwarded to December, okay? Excuse me. So we're in December. Like 3/4 of the class has started channeling their power, right? So they started to channel it, but unfortunately, Vi has not. She's slacking in that area. All right. So anyway, so we're in sparring training, okay? Now, as she's sparring, for some reason, even against her bosses, and I say boss, our wing leader, Xaden's orders, she took her armor off and she got it in the chair, airing out because she watered it, right? So she on the fucking bing, 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 cha, 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 cha. She's not ping, not you. So she's on a bow staff. She's like, well, fucking Rihanna, not right? Excuse me, Rihanna. So they're fucking practicing and shit. And Vi's getting pissed because she got a lot of things going on in her head. Rihanna's not really going at her, and she's like, "You're fucking not doing me no justice. Fucking go." And Rihanna's like, "I ain't trying to hurt you, girl." And fucking Terrence in her head, like, go on the attack, like everybody's happening here. And she got to deal with motherfucking Liam over there, fucking whittling wood. He making another dragon. And she's not happy right now. There's a lot of shit to deal with, you know what I'm saying? So she's going through that. And as that happens, you know, they're fighting, sparring. And then who walks in? It's old Zaddy. Zaddy fucking walks in. God damn this man. I tell you what. I am not allowed to say the things that this book does to this man. This man, like, talk about putting something on a pedestal. This man must, like, he got it. Like, they are, wow, perfect. Like, perfect lip, perfect. He takes his shirt off. I tell you what, I think the temperature, it's already, like, unnaturally hot where I currently live right now for fucking January. And I think it just turned it in even hotter. Like, it was hot. Like, almost made my allergies clear the fuck up. Like, that's how hot it got, right? Like, what the hell? So anyway, digressing. So he takes his shirt off, and then him and fucking Garrick go at it. Like, they're fucking sparring. And Vi and Rhea are going at it. And then Vi looks over and sees the sweat glistening off of his abs, which have abs that have abs. And his muscles that have muscles that have muscles. And he's got the largest signet and the tattoo. Like, I tell you what. He's pretty fucking perfect is what it sounds like. It's making me fucking jealous. Like, definitely not this man. Like, I don't know. I need to see him in a room standing next to each other so I can say who's the perfect specimen. But, yeah, whoa. Hey, y'all, wow. Book makes him sound pretty close. Anyway, okay, digressing. So that happens. And then as she just gets lost looking at all the fucking gloriness that is fucking Xaden, right? Fucking Reed, bam, pops her, smack, she falls down on the motherfucking ground. And this is where Jack fucking Marlowe comes in, right? Like, and that's the writer turn pick. Like, somebody go fucking drop kick him. Like, just pile drive him, but don't put your legs in the way. Like, let his head, it's entertainment purposes, TikTok. It's a fictional character. Don't ban me. Just saying. Okay, digressing. Excuse me. So, Jack starts fucking running his mouth, but unfortunately, Jack's running his mouth with facts here, okay? I hate to say it, but he is right. And he's like, I'm gonna challenge you. Like, why don't you just, like, I'm gonna challenge you next week because right now you're hiding behind your bodyguards. And that's when he's got facts, because, like, nobody, you know what I'm saying? So he's, like, running his mouth, and then Liam steps up, and everybody else kind of fucking steps up and is like, see, this is what I'm talking about. And she's like, you know what, motherfucker? That's all right. That's all right. You ran, bitch. We saw you run away on fucking blah, 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 blah. And then starts running his mouth. And then fucking, he comes charging at her for some reason. Like he's going to do some shit. Like, I don't know what you're thinking, guy. Fucking Lynn just grabs him, takes him like a bouncer, fucking takes him out, throws him out the door. Xaden uses his fucking shadow powers to like fucking slam the door. Here, see you with the fucking slam the door. What is it? Hit you with a good Lord split you or whatever it is. Anyway, so he's out of there. And then fucking Dane is fucking opens his mouth like, fucking, and Xaden jumps in and is like, hey, motherfucker, you know what? You got a really fucking weird and inconvenient time to pick her side and not pick her side. Like, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, we all know that was a fucking hit at the whole fucking Amber bullshit, right? So anyway, so he fucking does that and fucking shuts Dane and puts his bitch ass in his place. Well, somebody called him shit-stained Dane. That was fucking great. I like that one. Chode Leader 1. Anyway, no, that's Barlow. Chode Leader 2. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then Xaden, boom, he turns his attention to Violet. Now I'm talking, he's looking down on her, and he's just like, why aren't you wearing your armor, Violence? And he just starts giving her the fucking ba. And she's half like sweating from perspiration, and then, excuse me, it's getting moist other places. And she's like, fuck. So anyway, so that whole bullshit happens, and she's like, you need to train me. And he's like, what do you think I've been doing? And yada, yada, yada. So all that bullshit happens, right? And then as she basically takes that tongue lashing, it's not the tongue she wants right now, but I'll tell you what, we'll get to that later. So fucking turns around and leaves, and then all of a sudden she hears in her head fucking Taryn and fucking Arnie fucking like, oh, she's ready. Oh, shit. Okay, so now we go to the night. And remember, she's in her room, and there's a ward, only she can open the door. And, well, they start channeling to her. She's starting to get her stuff, right? Unfortunately, this happens, and Tarn decides he wants to get him some dragon stuff. So Tarn is going at it, okay? And when this is she's dealing with powers, falls to the ground, gets up, fucking opens the door, and Liam's there. And I guess since the emotions of, the schmexit time, that's kind of making her look at Liam like, damn, you're kind of schmexy. And he's like, no, stop. So they stop. And she's like, I'm going to go lay down in my room. So she lays down in her room. Liam goes back to his room. She's like, oh, I can't deal with this shit. So she fucking gets up, checks both ways as she leaves, and runs outside, right? So, of course, as she gets outside, you know who else is going to be out there because he feeling this shit too. So he out there smoking some Tremura or something. I guess that's like myth root, I guess. I don't know. I'm going to see if I can black salt my way in there and maybe find out and test it out for y'all. I'll let you know. But anyway, so he's out there and he's like, oh, you're dealing with the two. I guess you're channeling. She's like, yeah, I don't know what to do. And he's like, come here, I'll help you. And I tell you what, Dave, this was, if I would have read this live, y'all would have went feral. Y'all would have went feral. I'm telling you, feral. Like he all up, pretty please, violent, you better, yeah, y'all would have went feral. So he all up in there and is like, here, I'll help you, mind wall, say please, and the whole please thing. And then hands on the cheek, and then you got to ground yourself, feet on the ground, think of a place. She's in the archives, thinking of the door, closing the door, lock the door, it helps, but all the goodness, right? And then all of a sudden it gets a little close and they have their first kiss. Hallelujah, hallelujah, it's glorious, it's glorious, it's glorious. It is everything she's ever wanted, and it's the only thing she'll ever want again at this point. Like, that's the safest way I can describe it, right? But fucking Xaden right here is like, boom, hey, no, stop. We got to stop because these feelings these are mine, not yours. Like, what did you say? Okay, Xaden, I'm gonna be respectful too. Like, what did you say? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Like, he kind of takes that and pulls away, and he's like, listen, we gotta stop this. This is not the right time. This is not right circumstances. And he's like, all right, we gotta go, and fucking done. And just to end it out, we're gonna read the last part because I fucking 100%. And it says, it's harder than it should be to keep moving in the direction of my dorm room when all I wanted to do was go back right down to that stupid freaking steps. Tomorrow is gonna suck. Woo! What a chapter. Join us next time, folks. You know, oranges don't get enough credit for all the things they do. I mean, orange juice, vitamin C, orange chicken from Panda Express, if you like that kind of thing. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, Chapter 23. Okay, so we wake up, it's the next morning after Vi started getting the powers from the dragons and everybody, and then her and Xaden had that first kiss time. All right, it was pretty crazy. My chair's all out of place. All right, here we go. So they had that right now. It's the next morning. So she's sitting there talking the next morning, and she's talking to Rihanna in the bedroom, right? And they're having a conversation. She's like, what the heck? What's going on? She's like, I don't know. It's so much happening. And they're just girl talking, right? And then Liam knocking on the door. Hey, what's up, girls? And she's like, what are you doing? Can you give her some privacy? She's like, hey, I went to the bathroom and you was gone. Like, what the hell? Like give me some space. And he's like, all right, cool. I'll be outside. Just waiting for you. And then she closes the door, and then Rihanna's like, hey, I gotta show you some shit. Watch this shit. And she goes, oh yeah, what's that? And she goes, whoosh, and like the book, and like she like summons the book. Like she's a summoner. That's her power, right? And she's like, I can't do it through walls. And they're like, yet. And then like this whole conversation is these two girls like building them up, right? And they're saying, you're gonna be a powerful summoner. And she's like, well, I can't get it through walls. And she's like, yet. And then Rihanna's like, listen, you gotta understand, you're the most powerful motherfucking writer. And she's like, no, that's Xaden. She's like, nah, bitch, think about it. You got Taryn. Yeah, you're the yeah. So he might be the most powerful now, but you're gonna be the most powerful yet. Because they're still trying to figure out, because remember, the dragons are mated, and he's a third year. He gonna be leaving soon. She's a first year. So are they flying back and forth? Cat butt coming. Wow. So like that's what happening, right? So that's what a lot of this, dang, you just dropping it right on the, okay. So anyway, we're cattail talking. So that's what a lot of that conversation was about, right? It's like, what's gonna happen when it's time to go to the front? Oh, you didn't like that, did you? Nah. All right, so that happens, and then they're like, okay, it's time to go to class. Now, as they're walking to class, they're talking with Liam, and Liam's like, here, I made you a whittled Taryn for you. And she's like, oh, that's cool. And he's like, I want to do Arnie too, but I haven't seen her very much now. Arnie been sleeping a long time after the little magic trick, so she don't show up when, she needs to. And then he looks at Rihanna and is like, hey, I'm gonna make Fergie next too. And she's like, oh, cool, that's very nice. And, Vi's like, hey, I really like this. I mean it a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ooh, excuse me, that was nasty. Okay, so they're about to go to class, and it's Professor Carr's class. Son of a gun. All right, and now as they're going up there, she sees Xaden talking to everybody. Xaden with his arms crossed. Man, I want to cross my arms. Maybe I need to go to the gym. Anyway, digressing. So they sit there, and she's looking into him, and nothing really happens, right? And then fucking shit-stained Dane comes in. Fucking Dane. He, this whole, I hated him more. Well, hate's a strong word. I disliked him more, and then he did good, and then he did bad, and then he did good. So it was like up, down, up, down, up, down. It's like Michael Scott. Swip, swap, swip, swap, swip, swap. Like, what are we doing here, Dane? Fucking figure it out. So he has this conversation with fucking Violet, right? And they're sitting there having a conversation, and they're going back and forth, and she's like, listen, you didn't listen to me. You just said, make me give you the fucking memory. You didn't ask me for it, and going back and forth, and like, you didn't trust. So we're finally going through all this, and she lays it all down, and he's like, okay, fuck, you're right. And when it all comes down to it at the end, is I understand you want to protect me, but by protecting me, you're fucking hurting me, okay? And then he's like, okay, I get it, I got it. And then he does apologize. Now, I'll give him credit. He does apologize
for saying, give me the memory and not asking. And they're like, yeah, okay, cool. And I guess they're kind of like on neutral. I don't know. Anyway, digress. So that happens, and then they go into class, and she meets Professor Carr, who basically scares the living shit out of her because he's a scary motherfucker. No powers yet. Okay, family, your family's great line. Your brother was a healer. You better have some super magical cool power. Your sister got warden powers. Everybody's legendary. What you gonna do, Violet? Woo! When the dragon power comes to you. So he's all like fucking macho man and shit, like scary mom. Now remember, he snapped the dude's neck really quick. All right, so then that happens, and then we fast forward a few weeks, right? Now we're a couple weeks into January now. Dragons are like, it's too fucking cold outside. We ain't flying, bitches. It's cold. We old muscles ache. Our arthritis is acting up. So that's not happening. So they've been just montages of training, and she wins a match and a dagger, and she wins another match and a dagger, and another match and a dagger, and then all of a sudden she manages to find out that apparently this is the time old fucking Jack Barlow, what do we say? Oh, fuck Jack Barlow. He gonna make the challenge, and she knows it. So now this is where she has a conversation with Liam, and man, she puts Liam between a rock and a motherfucking hard place. Let me tell you what. What'd you tell me, Wise? It's a rock and a hard place, right? So she's like, Liam, listen, I need you to promise you won't tell fucking Xaden about this. And he's like, could you get hurt? And she says no, and he's like, okay, but that's a fucking lie. Why we gotta be lying? Like, he's a good dude. But anyway, she's like, yeah, just don't tell Xaden about fucking Jack fucking fight me and shit. And all of a sudden it comes to the ring and it's time to fight. So she's like, hey, I appreciate you not saying nothing. You go tell him now because you can't get him here in time. And Riddick's like, what the fuck? And fucking Liam's like, Riddick, watch her and shit. And then fucking Jack Barlow versus Violet Sorrengail. And Jack's like, oh, motherfucker, you Violet, a big stupid guy, right? So he comes in and they're sitting there, and Violet sitting there, pulls a dagger out of her boots, right? She's like, all right, here we go. And she's all fucking ready. And he comes in, she's like, whoop, whoosh-ah, boom. And she cuts the back of his hand first. He's like, oh, you little stupid girl. And then motherfucking, he comes at her again, and she's all like, whoosh, whoosh-ah, whoosh-ah. And she stabs him on the forearm, right? And then he gets all mad and goes, ah, and charging. Then she takes a dagger in the forearm. She blacks it in her forearm, y'all. That shit was wild. And then that happens, right? And then he takes her and fucking judo flip and flips her over, and she lands on her shoulder, but it doesn't break because Imogen has been helping her train and shit, right? So her shoulder doesn't fucking subletax or whatever the fuck, dislocate, okay, and break and shit. And then she's like, oh shit, I gotta do something. So then she manages to fucking flip him over, and she's trying to choke him out. He's like, no, give up. No, give up. Fucking Liam went to get fucking Riddick. Fucking shit's pulling on. They're not allowed to throw weapons. He manages to like kick her off, gets up, and fucking throws a dagger, and it goes in her. And all of a sudden, he's on top of her, right? He charges on top, and he's all, ah, and he's starting to use his power and put it in her like, I don't know what his power is, but he's putting it in her body. And she's, ah! And as she's on top, he's like, ah! She pulls out a little vial, and she smashes it in his face, and bam, replaces it to the, gah! And all of a sudden, she blacks the fuck out. Blacks out. Can you believe that shit? I thought we lost her, folks. But she wakes up a little later that night in the healer quadrant. Oh, be quiet, you. That's a stupid robot thing. Anyway, so then, she wakes up in the healer quadrant, and when she wakes up, Xaden is sitting beside her, and he looks at her and he goes, oranges, huh? Fucking wild. Join us, chapter 24, coming up. Yes, that's one way to get a new personal bodyguard / trainer. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, chapter 24. Okay, so we start out the chapter with her in the infirmary on the bed because, you know, she was fighting Jack fucking Barlow, Jack fucking Barlow. So anyway, so that's happening, and he wakes up and he's like impressed. He's like, Violence, you turned an orange into a weapon, or like used an orange as a weapon, Violence. Like, it was pretty fucking slick. And she's like, hey, I just wanted to stop him from trying to kill me and stuff. And he's like, oh wow, why didn't you tell me? And she's like, if I told you, it would have made me look weak. Plus, you haven't been very accessible since the kiss. I think maybe that scared you away. Oops, I didn't mean to say that shit out loud. And he's like, oh, okay, you know what? That's it. I'm in charge. What do you mean I'm in charge? Of everything now. Oh, upgrade. So that happens. So now every waking moment, Xaden is in motherfucking charge, right? So they're coming out and they're on the mat. I think it's like the next day or a couple days after. I'm not exactly sure because all this stuff, there's a lot of montage going around here. But this scene, so they get up on the mat and he's like, take out all your weapons. And she's like, what? He's like, take out your weapons. So she takes off all the weapons and puts them in a pile. And then he takes all his and he shows this little dagger. And he's like, listen, you're quick, you're fast, but the daggers you have made, they're not really good for you. You need a little short, stubby dagger, right? To work with your body and your petiteness and stuff. That's why people grab the stuff out of your hands. And he's like, look at this. And she's like, oh, that's a beautiful dagger. And it's carved. And he's like, it's yours. I had it made for you. And then she's like, but what? How'd that happen? He's like, I know peeps. Don't worry about this shit. I got you, buddy. Black soul, baby. Anyway, so digress. And so we did that stuff, right? And then he's like, she made the comment, but I didn't bring it across on the parapet. And he's like, exactly. And she goes, oh. And then they start wrestling around, right? Now she's working it all over and she's doing and she gets on top and he's like, disarm me, violence. So she fucking does this roll and gets on top and she starts disarming him and stuff. And it's all like blah, blah, blah. And then another roll here and then blah, blah, blah. And then she gets on top and she's all fucking disarming him, right? He's got the one left and he's like, all right, cool. So it goes and like, he gives her the knife, and then all of a sudden, he does this fucking Xaden-ass fucking, I got super cool moves and shit, where he gets up and he starts using his powers, like, and he's like, you can't use your powers. He's like, listen, let me explain something to you. Can't use your powers in here, but outside in the real world, fucking anything goes. You gotta understand that. So he starts giving her lessons and shit, right? Man, my hair is so fucked up today. Kind of like my allergies in the throat. Anyway, digressing. Okay, so that happens. He disarms her, get on top. It says about the real world, right? And then it's how it is out there and shit. Okay, so now we're into February, right? And then they're in February, she's been trading with Xaden, she's been doing this, doing that, and then she still ain't got no signet yet. And as they're walking to motherfucking class and shit, fucking shit-stained Dane Canoe, he walks in and he's like, Father, you guys need to get to class. And still, they're trying, but he's just, sorry about the ear. He being a douche. And then Xaden's like, nah, we gotta go. And then he's like, no, they gotta train in the class and use the magic. And Xaden's like, oh, this motherfucker. Like, oh, I'm so fucking annoyed. He's like, here. And he pulls out his watch and he puts it on the ground. He's like, Violet, move it. And she uses the pain and she's going into her vault with the archive and the doors and the two powers and grounding, and she pulls the watch to her fucking hand right before, like hits her for bam, and she catches it. And Zane's like, there, she fucking practiced. Now let's go. And then he takes her and puts a hand in the very small of her back, very nice, very demure, very Xaden, and then fucking makes shit stain look like a chode, right? And then they walk out. When they walk out, he opens the door and she's like, oh, very gentleman-like. He's like, sorry, some shit my dad taught me, it never fades. And she sees this and then the look on his face. So I changed the subject and shit. And then you need to get on your fucking flying leather. So like, oh shit, we're going flying. Like just fucking, so she goes and changes and they come out and then they're walking and stuff, right? And they see the second squad who everybody thinks is going to win squad battles because they running up the gauntlet in the ice and shit. They fucking, whoa, not even phased or nothing. And Xaden is like, listen, that doesn't mean shit. When we get out there and people see the things we're gonna do, all this means motherfucking nothing, okay? And then they're talking about, you gotta listen, you gotta understand, shit's about to change. Taryn and fucking Segale, they're not fucking, well, they are fucking actually. That's what's causing a lot of these issues. But they can't be apart for too long. And he's 30, he gonna go to the front. So I told you she might not be staying and shit. So that happens, and they're talking, and then as they're walking, they run into motherfucking, fucking Colonel Atos, fucking shit-stained Dane's dad. And he's running his fucking mouth and she's all like, hey, blah, blah, blah. And then fucking mom shows up now. Now I will say Violet loses her fucking rank. She's like, hey, mom. And should have been, general, but they talk and then mom basically strips all her confidence. Like, you still got no signet. We're fucking like, douche mom, but I get it. She's portraying the general. Hopefully that's it. And then she makes some comments to fucking Xaden, and Xaden's like, I thought we would pay for the bullshit. And then it fucking happens. And then I will say shit-stained Dane's dad, he was at least like, have a good day, Violet and shit. So they fucking leave there. And then they're having a conversation. They get to the flight line, and she sees all three of the dragons there. We got fucking Taryn and fucking Sigale, and we got fucking Arnie. And she's like, oh shit, we all flying together. Yeah, family fun day. Let's go, family fun day. Bye-bye. And then he's like, yeah, we're gonna go have some motherfucking, we all gotta learn some shit. And she's like, what the fuck do you mean we gotta learn some shit? All of us gotta learn? And he's like, yeah, so we gonna do this. We gonna do this shit like Dominic Toretto in the family. We're gonna learn together, right? Because we're family. Like, we gotta figure this out. So, like, what does everybody gotta learn? And he's like, well, Arnie gotta learn to keep the fuck up, because she just got, I got little legs. You know what I'm saying? She got flat faster to keep up. And then fucking Taryn's got to learn how to share space in tight formations. Like, he a big, he like walk and fly around like this, like, give me my space. And he got to learn to be able, he got to fly a little lighter, a little bit more nimbly and shit. And then Sigale, she got to learn how to follow, okay? Sigale got to learn how to follow, because Sigale used to be in the lead. But see, I think that because Xaden knows that motherfucking Vi is going to be fun. You see what I'm saying? So Sigale got to learn how to do that. I think that's what's happening. And of course, Vi got to learn how to hold the motherfucker on. So that's where we're happening. That's where we stop off. That's where it ended. It ended with, what was the phrases that it ended with? Yeah, it says Dragon's relationship. Oh, yeah, this was kind of funny too. And it was like Sigale learning. She'd been learning 3 years. She's going to have to learn to follow or practice. And then the dragon makes a sound as laughing is suspicious. Dragon relationships are absolutely incomprehensible, I murmur. Yeah, you should try a human one sometimes, just as vicious, but less fire. He mounts with an ease I envy. Now let's go. Wow, just all fucking Rico Suave. Suave. Oh, these allergies are kicking my ass. Anyway, join us next time, folks. Oh my God, now I know how Nicolas Cage feels like in National Treasures. Oh, it's fucking great. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, a fourth wing, a chapter 25. Okay, so let's get into it. All right, so we're at squad battles. All right, now we're doing all right. We're like, what, 7th to 24th place. It's not too bad. We got a cat butt coming. Boom! She mad. Anyway, so we're in 7th to 24th, right? We would have been a little higher, but Vi is still having an issue hanging on to her dragon fucking tarn, okay? She's still like, hey, let go of your magic. And they spend too much time because he got to dip and throw her ass back up in the saddle where if she'd have just sucked it up, used the magic, they probably done better. But anyway, digressing. So they doing pretty bad, right? Well, not bad, but it's just not the best that they could be doing. Oh, my allergies, I'm sorry. Okay, so then now we're on the mats. So we're fighting on the mats. And fucking Liam is fighting some dude, and he got him in like a scorpion, not scorpion deathlock, like a Boston crab. Like, he arching the fuck. Like, my surgically fucking repaired back would have been broken by now. It's like, he bending this way. You're not supposed to bend that way. But he's holding out. And this is where we notice Vi looking around, and she's like, hey, shit stain's not around here. Where the fuck is shit stain? And all the other leadership's not around there too. It's kind of sketchy. Why would they be here? But anyway, so finally, oh boy, he taps out, right? Yay, Liv wins. We're all fucking happy. Woo! We up into 3rd place now. They're all cheering. And then one of the professors, I think it's like Pamchek or whatever, he comes up and he's like, all right, settle down, listen up. Instead of us not telling you what the last mission is going to be tomorrow and y'all figuring out, this is what we doing. As you notice, your leadership not around here. That's the challenge. Y'all got to figure out what to bring us. Pretend we're the enemy, and you got to sneak in, and you got to bring us the most vile piece of information you can find here. And they're like, what? Okay, ready, set, go. Don't eat the cord. Twisted will get mad at us. Stop. Anyway, she gonna eat the cord. I'm gonna get in trouble. My show's over. Anyway, digressing. So, Obi, seriously, stop. I got balls. Okay, sorry, that was good because I actually had a sneezing fit happen too. Anyway, okay, so back where we? All right, so they gotta go find some shit now. So Imogen is like, everybody to me! Like, she taking charge. I respect that. So they go in and they get into the little room in the gym, right? Oh, my nose. And they go back there and they close the door. They're like, all right, who wanna be in charge? And Riddick's like, I'll be like, hell no, but no, stop. There's a reason comedians aren't usually in charge. But anyway, digressing. So they get in there and find like Imogen's like, you be in charge. And then they even look, because remember, we got like Nadine. She was like, are you okay with fucking Imogen being in charge? Because she got the relic and she's like, I'm cool with it. So, all right, she doing it. And they're like, all right, what are we going to steal? And then Riddick shows why they don't let him be in charge. He's like, we could steal some underwear. No, that's not a good idea. Never mind. So everybody's working through it, and you see Violet thinking and thinking. And Imogen sees that shit. She's like, Violet, what's up? And she's like, well, no, it's too dangerous. She's like, get up here now. Work this shit out. And she like, well, I don't know, but the most important thing is information. We got to find information. Like, ooh, what about going down to the archives? And like, ooh, possible, but it's warded and it's locked, fireproof, keep the book safe. And she's like, damn, that's a good idea. And Violet's like, you know what? I got an idea so crazy, it just might work. What? We're gonna break into General Sorngale's office. I'm telling you, that gives the same fucking energy as, I'm gonna steal the Declaration of Independence. I'm telling you, same fucking vibes. Anyway, okay, so they got their plan, right? Excuse me, allergies. So anyway, they got with them Quinn. Quinn can astral project. Rihanna, she summoned metallurgy with Sawyer. And then Imogen, she like memory wiping and she's super fast, right? So they got their plan. So they go up and they sneaky, and they're sneaking all around. And they're hiding people in the gym with the astral projection so they can walk out. And then they go up to the hallway and they got one guard in front of the general's office. So they distract the guard and the guard goes fucking running off and like, hurry, red team, go, red team, go. They run to the door. They got the person that's knocking down the wards, working on that stuff. They got fucking Sawyer working on the locks with his metallurgy, and the motherfucking get in. All right, now they're in and they're searching. And they're like, all right, don't touch the lights because mom knows exactly where they is. So we got to figure this out. So they're looking and like, oh, what's this shit? It's a bunch of numbers. We're like, bitch, that's a financial report. Like, why does your mom do the finance? Bitch, do you think this place runs by itself? You have to have a budget, people. It's just how it is. Anyway, digressing. So they start looking, and then she looks at letters. We got 2 letters that she reads, and one is from a major, somebody in front of the lines begging for motherfucking help. Like, wait, what? This not sounding right. And then another letter is from another person that is apparently in the Tyrannish area. I thought that was where the rebellions were, saying maybe if we try to change our tactics or something and we can be nice. I have to go back and really read those letters. It was in the cursive. Excuse me. So I need to go back and read those too. But it was very interesting. Like, shit's not making sense right now with what these 2 letters are saying from what I'm hearing in the brief. And she's kind of saying that too. Like, what? Shit don't make sense. So anyway, so she's looking around, and she's like, hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. All right, except it's not just a blank wall. It's a map. It's a map. She got a whole motherfucking map, and it's got the locations, the squad size, and she's like, yo, let's do it. Big ass maps. She's like, all right, cool. So they cut it out, and then they're rolling it up. It's like carrying like a fucking rug and shit. And they're like, oh shit, hurry, we gotta go. The guards are coming back, like, oh shit. So they do this cool little, like, they're running up, the guards running at them. They got 2 people carrying this shit. And then fucking Rihanna, she does, she summons the map from the one into her and Violet, and then they all go running, and then they get the guard, knock him out, put him in a room. She gives him a vial to sleep, Violet does. And then they go take off running. We gotta get back. Hurry, we gotta get back. We're only minutes. Woo! They made it with like 30 seconds to spare, right? It was like a bomb on a TV show. Like, it was gonna blow up. We got there with 1 minute to spare. So they get in there, but since they got last, they get to go last, catch their breath and shit. So everybody's talking about what they stolen. And like one person took a professor's uniform with a name tag, right? That's the shit, like uniforms, but a name tag, you can easily get anywhere with a name tag, pretty high ranking. So they got that. Other people brought some other stuff. There were some books and notes of one professor. One group stole an actual scribe. Like, what did you say? That's kidding. You can't do that. TikTok, entertainment purposes, it's a story. Anyway, digressing. So that happens. So finally, it's their turn to go up on stage. So they go up on stage, and they get Riddick and fucking Sawyer to hold this shit up because they tall as fuck, right? And they hold it up, and everybody's like, ooh, cool. All the professors like, oh, shit. And then Imogen looks at motherfucking Vi and is like, hey, your idea. you brief it, girl. You take the fucking credit for this shit. I love that. Let the people that fucking came up get the goddamn credit. Just because I was in charge didn't mean I did the work. I just was in charge of the shit. Oh, I love that. So anyway, so that happens. So they tell them, the professors are like, cool. Well, how do we know that that map is current and shit? And she's like, oh, because I got it out of my mom, General Sorengale's office. And that sends a... What did you say? Like, the place that did the bell? What did you say? Like, people are freaking the fuck out, right? And of course, if she looks up, she ain't looking at it. She don't give a shit. Who's she looking at? Motherfucker tips his invisible hat to her. Dude, I'm gonna need you to say, stay away from my wife, Xaden. I will fuck you up, Xaden. I will. Come on, Xaden, let's go. Anybody else in the world, stay away from her. And me. You questioning my life choices. Anyway, digress and join us, chapter 26. Xaden is here and Chode shows his ass multiple ways. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, fourth wing, chapter 27. Let's talk about it. Okay, so it's the next day. They did their morning exercises and Xaden's tagging along. Now they're in the briefing room and fucking Mira is trying to run through some scenarios that will make them possibly think outside the box to help them win war games, like leaders do. You run people through possible scenarios. Unfortunately, people like Riddick and everybody else in here are very literal thinkers. And maybe they got a touch of the Sheldon, I don't know. But they're like, she's like, let's pretend a fort shows up here. Like, how did a building show up overnight? As it would, like, if it's masonry, we push it. Like, what are we, guys, come on. So where she's sitting there trying to get through all these freaking dumb questions, right? And then, of course, after we get through the dumb questions, she's like, all right, motherfuckers, let's put on our helmets of make-believe, class. We got to put on our helmets of make-believe, okay? Like, what the fuck? And then she's like, all right, so it's there. And then Dane pops in like, but it's against the rules when they wouldn't send third years if we're like, oh my God. So Mira, to prove a point, she's like, hey, third years, how many of y'all been on a mission? We got Xaden and Emery like, oh, yeah, we have. And then Dane's fucking Chode's like, no, that wouldn't happen. And fucking Zane's like, okay, bye. Yeah, it would. So they're finally going through theirs. Fucking Mira's getting pissed. She's about to fucking lose it. Violet looks up at her. She's like, please stop fucking with my friends. And then she's like, okay, fine, stop. This is the way it is, okay? They took over an old building and defensive position and blah, 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 and the people are trapped. And like, all right, who's in charge now, right? And of course, fucking Chode's like, I'm in charge. Like, listen, I like the initiative and I would do that, but like somebody else said, your wing leader's here, right? Why wouldn't you use your wing leader? But I like what Xaden does. And as a leader, it makes sense. Hey, you want to be in charge? You covet. We all know you covet that position, right? You got it, buddy. Like, he's giving him just enough rope, right? Just enough rope. Hey, and it's a good strategy. If he does good, hey, you're good on him. If he fails, everybody knows what not to do. It's training. Do whatever you want in training. That's why we train, right? You train like you fight. Just hopefully Chode's not in charge. Anyway, digression. So, excuse me. So that happens, and then fucking Vi kind of looks at him and is like, my guy, stop being a dick. And she whispers that, and he does the mind talking now. He's in her mind. And he's like, I ain't started to be a dick. She's like, what did you say? Almost breaks her neck whipping around looking at him. And he's like, winks at her. He fucking winked at her. Oh my God, are you serious? Winks and then gives her a little smile like, damn, my guy. Say, I'm glad I'm married. Excuse me, because if I wasn't and this man was real, there would be no women for the rest of us. I'm just saying. Woo! Anyway, digressing. Okay. Feral if I would have read that shit out loud. Y'all would have went feral. Allergies saved me from that one. But anyway, digressing. So Dane Chode even sees that shit and he loses it. 3 days! You couldn't stay away for 3 fucking days? Like, oh my God. When I said, show your ass, family-friendly book, censorship. Ha! Anyway, funny. That was funny. So, excuse me. Excuse me. She's like, motherfucker, the dragon's pig. What are you talking about? And then he jumps into this, of course you would defend him. Like, what are you talking about? 6 months ago, he wanted to you. Oh my God, you fucking went there? Are you serious right now? And of course, Zane's just sitting back. Hey, good job, Chode. Way to stay professional. Show your great leadership qualities. Good job, my guy. Like, oh my God, it is so fucking good. And all of a sudden, somebody down the table is like, hey, why don't y'all just pull them out so we can measure them and get this over with quicker? Like, bah! It finally starts going. Finally, Mira's like, enough of this bullshit. Shut the fuck up. Focus. Oh my God, that was fucking great. So we're going to go from there. We'll stop. Join us for part 2. Part 2 of Xaden is here and Chode shows his ass. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, 4th Wing, chapter 27. Okay, so Mira finally gets the whole bullshit of the dick measuring contest between fucking Dane and fucking Xaden, right? And Xaden's not really doing shit. It's fucking Dane showing his ass. And he just shows his fucking ass. So anyway, they finally discuss the hypothetical scenario, and they're going through how things would work. At one point, one of the girls is like, hey, why would I get off my dragon? And fucking Mira's like, that's why we teach you hand-to-hand combat. You can't always be on dragon back. Like, you're going to have to on the ground, and sometimes you got to use these things. You know what I'm saying? Entertainment, TikTok, be nice. Anyway, so that happens, and then fucking Vi's like, why don't you use Xaden's shadows? You know this man's powerful. They're like, you can't engulf a base. And he's like, oh yeah? And he fucking, oh, what the fuck? And then puts everybody in the dark. A little cool trick. And then everybody comes out and they're like, oh, okay, cool. So they work through that motherfucking scenario, right? So then we're all done. And then Mira's like, all right, class dismissed. You 3 bitches come with me. So they go outside. She puts up these sound fucking walls. Cho's like, oh, that's cool. And she's like, you motherfucker, what are you doing? You need to focus on you. Stop focusing on the bullshit. Why are you worried about what the fuck they 2 do? They're dragons, Chose. We are fucking humans. They're flame-throwing beasts. What are we doing here, my guy? What are we doing? Oh, yeah, you're right. So maybe he'll fucking maybe it clicked in now. Maybe he's on his redemption because he's still fucking Chode 1 right now. Next to Jack fucking Barlow. Anyway, digressing. Those 2 right now are fighting. I think Jack might have him a little bit more on chodiness, but digressing. Okay, so anyway, Chewy. So that happens, and then of course, she turns around and bam! And then she fucking beelines right to motherfucking Vi and Xaden, and she starts going out and listen, hey, your prejudice is showing, Mira. You can't listen. I understand that maybe Xaden is a bad person in your eyes, but he hasn't done anything. Like, that was his family. I'm just saying, don't hate him for, you don't even fucking know him. And then as Vi's tried to explain that to her, like, he's training me, he's doing this. They're having this whole conversation about the man right motherfucking here. And he jumps in and says, excuse me, I'm right here. And they're like, we know you're pretty motherfucking sexy and obviously not hard to fucking miss. And he's like, no, I am here. They're like, oh, he's like, listen, I came out here for her training. I will do what I have to do so she gets her training. Do you understand me? And they're fucking, oh, fucking Mira. Oh, wow. Whoa, what did you? Your eyes kind of open up, right? So that happens. And then what about next? Listen, we can't worry about next year, but right now, we'll deal with it, okay? But right now, we're doing this. And it's like, okay, cool. Maybe we see a little bit of eye to eye here. So they finish having their whole conversation. And he's like, I'm motherfucking here. And they get that. And then, all right, walls down. And then as that conversation's going and putting the walls down, there's also part about how he's helping me stay in my seat. You can't stay on your seat. No, my body's not built this way. I'm trying. Blah, blah, blah. And then fucking Taryn, fucking in her head, Griffins are coming. A draft of Griffins. Oh, shit. Report. Let's go. If you care about her and really want to get her the fuck out of here. Okay, gotta go. Because Vi want to stay and fight and help. You can't fight yet, Vi. You're not ready. Let's wait until the last possible minute. I'm just saying. It's for your own better good. I'm not trying to protect you. If we need to fight, we'll fight. But sometimes it's better to run, okay? And right now it's the time for you to run. But if we got to fight, we'll stop and we'll fight, okay? We'll work it out. So anyway, so that happens and he's like, okay. So they go running, they go get her stuff, they pack it up, they run up to this thing, and all the dragons are getting off on the side of this. She's like, I can't fucking get on like this. What are you talking about?
what did you say? I got to be on the ground. He got to lower his leg. And fucking, it's going, and she's like, I want to fight. And Dane's like, come on, we gotta go. No, Dad, I'll fucking get her out of here. Promise, you'll get her. I'll get her out of here. Dude, Chode, you're taking too long. Get out of here. So he fucking gets on his dragon and leaves. And then Xaden fucking, bam, wallops a fucking kiss. Distraction. He distracts her, wallops a kiss on her. He's like, what the hell? And then that gives enough time for her to be distracted that they don't have, because they got to wait for Taryn. Because Taryn and fucking Sigale was doing some shit against the Griffins trying to buy him motherfucking time and shit. And so then fucking Taryn comes flying and he's like, do you trust me? I trust you. And he's like, all right, get in position, Violet. And she's like, the uppy position, like a piece. So he gets her and fucking Taryn comes and he like throws her the fuck up and Taryn fucking grabs her just like they do when she falls out. And then he flops her up in the back. And I'm like, this is going to be like their fighting style. Like, listen, if she can't stay seated, we got a cab coming, we're trying to intercept it. If she can't stay seated, boop, like, let her fall out and just throw poisonous daggers at people and then go and catch her and shit. I don't know, that'd be kind of fucking cool to see. But anyway, so that happens and then she gets on and then she's flying and then as they're flying off, she looks back and she sees fucking Xaden and Sigale leaving as a dozen griffins envelope the base. All right, folks, that's it. Join us next time. I currently hate two things right now. My allergies and fucking Jack Barlow, and only one of them is apparently going away today, and it fucking not what I wanted, but I'll accept it. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, 4th week, chapter 28. Okay, so we're back at Basgiath. It's 2 days later. She's waking up. She's standing outside of Professor Markham's office because she's trying to find out if her sister's still alive or not, or right after the attack. So she's sitting there waiting. Freaking Xaden shows up and he's like, hey, I got some coffee for you. I heard you couldn't sleep. And she's like, motherfucker, how you find out? And she's like, well, Sigale told me. Well, Sigale only told her because fucking Taryn told her. So she's like, Taryn, stop putting my business out there. And she's like, and Taryn's like, motherfucker, you gotta learn to trust this guy. So they have this conversation, right? And they go through this whole conversation. It's like, hey, when you used to want to me, like, when did this change? And he's like, I don't know, maybe it was this, maybe it was that, maybe when I did this, maybe when I did that. But like, how do you know this? Like, well, you know, I have to find stuff when I want to ruin people. What do you mean by ruin, Xaden? See, originally, there's two meanings to that word. Originally, I think he wanted to ruin her, but now I think he wants to ruin her. We know, okay, plot holes are about to be filled in this part, I'm telling you. Not this chapter, but soon. Anyway, digressing. So that happens, and then they start doing the whole mind talky thing, and he's trying to get her to do that. And then as she starts to try, fucking shit-stained Dane, Chode Leader 1 shows up and just fuck ups the whole vibe. Like, what are you doing? I was really pissed. You fucking up my perfect scene right here. I thought some shit was about to happen. But anyway, maybe it was a good thing because he did show up, and then Xaden makes a comment. She's like in the brain talking, like, shut up, don't do that. And he's like, oh shit, it worked. So finally, Professor Markham shows up. Now, I think this might be a little setup right here because remember, fucking Chode 1 has the memory relapse, feeling, talking power stuff. And when she asked Professor Markham if her sister's alive, he's like, I can't tell you, that's GS-13 classified and you're not there yet. And she's like, bitch, I was fucking there. And like, all right, cool. Yeah, your sister's alive. Now, when she does that, she gets a little weak knees and fucking Chode 1 fucking grabs her, right? Did he read her mind right there? See, that's what I'm fucking sketchy about because in the intro, it said war games, your closest friends can be your enemy. So is that some of that foreshadowing we be talking about? But anyway, digress. So that happens and she gets her composure. Xaden fucking bounces out and she's like, all right, cool. Deals with that shit and she's like, all right, I gotta go. And she goes to the fucking flight field. Now, when she goes to the flight field, Arnie shows up, she drops to her knees and she has a good cry. She lets it out where nobody can see her. She's alive, she's alive. All right, cool. Whew. All right, now that way it's off our freaking shoulders, right? So now we go from the flight line. We have a quick little montage of training, right? Now it's her and Xaden train the next few days. Now, and she's like, this dude wants to fucking, he wants to ruin me. So I gotta learn some things. Maybe I can ruin him too. Good luck, Vi. Good luck. I think you've already ruined him. That's why he's doing what he's doing. But anyway, digressing. So she's trying to learn and figure this out, and they're in class one day. She's like, what's your favorite food? And brain talking, he's like, oh shit, chocolate cake, motherfucker, like what's happening? So then that shit all happens, And then she gets ballsy, let me tell you. She's like, hey, what's up with them silver scars and shit? And he's like, oh, hey, slow your fucking roll. And then Taryn's like, hey, you don't need to go there right now. You just need to understand that man fucking cares for you. And she's like, no, he hardly fucking cares for me. He only cares for me because he got to keep me alive. Because if not, then he gonna himself too. And she's like, well, listen, what you don't understand is that's not normal for you. Like, you see what I'm saying? She says, he only cares about keeping me alive. There's a difference. And then Taryn says, not for him. Okay, those are the exact words. So that shit happens. All right, and then we're going to start with War Games. Okay, so now War Games is about to begin, right? Excuse me. All right, now when this happened, Chode, it fucking, I'm telling you, Chode 1 is sketchy as fuck this whole time. It even starts out like, okay, War Games is here, and Chode's being sketchy as fuck. And then we get the intro, and then she's trying to mind talkie to Xaden, like what's happening, offense or defense. And basically what's going to happen in War Games is they're playing capture the flag and eggs and other suffices. So there's going to be an egg. That's apparently worth most points. And then there's a flag. So they figure this stuff out. And then what's going to happen is the plan is this. Is Chode 1, Dane, is going to fucking protect the flag, and they're just going to keep flying it around so they can never, the other team, first wing, can never find it. And then Xaden and his group is going to go try to steal the egg that they have. All right, so we're going to leave it there. Join us for part 2 where we talk about War Games. Part 2 of War Games. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, 4th Wing, Chapter 28, Part 2. That's right. Again, this is Part 2, so if you haven't seen Part 1, go check it out. Anyway, all right, before we start with War Games, we gotta toe the flight line first. Now, this is so fucking cool. So, as we found out, the War Games plan, it's capture the flag, egg, and other stuff for random points and shit. And fucking Chode 1 and his peeps, they're gonna fly around and keep the flag moving so first wing can't find it. And then Xaden and his peeps, they're gonna go fucking search for the egg and shit. That's the motherfucking plan. So as they're going there, they see all the dragons on the flight line. And then she walks up to fucking Taryn, it's all cool. Hey, fucking Arnie showed up too. She's like, I won't play. So fucking Arnie gonna come play too. And then she's looking up at fucking Taryn, and he's got some accessories. Motherfucker got a saddle. She's like, wait, what the fuck's happening? Look, it's a cool. Taryn's like, yeah, motherfucker. And she's like, I can. He's like, bitch, you can. I say what goes. I'm a motherfucking dragon, and you can fucking saddle. And Xaden shows up, and Xaden's like, hey, yeah. Like, he'd been working on a prototype. Almost got burned putting them on in this one. She got a fucking saddle. Like, metal straps. It's like marvelous. It's a fucking ninth wonder of the world. I'm telling you. So fucking cool. So, they even made a joke like they were going to make her a ladder too, but that would be too dangerous and shit for her. Like, what the fuck? So, she's like, I can't do this. And she's like, no, you fucking can't. And Chode even shows up and is like, fucking, you expect Mr. Rule Guy to say some shit. And he looks at Xaden, and they even go to this, like, Xaden's like, you gonna say some shit? He's like, oh, hell no, I'm all for the motherfucking saddle if it gonna keep Vi safe. Like, I'm telling you some shit about to happen with this motherfucker. Digressing. Okay, so this happens, and they're like, all right, cool. So she finally accepts it, and then Arnie want to come too, so she's like, all right, but since you're pretty golden and this shit, you go cover your belly. So she goes, covers her belly and butt, and then she gets in and straps on and buckles up, and they take off flying. And she takes off flying. Now, this is a good and a bad thing, because now that she's strapped in, she's a little bit less worried free, and so is fucking Taryn. So Taryn's going to have full use of his powers, but as she's noticing she's doing maneuvers, her power is starting to manifest. Boy, did you pick the wrong time for that shit. Or maybe it's the right time with how this goes. But anyway, now she got extra shit to deal with because her power's starting to manifest. I believe the way she's feeling it. So anyway, they're flying around looking, and they're doing some maneuvers, and she's just feeling free, got the power manifesting, and all of a sudden they see a tower. And in the tower, there's a motherfucking egg and other fucking dragons. Oh, it's the other team. I know who's on the other team. Jack fucking Barlow. God, this guy. Anyway, so he takes up with his fucking dragon, and they start going. And I tell you, this motherfucker, he's a dirty little bitch. I swear. Anyway, he's fucking going.
And somebody throws a fireball at fucking Vi and fucking Taryn, and he does his whole body like uses his fucking chest, like absorbs it. And somebody throws ice and he fucking rolls with the wings. He's like, don't worry, I got you, Vi. We in this shit together. And then motherfucking Jack Barlow comes flying in and he jumps off his dragon, surprises Liam. And then he stabbed my boy Jack fucking Barlow with your ass. Fucking Barlow. That's all right. We see what happened. Anyway, so he stabs old Liam, but Liam falling. Jack's like, ah ha 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 ha. He does some combat roll, lands on one of the defensive towers and shit. And this is where Vi loses it. She's like, get him! So she starts to dive, and she's like, there's only one acceptable thing, right? And so she's diving, and then she can't do it. Arnie's over here hiding, because she's like, go hide, because we can't let Arnie die. And Arnie's like, do it, you can do it. And then she's like, but if I stop the time and stuff, then I'll be moved. And she's like, you got to anchor. Just you and that. So she anchors her and she stops the time and they fucking save Liam. So they grab fucking Liam. She unstops time and she fucking comes up and she fucking transports Liam to the other people. So they're fine. And now she's pissed. Her power is filling. Ooh, ooh, ooh. She's on the motherfucking dragon. And I swear to God, this is like, listen, it was fucking beautiful. Thunder! Thunder! And she's fucking, and she lets the biggest wave of fucking lightning strike Jack fucking Barlow's tower. The tower fucking crumbles. And she knows. Oh yeah, she knows. I'm sorry, I'm breaking my stand. I'm so fucking happy. Almost clear. Damn. Shit, did I just clear my allergies? Anyway, this is what it says right here. A scream rips from my throat as lightning splits the sky with a terrifying crack of thunder. Whew. The bluish streak of silver death slams into the tower and sparks flare as it explodes into a blast of stone. Taryn banks to avoid the blast and I pivot in the saddle. Jack falls down the mountainside in an avalanche of rock that I know he can't survive. Oh, until he's on rolls or I see a body. I'm sorry, that's just not how I roll. But anyway, and then we get this. From the way Beatty cries beneath us, she knows too. Okay, that gives me some hope. But again, until I see a body, I can't. Fucking Emperor Palpatine came back after all these years. I'm just saying. Anyway, digressing. My hand trembles as I sheathe the clean dagger at my ribs. The only blood to be found is on the rocks below. Though I look at my hands as they should be covered in death. Taryn roars with an unmistakable sound of pride. Lightning wielder! Join us next time. Na 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 na. Fuck Jack Barlow, he went bye-bye. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, Chapter 29. Let's talk about it. Okay, so we just found out that Violet is a lightning wielder. She crumbled the tower, and Jack Barlow's, he's underneath it. Excuse me, now everybody lands on the field. The dragons are coming in. We got everybody celebrating over there with fucking Xaden and his group for getting the egg, and everybody else with fucking Dane and his group for protecting the flag. She's unstrapping herself from a motherfucking saddle. We got fucking Arnie going in between Tarn's fucking legs, all worn out and tired. Vi comes down and she's like, Arnie, thank you so much for helping me do that. And she's like, I got you, Vi. I just need me a good shower. Thank you for being there and saving your friend and everything. It was good stuff. And she fucking flaps away. And then the adrenaline rush is getting her. Oh, now she's about to call some dinosaurs. And then she's engulfed in black. I thought it was going to be Xaden. Nope. It's fucking Taryn. So Taryn let cover her up so nobody can see her. Right? Okay. So that happens. And then as that goes down, she's like, whoo, and Taryn trying to calm shit down, right? And then fucking Chode 1, shit-stained Dane comes up and he starts touching her on her back like, oh, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be like, why are we touching her? Are you fucking taking her mind memory with your retro memory reading bullshit? So anyway, so that happens and he's just coddling the shit out of her like, it's gonna be okay. Xaden steps up and is like, back the fuck up, bitch, okay? Stop the bullshit. Vi is a grown-ass motherfucking woman. Stop fucking coddling her. Stop it. So they go through that bullshit. And they start talking, and then Vi's trying to, like, hey, we find out that first lightning wielder in almost a century. That's powerful. And then, so we're going through that, and that happens. And then there's an argument about the whole coddling her. And then she starts talking about, I didn't want this kind of power. I wanted to be nice, small power and stuff. And this is where he's like, listen, motherfucker, your power is powerful. Yes, but you can control it and do other things. But I wanted to have, like, Rihanna can this and that, and fucking Dane can fucking retro memory. Well, you can't say nothing. That's GS13 classified. Shut up, Violet. Zane's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. I know you got this power. You got this power. Nobody's fucking special. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. So anyway, Dean gets fucking pissed and bounces out. Zane's like, hey, calm down. You gotta learn to get past this shit, okay? We'll come back on that conversation later. It's like, hey, Riri, can you take her back? Yeah, I got her. Okay, take her back. So after Riri starts going to take her back, Riri's talking to her like, girl, how fast? How did you save Liam so? I didn't know you was like so fast. She's like, yeah. And she's like, I want to tell you, but I can't tell you in terms. Like, remember, it's the secret is Dragon King. You can say the shit. She's like, I got you, buddy. I ain't gonna spill the beans. She's like, I know this guy named Dominic Toretto, and he gave me a 500 shot of nitrous and tire super fast. We fly super fast and saved him. Okay, so that happens, and then they get back, and then she showers up, and then she's all looking in her nightgown, and she's in her room while everybody else is partying, and she's throwing her daggers, and she's not aiming for the disabling spots no more. She going to the hurty spots, okay? And then all of a sudden, she knock at the door. Oh, is it Liam? No, Liam's still in the infirmary. He took a sword through his side. Like, he ain't coming back yet. Oh, I know who it's going to be. And then she feels the feel, and she smells the scent. Ha, 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 ha. It is Shadow Daddy Xaden. And then they start, having this conversation. And he's like, listen, we got to get you past this shit, okay? Like, and she's like, what do you mean? And he's like, again, excuse me. He's like, listen, you have this very superpower, and you have the chance to use your power for the greater good and save lots of people against a lot of very bad people. And we got to figure out how to make this fucking happen. But what I need you to understand is inside these walls, you can have you can be sad, you can be whatever. But as soon as we go outside these walls, you are a motherfucking rider. You are a defender of motherfucking freedom. Do you understand? And I need you fucking focused, locked, cocked, ready to rock. I need you to motherfucking lock in, right? No cap. Facts. Let's do this shit. Okay? And she's like, all right. But now when we come inside these walls, if you need to scream, scream. You need to yell, yell. I am here for you. Yell at me. Hit me. I can take it. Why'd I hit myself? What the fuck? Allergies make you do weird shit, people. And then, okay? And then it ends like this. It ends with that conversation. And then she fucking wallops a kiss on him. I'm like, oh, we about to get some sexy scenes, but I can't breathe my way through it. So anyway, as they're sitting there going, he's like, okay, it's close enough to feel his body outside, but not outside. It's not a question. We're riders, he said, if that's explanation enough. He takes hold of my hands and brings it to my chest. So do whatever you need to do to get it out. You want to yell? Yell at me. You want to hit something? Hit me. I can take it. Hitting him was the last thing I wanted to do. And suddenly, I'm done fighting it. Come on, he whispers. Show me what you've got. I surge up on my toes and kiss him. And this is where if I was reading it out loud, the chat would be going fucking feral. But since I can't breathe, we can't do that. Hopefully soon, folks. I'm trying. Oh, y'all would be so feral. It would be so funny. Anyway, join me next time, folks. Feral. I can see why he makes y'all so feral, but goddamn, this was unnecessary. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, Chapter 30, a spicy one. Let's talk about it. Okay, first off, great use of the adult words that actually get said instead of some fucking frou-frou frilly fancy word that I personally don't think people use certain words, but I like the use of the words. All right, anyway, let's get into it. So, she started with a kiss. It was only a kiss, and now we're here. Yeah, she thought it was going to be a kiss. Anyway, digressing. So, the kiss leads to what I like to call a game of, what did I say? Give it to me, Shadow Daddy, versus I'm trying to be honorable, or we'll call it Are You Sure game for short, all right? So, they're going to play a game of Are You Sure, right? So, Xaden, at this point, my guy, I think she's pretty fucking sure that she wants all of it, all right? That's all I'm going to say. She wants some of it. But hey, being honorable I don't know why, but at this point, I want you to take all the honor. Anyway, digressing. Let's do the quick version of it. Okay, so it starts out, Xaden's like, this isn't what you want. She's like, nah, bitch, this is exactly what I want. And then she goes into this like, you literally just said anything I want. And I was like, you know what? I had to go check. Literally on the page before, Xaden, you did say anything that you need. I'm here for you. I'm just saying, she's kind of got you by the balls in more ways than one. Okay, digressing. So then she's like, you said anything I wanted. And then he's like, I tell you, I'm the last thing you need. And she's like, oh, are you suggesting someone else? He goes, oh, fuck, motherfuck, no, that is not what I'm saying. Don't be putting words, put other things into my mouth. And then Vi's like, oh, I got him. I just got to give him a little push, just a little tap it in, Does she just tap it in? No, she pretends she's motherfucking Leonidas and motherfucking like, this is Sparta! And she fucking just kicks his ass right into motherfucking overdrive, right? Like, holy crap. And she's like, good, because I only want you, Xaden. And that fucking, woo, that was the Sparta kick, right? So then there's a kiss. That kiss ends up into another kiss, slamming on the door, breaking the door jams. I'm like, her little body, be careful. You just can't slam her around like that, my guy. Holy crap. Listen, at the end of this thing, we're going to just kind of break it up. At the end of this thing, they need to fix a door jam, an end table, the desk, everything on the desk, an armoire, a curtain, and I think some motherfucking shutters, okay? They're going to make an IKEA trip after this shit. But anyway, digressing. So they're doing some kissing, legs wrapped around the body, boom, bada boom, 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 things are happening, and then she comes into this whole, y'all about to go feral again. It was world's narrow. This minute, this man is mine. Feral. Xaden Royerson is mine. Okay, so now, again, feral. Are they mated? Like, because they're humans. Like, Fae are mated, but their dragons are mated. So, since their dragons are mated, does that make them special? Twisted List ain't giving me the inside info. Just so y'all know, she doesn't tell me shit. She makes me suffer through this. She's one of y'all, and it kind of upsets me. You would think she would assist. Nope. She's on y'all's side, just so y'all know. Anyway, but digressing. So then Xaden's like, hey, you're going to fucking hate me in the morning. And then she's like, bitch, stop telling me what I fucking want and give it to me, baby. Anyway, so that happens, and she's like, unless you don't want me. And he's like, you don't think I want you here? Feel this. Okay, now listen, as she feels, all we see is the length it's enough to make her whimper. I don't know if that's Cassian. I don't know if that's the regular average human being. I don't know. It's lengthy to make her whimper. So he's good enough to make her whimper. Whatever the fuck that means. Whimpering. Okay, so that happens, and then he's like, you see this? Bricked. Every time I walk into a room, I think about you. I can't be without you. All you do is make me, like, that's what's happening, right? And she's like, ooh, And then she's like, well, why don't you do something with that? And he's like, bitch, I'm trying to be honorable and not take advantage of you on your bad days. And she's like, motherfucker, every day's a bad day. I want you to make it a better day. And he's like, oh, okay. And then she's like, take your shirt off. So he kind of rips his shirt off, and then she undoes the fucking hair. That causes him to he's gone fucking feral now, right? So then he goes into that. Now they move from the door to the table. Now he starts using his jazz hands to play on the Xbox, right? They're starting to play that new video game, right? Release the Kraken. And he's on level 1, bam, using them magic fingers on the Xbox, and he passes level 1. Oh, it was amazing. And then again, he's like, oh, I got level 2, and working it, and oh, another level pass. Now, as he's passing the levels, every time they pass a level, lightning crashes, and he's like, oh, I got you, don't worry. And then it's more talking, and it's finally like, just do it already. And so they go, and now they're up against the arm wall, and that fucking breaks. And then now they got to move down. So now they're doing in the old, they're on a missionary trip, right? So they're doing it that way, and the horses are bucking, and things are going good. Except there's lightning crashing outside because it's going wild. And he's like, don't worry, I've got you. And he kind of protects her in the shadows. until she passes level 3 again, right? And she's like, okay, it's your turn. So now he gets to actually pass the level. So bam, he passes the level, and everybody's tired because those were some hard ass, like slippery levels, right? It was like icy, and anyway, it was good levels. So they kind of sit down and they relax, and then she looks up and she's like, oh shit, like I broke my curtain. It's on fire. And he's like, yeah, that kind of happens. And did you know? And he's like, yeah. How did you know I was a lightning wielder? And he's like, well, you know, when you kissed me the first time and lightning crossed the sky. And whoo, we read that, but it didn't hit our mind. That was crazy. All right, we're going to stop there to catch our breath because fucking Farrell. Even I'm a little hot on this one. I think my sinus has cleared up a little bit. Anyway, digressing. Join us, part 2 coming up. Part 2 of Farrell, the spicy scene. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, a Fourth Wing, chapter 30. Again, part 2. All right, so they just calmed down after she passed 3 amazing levels and he had 1 amazing level 2, right? So now they're sitting there and lightning crashing outside because of her powers, and then it happened and he protected them with the shadows, right? Now they're sitting there having a conversation, and as he's kind of like, she notices his pants didn't even come all the way off, and they were still basically dressed and stuff. So like this would have been a nice episode to show on the Skinamax. I think it's going to be a real good episode if it ever comes to TV, which I hear it is. But anyway, okay, digress and focus. So that happens. She starts making some conversation, and then she brings up the scars on his back. Now, I was like, that is holy peak. Like, wow. Talk about a ride of emotions. Shit. Okay, so that happens, and then he tells the story of the scars. Now, there are 107 scars, and I'm like, wait, that number sounded very, very. It was 107 children of the rebellion. Now, basically, Xaden, y'all, has taken responsibility for all their life. He had to take 107, I'm assuming lashings. Ooh, poor man. To take responsibility and allow them in to the courtyard, and that's why people like Lamb are like, we owe him everything. Okay. Woo, Xaden is fucking working his way up there. Like, listen, everybody's like, I can't believe you don't put Rowan. Listen, Rowan is a blueprint, but I could not. Rowan is too good. Rowan is an always good person, but I like the people that have some worthy improvement. And listen, Rune motherfucking damn Rune Dannon, Crown Prince of the Valbar and Fae. He is a badass, and I love him. But I tell you what, Xaden is, woo, he's working his way up there. Okay, anyway, digressing. So she gets the story about that, and she understands, okay, what's going on with that now? Makes her feel a little bit in tone, and she's like, hey, why don't you stay with me for the night? And he's like, whoa, okay, fine. What? She was shocked about that one. And they have a conversation. He's like, listen, we can't do this. And she's like, listen, you got to understand, we need this. Both of us need this. And it basically comes down to, okay, we can do this, but only in the walls, only in these walls. And they're like, okay, got it. So they worked on that. They end up staying the night together, and it's a really good night. Excuse me. Now, she wakes up the next morning, he's got all the debris and stuff. Because again, the only thing that survived the night was the motherfucking bed. Okay, everything else got ruined. Anyway, digressing. So the pile of debris is in the corner. She picked up. She gets all dressed up, and then she's like, oh, I'm going to be on fucking archive duty by myself because Lamb's still in the infirmary. And then she hears a knock on the door, and she's like, what the fuck? Is this guy really going to? And it's Professor Carr. And Professor Carr's like, hey, what's up, Violet? So, excuse me, you in archive duty? That's not happening for a while, and he sniffs, and he's like, I can smell it. You can't even control your powers in your sleep. Actually, but we can't say that, so I get it. Got it. So that happens. So we're going to go train today. So she's like, okay, I guess. So they get dressed. They go to the flight line, and fucking Taryn's there. And Taryn's got a saddle on. She's like, oh, shit, you put it on. And Taryn's like, bitch, you didn't think I would approve this if I couldn't put it on and off myself? For what the fuck did you say? Anyway, so they get it on. She asks about Annie, right? And Annie's doing good. Annie's tired and shit, but because of the whole, to catch fucking Liam and everything, right? So that happens. So they fly off for about half hour. They go out to this big ass open field, right? Because again, the scribes really don't want a lightning bearer that can't control their lightning powers next to their ancient tomes and books and shit. I mean, it's a valid reason, right? So Professor Carr comes out there, and Taryn's like, don't worry. If he fucking even looks at you funny, I
you're good. Don't worry about it. So Professor Carr, I tell you what, they have this conversation like, you don't trust me, your dragon don't trust me. Cool, look, I ain't trying to fuck with you. Very powerful. I'm just trying to help you. Help me help you, right? So they go through this and they're trying. He's like, all right, I want you to just strike. Like, what do you mean? Like, we in an open field. Strike just don't land on us. Like, and anywhere but on us, okay? Unless you want to go fly off and fly going back to Terran, right? But all right, cool. So it's working, and she tried to boom, and she strikes. Hang on. She's trying to figure it out, and as she can't do it, all of a sudden in her mind, fucking Xaden pops and boom, what's up, girl? What you doing? Where you at? Oh shit, Professor Carr got me out here. Like, how are we talking so far? The power, the sickness getting stronger, so we can talk farther distance. Once you get power, like no telling how far we can talk and shit. So that's going on, and then. What are you doing? I'm trying to control my power, but I can't figure it out. And he's like, hey, yeah, because it only happens under emotions. And she's also telling this to Professor Carr, like, I only was able to do the lightning on the tower because I was mad that he just stabbed my, like, the emotions. So you taking notes and shit. He's like, okay. So Xaden knows this, and he's like, oh, okay, here. And he starts letting her see what he saw or what she saw during the whole time last, you know what I'm saying? During the, with the, and the, okay, so that happens, and then that comes, boom, now she strikes, and he's like, yeah, okay, cool, got you. Now, the professor's like, now do that, and she kind of figures it out, and then boom, and strikes again, and he's like, okay, now try to aim at something, boom, and he missed, and then he's like, okay, but you can only do this, we don't need you to burn out, and then she manages to do, like 5 more times, right? It was 5 more times until they stop, and then it ends with, lightning strikes 5 more times. I'm exhausted, and none of it hits where I'm aiming. This is going to be harder than I thought. That's what she said. Holy crap, Farrell. All right, join us next time, folks. Awkward moments, Goonies and Scooby-Doo. That's the only way I can describe the fucking chapter I just read. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, 4th Wing, chapter 31. Okay, let's get into it. So, we start out, it's the evening, right? She just came back with Professor Carr. She's in her room. She's like, shit, we really fucked shit up last night. Knock on a motherfucking door, and it's Xaden. Xaden walks in, and he's like, damn, we really fucked the shit up last night. And they're like, yeah, you know, it is what it is. And then they're trying to have some conversation, and she's like, hey, where'd you go this morning? He's like, oh, I had to go to a senior leader meeting. And she was like, all right, cool. Whew, I'm glad I wasn't me snoring and shit. Like, what the hell did you say? So they have that, and then he was like, so, how was training? And she was like, you know, it was cool, it was normal. I can't figure it out and stuff like that. And then they were like, okay, there was training, and Xaden is like, hey, just so you know, I want you to know it's normal to get after you a person, like, I vomited too after the first one. That just kind of means like you have a little bit of humanity. And she's like, you know, you got some humanity too, Xaden. And he's like, yeah, that's debatable, right? So then they go there, and then she's like, hey, so tell me something else. Like, let's get on a deeper level, right? Like, where were you this day? And like, he's like, you know, I trust you, right? She's like, yeah, so let's talk. So I guess they talked about him in the night that she was in the tree, and him and Bodhi and Garrick, they went to Athabin. Athabin, I guess that's an outpost or something. I don't know what they did. And then as they're doing this, this is where it kind of turned. It feels like I watched a little bit of Goonies in 4th Wing here, because like in Goonies, you know how they found the map because they went into the attic and they accidentally knocked it over because Chunk always breaks some shit, and they were like, here, let's, and then they just happen to have a framed map that starts the whole adventure. Well, I think that's what's kind of like happening here, because they were talking and looking at all the broke stuff, and then they just happened to notice that because they had the smexy time, they broke everything, which broke the desk, which had the folklore book that her sister just happened to give to her, that they just happened to go to Montessori. Like, you see what I'm saying? And in the book falls, it breaks, she finds a hidden note from Dad. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's cool, but I would have rather her just been laying in bed at night, reading a book that she just got back, and then for some reason just open it a different way. I don't know. Maybe found the book on the, I don't know. Anyway, digressing. So that happened. and there was a note from Dad talking about how folklore is passed down from generation to generation, and then she's explaining the book, and it's the story of the Vinar and all that other goodness, right? And the power from the ground, and then it goes from there, and they kind of have this conversation about fucking General Milligren being a fucking Vinar, and he's wearing a mask like a Scooby-Doo adventure, like, we're gonna get you, General! Well, you kids, I would've got away with it too! Pulls his mask off, and he's a fucking Vinar from really fucking douche canoe from next door, like, because you walked on his grass or something. I don't know. Anyway, digressing. So as they're having this whole conversation now, then the whole fuck me, I can't. Listen. I have a Jim Carrey type personality, not a Rico Suave. Hey, how you doing, baby? That's not me. I'm more of a what's up, bitch ass. Let's laugh it out. So I can't. I'm sorry. I can't smolder. I can't do that. So anyway, so that kind of happens. And then listen, Vi here's, she's straight up honest, right? She's like, listen, I am ready to risk it for the motherfucking biscuit here, Xaden. I know what's going to happen, but let's just fucking, it is what it is, and I need fucking more of it. Let's fucking risk it for the biscuit. And he's like, nah, we can't do that shit. And he's like, what? She gets super fucking frustrated and goes through all the bullshit. And then she's like, you know what, fuck it. Get the fuck out. Get out. You ain't ready to risk it for the biscuit, just admit it. Fine, fucking go. So he leaves, and then the next morning they're at motherfucking breakfast now. Now this is, I feel so bad for Liam, because Liam's eating a breakfast. Her and Xaden are doing the whole fuck me eyeballs again while eating, and now they're doing brain talky and mine, and she's flirting, and he's flirting, and Liam's like, oh shit, what are y'all doing? I know it's fucking happening, because he understands replacing the armoire and chip. And then all of a sudden, as the dirty thoughts are going back and forth, Vi comes in with this fucking paragraph of, I'm gonna be schmecked, and then you're gonna look at all my whole curvature and stuff, and then I'm gonna get you completely schmecked, and then I'm gonna give you a microphone check to see if your microphone works really well. And that causes, he fucking chokes, because she was gonna, anyway, digressing, and then fucking Lamb's like, oh my God, you fuckers are sick. And then Xaden's like, you're gonna be the motherfucking death of me. Like, holy shit. Just, Xaden, just fucking give in. Just fucking give in. Give in to the Vice side. Anyway, we're gonna stop right there. Join us, part 2 coming up. Awkwardness continues today on Wise Beyond the Story, Fourth Wing, Chapter 31, Part 2. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Part 2. All right, so the awkwardness continues. Now, it's been like a week and a half, maybe a month. We're 10 days away from graduation. 10 motherfucking days, or we used to say 9 days and a wake up. Now, apparently their graduation, it doesn't really fucking, like, it's graduation day, and then there's a whole fucking thing where Rihanna, she gives this whole thing where Papcheck, she's impersonating that motherfucker, and she's like, graduation day is really more of a, hey, cool, you made it, you survived, get your orders, get your shit, get the fuck out of here, I gotta start the next day. And they start the next day. They're quick talking about how you can write letters. She's like, bitch, I already been writing a letter. I just gotta fucking mail them out, and then we're going. Xaden's still been holding out at this point. She's kind of trying not to focus on that, knowing Xaden's going to get an assignment soon, and with his power, she's probably going to go to the far south, so that's really fucking bugging her. Plus, he's still holding out on the, you know what I'm saying? So that goes. Now, we go from that whole thoughts, we start to a battle brief of awkwardness class, right? So, we are 6 years since her bro Brennan died. Right? Okay. So today in class, we're going to talk about what happened and what they would do. Now, as the class starts discussing what's going on, and Rihanna saying maybe we could do this and that, and the class is having their conversation, fucking Vi and fucking Xaden are doing an old mind talky again, right? And basically, this is how it goes. Vi's like, take me to bed or lose me forever. Wait, that was Top Gun. Sorry. That was Top Gun, not Top Gun. But she does say, take me to bed. And fucking Xaden is like, fucking, that would be awkward in front of all these people. Feral. But I don't think you would rather actually be taken in front of a whole class. Like, even if it is Xaden. Like, I'm just saying, I don't know, maybe that's a lot of people. Anyway, digressing. So, that happened, that would be awkward, and then she goes, oh, maybe it could be worth it. Okay, yeah, again, I'm learning so much about the woman's psyche these days. Hi, my name is Wise, and I'm learning so much from these fantasy books. Anyway, so digressing. So that happens, and she's like, so you're not gonna change your mind? And the class is going on, and then there's more flirty, and then they fucking ask Chode a question, and the professor's like, oh, great answer, Chode. And he's like, oh, I did a good job. And his fucking head like swells up, and everybody's fucking rolling their eyes, like, because the answer's like, oh, that's a great wing leader type answer. Like, oh, thank you. Like, shut the fuck up. I hate that guy. Anyway, digressing. So then that happens, and then Chode answers. So then Vi's like, so listen, because he's like, listen, it's not you, and I'm not changing my mind. And she's like, oh, so you got somebody else, right? So who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Is it Imogen? And he's like, shut the fuck up. And she's like, no, is it Imogen? Tell me. And he's like, for fuck's sake. And she's still, tell me. And he fucking loses his shit and goes, sorry, girl. And she's like, oh, shit. Liam's like, oh, fuck. He gets what's going on. Everybody fucking stops and looks. And the professor's like, what did you say there, Roringson? And he's like, Mira Sorengale. I would have called her up and used her to go there to rebuild the fucking wards before all that happened. And the professor's like, ooh, excellent. And then fucking Vi chimes in and she's like, yeah, I would have called other third years up as well from here instead of in other outposts and stuff to pull them up. And they were like, ah, yes, great idea. And then she's like, oh, okay, in her mind, yeah, my bad. Point made, we can't be doing this shit no more. Like, what the fuck? All right, so then we go from there, we go to the fucking, there's like a ball to the celebration of, what is it, resent, I don't know, whatever the fucking day is. There's a day that they celebrate the end of the freaking war, which depending on how you look at it, it's like Reconstitution Day, whatever it is. But if you're on the side of good, it's a day of celebration. But if you're on Xaden and all those other people, it's a day that your whole family kind of like. So it's a really fucked up thing. So they're all dressed up in their black dress with a slick up the side, looking all, she looking good. And Liam shows up to escort her, and nobody else there. Now when they get to the ball or the escort or the event, excuse me, they're there. People start seeing his relic and stuff, and then they're like, oh, yeah, okay, so we get the bullshit. And then she notices that fucking the rest of the marked aren't there, and then all of a sudden, fucking Mama, the General Douche Canoe, fucking guy wearing a mask from fucking next door, and the fucking King Two-Face. I don't like him either, he's a bitch. So they come up, and then there's this awkward conversation about fucking Vi and the courtesy and the bowing. Fucking Liam handles this shit like so fucking well. They're calling him boy, the Robertson boy, and blah, blah, blah. I hate the conversation. There's lots of important details in here. I just don't want to talk about it because they're fucking assholes. So sorry. That's why we're not talking about the details of it. So, and then they finally even go talk to fucking Chode. Oh, let's go talk to Chode. And Chode's head gets even fucking bigger. Like, fly away. Go to fucking Oz, you big-ass airheaded bitch. Anyway. So that happens, and then Vi's like, fuck, we got to get out of here. Like, I appreciate you. Like, come on, let's go. So they fucking kind of wait, they're waiting. And she's like, so the whole time, she's got her arm. Like, she's like, it's okay, I'm here with you. Like, these are good people, okay? And then they end up dipping out, and then they go to the little place, and then they're kind of hiding out. They see everybody, and then she's like, hey, I'm sorry that fucking Xaden made you do that. And he's like, Xaden didn't make me do that. I came here on my own free will. Like, why did you do that? Like, you saved my life. That's fucking why. That was a very dangerous time for you to be there. And like, the generals are the bad people, like the greatest enemies. So then finally she's like, hey, where's Xaden? And they're like, oh, he's over there. She's like, oh, shit, son. So she's like, all right, I got to go talk to him. And this is how it ends, right? Like, oh, my motherfucking God. So it goes, you're not going to want to see him tonight. Sorengale Garrick warns with a grimace. Self-preservation is a thing. Notice we're not with him and we're his best friends. Yeah, well, I'm his... What's the word you're looking for? And then she's like, I open my mouth, shut it a few times because, fuck, if I don't know what I am to him. But the longing that holds my heart hostage, the driving needs me at his side because I know he's suffering, no matter if it means throwing myself headfirst into uncertainty. I can't deny what he is to me. I kick off my leather slippers, my dress uniform. They're more of a hazard than anything. And in this wind, we'll see how it goes. I'm just his. And for the first time since last year, I step up on the parapet. What the fuck did you say? Join us next time, folks. That was such an explosive chapter, if you know what I mean. Let's talk about it today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, chapter 32. It's an espresso one, folks. All right, let's get into it. So, listen, we start out this chapter with a perfect example if they wanted to. I'm not going to play that he wanted to, he would, she want, if they wanted to, because this woman is about to walk across the parapet in a dress uniform with the dress bare fucking footed because Xaden is having some alone perspective time while sitting with his feet hanging the. What did you say? So anyway, she's like, okay, here, like dead ass, like perfect example. I'm sorry. If they wanted to, they would. She starts to go and she's like, I don't know if I can fucking do this. And she's like, nah. She sees fucking Xaden. She's like, worth it. And she fucking starts walking. And as she's going out there, fucking Xaden's thinking all of a sudden, he sees her. He's like, what the fuck? And he gets up with fucking like, whoosh, and he's so fast. He was like, I didn't even finish reading the say. Wham! Like, what the fuck did you, wow, it was, and he's there and he's like, Violet, what the fuck are you doing here? And she's like, same. And he's like, you understand if you fall, you could die. And she's like, same. And he's like, if you die, I die. And she's like, same. And he's like, woman, I have shadows. They could protect me. And she's like, oh, he's like, what are you going to do? Ride the lightning? I mean, maybe later, yeah, but like, what are you going to call that? A Mary Poppins yelling, ride? No, that's not what's going to happen. And she's like, okay, my bad. Point taken, shit. And then he's like, oh, you're going to be the death of me, Violence. And Farrell, when he says that, I pictured a scene from Yellowstone, any scene of fucking Rip and Beth when he's just like, God damn it. Like, that's what he's like, you're going to be the death. That's how I picture it. So that fucking happens. And then she's like, just fucking admit it, Xaden. And he's like, what? She's like, you want me, Xaden Royerson? He's like, nah. And she's like, motherfucker, here, let me prove it. And she just pulls fucking, she pulls out a fucking CVS receipt of fucking receipts, basically. She's like, motherfucker, you gave me the knife, you gave me the saddle, you picked fucking flowers so I wouldn't wake up alone, bitch. And then you gave me the extra lessons on the mat, you give me extra motherfucking flying lessons. Like, all this shit that you do for me, just fucking tell me you fucking love me. Just fucking admit it. And, well, she didn't say that yet. And then she's like, listen, you stupid son of a bitch that I like so much, I told you that I would tell you when I was fucking ready to risk it for your biscuit, baby. And I want that biscuit, and this is gonna fucking happen because I care about you. And he's like, you don't mean that. And I'm sitting here going, are we still playing the Are You Sure game? I thought we were done. Anyway, fucking Wise, I mean, I don't understand. I don't get it. She's throwing herself at, anyway, digressing. So he says that shit again. And then she's like, oh, is it because of Imogen? And then we started down that whole fucking path and example. And he's like, oh, Violence, look at that whole image again, but just take me out of the picture. And she's like, Garrick and him? Oh, shit, like, dumbass. All right. And then, so that was like, he sees that. And then he's like, wait a second. Was that a hint of jealousy? And she's like, possibly. And he's like, once again, y'all would have went fucking feral if we read this live, but he was like, oh, Violence, I've only got eyes for you, or some shit. Motherfucking feral. And then she's like, oh, yeah, well, have you ever been any jealous or anything? And he's like, well, I ain't gonna lie. When I saw fucking old Chode One Atos Dean, what was it? What we call him? Shit Stain Dane? Fucking Chode One. When I saw him kiss you, I wanted to fucking elbow drop that little bitch ass on motherfucking threshing. But you know, that's not a good idea. And that was her motherfucking boom! The waterworks are on, folks. She's like, okay, nope, I can't hold it no more. Let's go. So she starts escorting them all the way back to the motherfucking, to his barracks. She's, where are we going? We're going back to your room. My room? Yeah, your room. Why are we going to your room? Bitch, because my room ain't got no furniture in it. Let's go. So as they're walking back, he is studying the assets. He's loving the assets. And she's talking about how the first time she went up the stairwell, right? with Dean, fucking shit stain, fucking chode one, and she was nervous, but look at her now, and he's like, you know, I really wish you wouldn't talk about fucking shit stain, chode one, when we're going back to my room and shit. And she's like, oh yeah, you know what, you got a point. So that happened, and then okay, so they were climbing up. Okay, well, we're getting into the good. Woo. Okay, so as they're climbing him, they get up there. She keeps her mouth, and then we get to the fourth wing, or the third level, the third year level. Now the rooms are bigger, and it's a vaulted ceiling, and they go in, and he got a big ass bed, and they talk about the promotion. All right, we're gonna stop there because I'm gonna need a full video to talk about what's happening. So get ready. Join us, part 2 coming up. We're under fucking attack. Join me tonight when we read live. Few things harder to explain to the fucking administration office. You need to requisition a new window or requisition a new armoire, desk, and table. I don't know. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Story, the conclusion of chapter 32. That's right, 32, part 2. Okay, so Violet picked up, I guess she picked him up, fucking Xaden from the parapet, right? And they've escorted back to his room, and they've lowered the wards, and then they're like, hey, we got to teach you how to do wards in 10 days, because, you know, I'm leaving to go fight, and then you got to start your second year, and blah, 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 blah. So all that bullshit happens. Then they go in his room, and they talk about he got big furniture and big bed, and I'm sure Xaden's just got all big stuff everywhere. But anyway, so they're in there having some conversation. It's good. And she's like, all right, here, listen, you be taking care of everybody. Let me take care of you, right? So she's like, let me get your boots off. So she goes and she unlaces the boots and stuff, and she's going to put them in a dresser. And he's like, hey, get out of my motherfucking closet and shit. Like, what, am I going to find like some leopard underwear or something? Like, I seen all your clothes, bitch, but I ain't going to snoop. And she puts him down, and then she kind of walks back over to him and just loosens all the clothing up, right? Nothing crazy. And then she's like, let's lay down. Let's just get you some rest tonight. You know what I'm saying? Let's take care of you. So they're laying down. But he makes a comment as he's looking at her, like, I don't deserve you, violence. And then she's like, oh, and she fucking, boom, she reaches up to kiss. And that, it was only a kiss. Man, woo, it started with a kiss. Wow. Yeah, so that happens. He does the whole, okay, listen, I'm do my best to describe this the best way I can because we are family friendly, TikTok. Nothing I say is bad. Family friendly, I promise. I've reviewed it myself. Script approved. So he does a little flip move, right? So he got the flip move, and then as they're talking, and he's like, hey, we got the little flip move over. So he's on top. They're kissing and talking, and he's like, hey, listen, you really got to think about this because if you got 2 minutes to decide because I ain't gonna be able to handle myself. So if you ain't ready, you need to leave now because if you stay in here, shit's gonna get real. And she's like, 1, 2, 3, and this is where the flip twist move, bam! And as that happens at the same time as he is flipping and twisting, like, boom! I don't know how magic shadows. I guess the shadows, but they're smacking. So that's happening. Now listen, they're doing some kissing, and then he goes into the ABC game, right? He working on his ABC skills. I hope you understand. So he's working on the ABC skills, and as she's doing that, she's like, oh, Jesus, yes, Lord have mercy. She calling the God's name. He is acing this motherfucking exam, right? And he's like, hey, which gods are you praying to? And she's like, motherfucker, I ain't praying to the gods. I am praying to you. And he's like, cool, cool, cool. But you can just call me by my name. Pharaoh! Yeah, oh, my Lord, what is happening? So anyway, as that happens, then he's like, oh, are you ready? I'm going to show you this new cheat code I got. And then he starts going up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, select, start. Yeah, so he's doing the alphabet game and doing the cheat codes. You know what I'm saying? He's just going to town. It's crazy. So he's doing that, and then all of a sudden, boom, she passed the level. Let's go. Boom, lightning strike outside. What the fuck is happening? Holy shit. And then after that goes, she's all like, ooh, it's my turn. And he's like, oh, no, not this time. And he's like, oh, what did he say? He goes, not this time. He goes, oh, what did he say? Oh, yeah. So after he goes, no, not this time. We can do that later. He's like, I got another game love that I want to try. It's kind of like Oregon Trail. It's called the Missionary Mission, right? And we going on an adventure. So he goes on this missionary game, right? And then he is going at this fucking mind-blowing, heart-jerking pace, right? Right through this rough terrain. He's trudging through the forest and everything. He is going to town. And as the shit starts happening, lightning is building up and they can feel it. And then there's a shift of the legs and he fucking turns and boom, there's a lightning crash as they both pass the level together. They beat the missionary game. It was fucking amazing. Unfortunately, lightning strikes inside and we got a broken window and the bed is turned to sand? What the quicksand? It's a real thing now. Oh my God. So he like duck, dipped, and dived, used the shadows because he could feel it coming. You know what I'm saying? So that happens. And then they're sitting there talking. It's like, woo, woo. They trying to get that post peanut clarity, right? And they're trying to talk it out. And he was like, whew, that was amazing. She's like, oh, that was great. And he's like, great. And she's like, oh, that was great. And he's like, I wouldn't say, I was thinking of the word explosive. And she's like, what do you mean? And she looks and the window's gone. And he's like, don't worry about it. I'll get it all taken care of. I got wards up and shit. And he's like, so, you want to go another level or two? I think we could both pass another level or two. And they're about to start playing the game again, right? He's warming up the fingers on that Xbox. They're getting ready to go. And all of a sudden it's, and motherfucker's knocking at the door. I swear, somebody better be dead. And Garrick's like, we're sorry, but you need to get dressed. We're under attack of the Chodes. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, Chapter 33. All right, let's get into this shit. So they just got done playing that new Xbox game, Missionary Missions, right? And they passed a couple levels, and then Garrick knocks on the door and says, we're under attack! So they fucking get dressed, and then they're fucking getting dressed and putting their daggers and stuff on. Listen, Vi's still trying to figure this hurry up and get dressed thing. Xaden is a pro, he's third year. He gets dressed really fucking quick. So he's like, here, take my flight jacket. It's going to be cold outside. And then they end up fucking running outside. Now, when they go outside, it is complete, utter fucking madness. If y'all don't know, the military is, how do I say this? There's too many chefs, not enough cooks. Line cook. Too many people in the kitchen. I don't fucking know. Everybody wants to be in charge. Nobody wants to listen, right? So everybody's just fucking running around crazy. Finally, they're getting their shit into fucking formation. And old Riri comes up and is like, girl, whose jacket is this? And she's like, what do you mean? It could be anybody's jacket. And she's like, bitch, please. You got 3 motherfucking stars. It says fourth. Is that Zay? Girl, did you boink Xaden? And she's like, shh, girl never tells. She's like, yeah, I really did. How was it? Well, there was lightning in there. Like, they're just fucking girl talking, right? Fucking Chode starts walking. I was like, shh. And like, oh, fuck off, Chode. Anyway, so that happens. And then all of a sudden, Xaden gets up on the fucking dais with the other wing leaders. And then motherfucking Commander Papchek and fucking Colonel Chode one, fucking, Chode's dad, gets up on there and they're like, welcome to War Games. And these motherfuckers, like, bitch, you got us out of bed for, I feel it. I know what you mean, but yeah, you just signed up for it, I guess. Anyway, so that happens. And then they start going down and he's like, welcome for War Games. There's that bullshit. And then we find out after some more yapping, they're like, Xaden, you and Fourth Wing are going to go to Aspen. And what? That's outside the wars. Why are we going to Aspen? And then there's a little bit more yapping. Get ready, go. They're 30 minutes, right? So everybody starts to go. They run back, pack their gear. She literally just makes it in time because she got a bandage up, long flight, pack extra knife. Her and Xaden are mind talking. Bring all the extra knives. I already got 12. Bring more. Okay, cool, whatever. Then they get to the flight line and it's majestic dragons everywhere. Fucking, I would love to see this. It would be super cool. So then as they see all the majestic dragons, there's already an issue between motherfucking Taryn and fucking Arnie and fucking, what's her name? Kath, fucking Chode's dragon. Anyway, digressing. So that happens. We get to the flight line. She's looking down. We see that they made Arnie a cool little, like, fucking strap on, I guess. She can be attached to fucking Taryn like, I'm tired, Grandpa. Carry me. No, that's too damn bad. It's like a reverse of that one. She's like, I don't want to fly no more. It's pretty cool. So then they're doing that, and then they come down, and then Xaden's like, all right, this is my team. Now he takes all the marked ones, all the ones with relics. Okay, we notice this. And then he says he's taking Vi. And this fucking causes Chode. What did you say? Fucking Chode starts losing his shit. Then we got a fucking, one of these contests. They're swinging them back and forth. And Xaden's like, listen here, bitch. She's safer with fucking me. Period. End of fucking story. Shut the fuck up. Got it? Good. And then this is where fucking... this motherfucker, I told you from the moment, from like chapter 3, when there was that 7-layer of cake of fucking slapping this shit on I'm like, I don't like this motherfucker. This dude comes up and he's like, I'll miss you, Vi. You stupid, get your hands. I said it earlier too. So why is he putting my hands on my We'll talk about it later. I'm gonna digress. I'm gonna take a break. They're getting ready to fly out. He fucking shoes off. Load them up, ready to go, lock, cock, ready to rock, convoy, roll out. RP, time now. Owner Dragons, join me next chapter. Coming up. Xaden betrayed us. Or did he? Today on Wise Beyond the Stories of Fourth Wing in chapter 34. Okay, so we are flying out to Aspen, right? And on the way out to Aspen, we've gone out past the war, and we realize everything feels, I kind of feel all funny inside, right? After we're outside the wards and shit. So we're flying. Now it's time to take a little break. So we land in this open field with a lake and shit, and the dragons, they start drinking the water like, get out of my way, I'm fucking thirsty and shit. And then everybody's doing their things, like checking your socks. They got to redo your bag. You got to get you some food. Get a quick nap if you can get it. Trust me, once you've been in the military for a while, you're like, how you sleep so good? We don't sleep good. It's like, oh, we got 20 minutes. That's an 18-minute nap. And then we wake up. That's just how it is. Nowadays, I can't do that shit. I can't. But anyway, digressing. So they're sitting there. They're checking all the stuff, right? They're getting their food. And then Xaden starts talking about the plan with Violet, like, hey, what's going to go on? He's like, well, we get there, you and Lamb are going to chill out, and then we're going to go do some patrols. And she's like, motherfucker, I want to help. And he's like, you will help, but you need to be rested. You're a motherfucking lightning welder. You got to understand these things. There's levels. We're like an onion, okay? Many levels. So that's happening. And they're talking about patrols. She wants to help. And then... they start to get some alone time, right? So they start to get some alone time and they're talking, a little flirty. And then they're like, hey, maybe we get some alone time. Maybe we can play some more of that missionary mission game. You know what I'm talking about? And he's like, oh, violence, you're going to be a dangerous addiction to me. And then she pulls him in close and they're about to get going. I'm like, oh, shit, they're about to have a quick little smexy time out in the woods in front of everybody. Like, is he going to cover up with the shadows or something? Like, what's going to happen? All of a sudden, it's like, twig snap. Oh shit, she motherfucking looks that way, sees a motherfucking griffin rider. It's a fucking griffin rider? What? So she's like, oh, no, she starts charging up and fucking Xaden's like, Vi, stay calm. Calm down, Vi, I need you to calm down. Calm down, Vi, look at me. Focus. I am the Xaden now. Calm down. Okay. Good. Okay, so they kind of calm down, and she's like, what the fuck do you mean calm down? He's like, just fucking stay calm. He's got her hands pinned to her side, and he does this little like, hey, Lamb, here, I need you to hold her really quick. And just like, it seemed kind of funny. So Lamb's like, just calm down. Everything gonna make sense. She starts fucking talking to Taryn. They're like, just pay attention. Nobody's saying nothing. You gotta see this with her own eyes, right? And then this motherfucker turns around to this griffin rider and goes, you're fucking early. What do you mean? I don't fucking know, but that's the end of the chapter. It's a quick one. So join us for the next one, folks. The truth shall make you a fucking chode for life. I don't care what anybody says on this one. I don't know how anybody said he was a cool dude. He's a fucking chode to the start. Let's talk about it. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, chapter 35. Okay, so they're taking the break on their way to fucking Aspen. And they're taking a break. They were about to be making out and shit. And then the fucking Griffin Rider shows up and is like, is this all you fucking Dragon Riders have time to do? And Vi's like, what the fuck? They calm down. You're fucking weak earth. This is where now we start getting into this fucking argument and the whole who's telling the truth, who's not telling the truth. This is the truth. Well, the truth's really in the motherfucking middle. What is happening? The cat's gonna walk across, give you a pretty little stretch. That's what's happening. Maybe try to sneak in a little cat, but oh, she tried though. Anyway, digressing. So as that's happening, oh, Toe, what are we doing, girlfriend? I love you, Toe, but you're killing me. So anyway, So as that's happening, the Dragon Rider, we get the story, right, of the fucking Vinny. Yes, I'm sorry, I call him the Vinny. It's just, what are we doing, my friend? I love you so much, but good Lord. Anyway, we don't cut, so that's how it is. I'm sorry, it's the one-eyed cat. Haha, she sees you. Anyway, digressing. So we get the story of the fucking Vinny, right? Now, I'm not talking about my cousin Vinny in the court case with the Skylark and Posse Tracker in. No, great movie. If you haven't seen it, you need to go check it out. But anyway, we find out the Vinny are like the third wheel of brothers of the set of triplets, I guess. One was a Dragon Rider, one was a Griffin Rider, and one was a bitch. All right. Well, the bitch decided, I'm gonna steal magic from the earth. And he's taking the magic from the motherfucking earth, like, and he's sucking it all up, right? And he becomes evil, bad person. And he's now going to attack people. And they're like, wait, why have I never heard of this? I've read all the motherfucking books, this, that, and the other. What about Dad's book, Vi? I remember how I said Dad's book wasn't in the motherfucking archives? And then Dad had a motherfucking note. Huh? Let's start. The facts are right there, Violet! Anyway, digressing. So that's fucking happened. She's like, you motherfucking lied to me. And he's like, I didn't fucking lie to you. He's like, why didn't you tell me? I couldn't tell you. I've never lied to you. Why didn't you this, that, and the other? And it's like, listen, I couldn't tell you shit because of your friend fucking Dane. Dane would never. Bitch, please. Bitch, motherfucking please. He's like, oh, okay, sure. Listen, Violet. You love me. I loved you. If you're already, you didn't really love him. If that quick, like, I love you. I don't love, like, that fast? That's quicker than a light switch. Like, I go from turned on to not turned on to double turned on to turned off to cock blocked by a kid or something faster than that happens. Like, what are we doing here, Vi? Think about it. Anyway, digressing. So he's like, whatever. She's like, fine. You know what? I'm gonna figure this shit out. She's kind of talking to the dragons and shit, and they're like, listen, we chose you for a reason. And she's like, you motherfucker. She's like, fine. You know what? I believe you, but I don't trust you anymore, right? They're like, all right, cool, fine. Let's just get going to the motherfucking fort. So now they're flying to the fort. Now she's having a conversation with the fucking dragons. And Arnie's like, hey, listen, I'm sorry. You're 100% right. We didn't tell you the whole truth and nothing but the truth, right? We basically lied by omission, but we did it because we wanted to protect you. But that's our bad. We didn't have the right to choose to protect you. You have to allow us to protect. And it's the truth. And it kind of goes back to, like, if we talk about, Court of Silver Flames, everybody has the whole, when they didn't tell Feyre with her pregnancy, that's they got to tell her. She has to have the choice. Like, you can't do that. Anyway, digressing. So it comes back here and she's like, all right. So they get to the fort. Now, the fort is like any other motherfucking fort that they went to, like Morisati and all that other stuff, but it's motherfucking empty. Why is the fort empty? They've been bringing supplies there. Supposed to be people there, war games. They're like, man, this shit ain't good. And they're like, let's check it out. So they start checking it out. Xaden's like, you don't leave my motherfucking size. I don't think we in Kansas no more. This ain't war games no more. And they're like, shit, there's an outpost over there. Go look. So fucking Lamb jumps in. He's like, give me sight beyond sight. Like Lionel, right? He's like, what's down there? And he's like, shit, son, this ain't good. Garrett comes up with a motherfucking letter that says, Xaden, 4th Wing Commander. He opens it up and the fucking skin goes pale as fuck, right? Like, oh shit, what's motherfucking happening? What's the letter say? And you just hear people, oh shit. It says, survive if you can. Xaden is like, Violet, did Dane Chode ever touch you? Mm-hmm. What did he say to you? I'll miss you, Violet. The letter fucking says survive if you can. I told you, Dane, back rubs, touching her face. He's been feeding this mother. 3rd point of contact, Dane. I want you to come sit and spin. 3rd point of contact, sit and spin, okay? I swear to God. Join me tonight. We're finishing this out on live. Hope to see you then. He was Lamb. Lamb he was. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, 4th Wing, Chapter 36. I wasn't expecting that bullshit. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, so we start out today, right? Jesus Christ. 4th Wing's basically getting bohiked. If you don't know what that means, it means bend over because here it comes again, right? So they have been sent out to do their little war games, and it's not really a war games, right? So that's where the fuck we're at right here. It's fucking bullshit. I don't like it at all. So we're basically looking like, what the fuck's happening? Liam, I need you to tell me what I see. And he's all like, Lionel, give me sight beyond sight. And he fucking looks out and he's like, hey, I see 4 Vinnies. Yes, just fucking accept it, okay? I call them Vinnies. Yeah, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Welcome to Wise Beyond the Stories, okay? It is what it is. So there's 4 fucking Vinnies, and they're like, oh shit, what are we gonna do? We're like, we need a motherfucking sit rep. He's like, I got 4 bad motherfuckers. And they're like, okay, it's 4 against 10. Shit, we're fucked. What do you mean 4 against 10 and we're fucked? This fairy tale, there's some scary motherfuckers, let me tell you that one. But then all of a sudden Imogen's like, haha, but we have dragons and air superiority. And we're like, oh, fuck yeah, we do got dragons. And then Xaden comes in and he's like, listen, this is y'all's choice. I ain't gonna make you do it, okay? I forced y'all to go across the fucking parapet and into the rider's quadrant, right? And I'm not making you do this. It's okay. You can all leave and fucking go. And they're all like looking around like, bitch, please, we're motherfucking dragon riders. You fucking saved us. We're here to fucking fight with you, right? And they're like, all right, cool. And then everybody kind of looks at Violet like, now remember, they made some comments like, a Sorengale will never fight for anybody outside of the wards, right? She's like, oh shit. Okay, so as they're looking at her, she's fucking talking to Taryn with the mind talkie, right? She's like, what do you think, my guy? And he's like, hey, we fucking planned for this. I'm fucking ready to fight, baby. It's like, woo, let's fucking go. So then she's like, all right, we're fucking fighting. I'm with you. I believe you. But she's like, hey, Arnie, you got to go to the fort, my girl. And she's like, what do you mean? And she's like, listen, I just need you to go to the fort. Be safe. You ain't ready yet. And she's like, all right, cool. All of a sudden, it's like, Lamb starts preaching down and he's like, hey guys, like what? Do we have a riot nearby anywhere? It's like, what do you mean do we have a riot nearby? No, y'all been sent out to fend for yourselves and shit. And all of a sudden, cue the big ass motherfucking wyvern coming. Fuck air superiority, because there it went. Holy shitballs, Batman. Now listen, I'm gonna do my best to get all the fight ready, but it was so much, I'm probably gonna forget a step. Definitely need to read this shit, okay? But anyway, they're like, all right, we gotta fucking go. 4th wing, mount up, okay? They're putting fucking daggers. Fucking Xaden walks over to fucking Vi and is like, hey, just in case, gives her an extra fucking rune dagger, right? So she puts it off. Let's go! 4th wing, go! They fucking take off, right? So they're all up in the motherfucking air. Now at this point, fucking Vi and Taryn, they're fucking flying, and they see this motherfucking Vinny on a fucking building in a blue robe, right? We find out later that this is the head dude. He's the sage, they call him. Now the other 3 Vinny are fucking trainees, y'all. They're fucking trainees. So anyway, that just goes down. Get those facts out of the way. So he's standing on this building out with a staff and shit, right? And Taryn's like, ah! And he blows the big old fire out of his face. Blue flames. The building is in flames. We're like, woo, we got that motherfucker. Yeah, baby. And this motherfucker walks out the firelight. What's up, bitch? That was boring. What did you say? Okay, these are some scary fucking Vinnies. These are the scariest Vinnies ever, okay? They're, woo! All right, so that motherfucker walks out, and then all of a sudden, the fucking wyvern comes back, right? And they're like, nope, that's a different motherfucking wyvern. More than one? This ain't a good fucking sight. And then everybody's kind of flying around. They're trying to get their shits, and then they see a mine. So then fucking a couple of them fucking land, and they're trying to evacuate the town into the motherfucking mine, and they're pulling fucking cover, right? Hey, Toe's coming, cat butt, and you know what happened? All right, and then from there, Vi's like, we got a prime protection. So she goes up, lightning strike. So she's doing some lightning strikes, and it's clearing the area, and it's distracting everybody, right? But then she sees a building, she's like, ooh, lightning strike. And the building falls down. And then they notice that Liam's family crest is there. That's going to come into play later, right? And then they're happening. And then, this is where we lose. This is where we lose our first fucking rider. And that's fucking, what's her name? Solil. And I'm sorry, I don't get their names right. But anyway, she sees a Vinny on the ground. So she was trying to save people going into the mine, right? And she's like, ah! And she turns and fucking runs, and she grabs a dagger, And I tell you what, it is just a woo. They call it a death wave. And unfortunately, fucking her body just falls down and into a husk on the ground. The dragon flying in the sky crashes into the ground, hitting with thousands of pounds of force and thunder as it crashes into the ground. Thank you for your service, Salil. We are sorry, but your sacrifice will be honored. Join us for part 2. War Games, Part 2, Fourth Wing, Chapter 36. All right, so Salil just went, tried to get to Vinny. He did the whole death wave, whoosh, sees down the dragon fall, crashes down. Ah! All right, so we've lost her, right? Now, as that happens, then all of a sudden we see fucking Liam coming in like a bat out of hell, ladder shooting number 9. He's fucking ice spear. He throws freaking an ice spear right into this fucking wyvern, right? Wyvern blood screams down. Now, as that happens, then Tarn fucking goes, rah! He gets big old blue frames. We've got a wyvern down. Wyvern is down. All right, we got a big chance here, right? We're like, all of a sudden, shit. Look up in this. There's more fucking wyverns. What the fuck happened? All right, so we got more motherfucking wyverns coming in, right? So then, how we're gonna do this? And they're like, hey, we need you motherfucking open up the skies. We need you to be the lightning bringer. And she's like, all right, cool. I'll figure it out, but I ain't got no control. And fucking Taryn's like, figure it out. We've got you. And she's like, let's go. So they go up her sky. She's like, and she's fucking going, lightning. And Taryn's like, again. And then that happens. She's like, I'm fucking getting my power. And then all of a sudden, she sees Xaden doing some fighting. She's like, no, Xaden! And then Xaden motherfucking turns, and he does some fancy fucking shadow Tarzan move where he fucking shadows go up, and he grabs the Vinny and brings him down, and flippity flops up, and it's a fucking cool badass move, right? Fucking Xaden's a badass with them shadows. So he does the motherfucking shadow Tarzan move, and then all of a sudden, he defeats the people that are fighting him. And then he looks up and he's like, oh shit, fly from below. And then she looks down, and at the last second, fucking Sigale, bam, she comes over because the wyvern was trying to come and fucking Taryn, right? Sigale's like, no, she fucking eats it up, has a little in-flight meal where she just fucking up this wyvern, flips it up, spins it around, breaks its neck, spits it down on the ground, and then she fucking tells Vi, listen here, young lady, your job is to protect Taryn. I got motherfucking Xaden. Do you understand me? You need to focus. I ain't saving your ass again. You understand me? Yes, ma'am. Yes, Sigale. I understand. So then that motherfucking happens. So she has the food, and then she's like, oh, I got to get up to see a better view. They're like, yeah, we got to try to help motherfucking Liam. Now, Liam is fucking flying around. All of a sudden, he's got a motherfucking, hang on. He does this fucking stunt where him and fucking Daya, fucking goddamn it. Anyway, he fucking jumps off, flips backwards, Daya fucking launches him forward with the tail, right? Lands on the back of a fucking wyvern that's got a fucking Vinny on it. The Vinny turns around to come at him, and he's all, slices right there across the jugular. Right? The Vinny goes down. Oh shit, the wyvern goes down. And another one. What? Now, as they're falling down, motherfucking Dia fucking flies down, grabs him, and saves them. Now, they go motherfucking back up, right? So there was that. Yeah, the back on to die. And then another one drops out of the fucking sky, and bam! And that fucking starts half. Oh, shit! And as that one's coming out of the sky, that one's coming out of the sky, and it's going for Vi. And it fucking comes in right before it hits Vi. She sees the red flash, and that's a bam! That's fucking Dia came in and fucking saved Vi. The problem is now they're fucking tumbling. We got Liam on the back of the motherfucking dragon, right? Oh, shit. What did I say on the back of her dragon with fucking Taryn? Sorry, I gotta compose myself. So the dragon and the wyvern are falling. We all know what's gonna happen. Unfortunately, Dia, we lose her. They hit the ground. Lamb's only got a few minutes. As they hit the ground and the wyverns are there, she's unbuckling. Lamb's trying to get to his dragon. She's walking him over there, and they're having a conversation, and she's like, I'm sorry. And she's reliving how she just literally a few hours ago, like, Lamb, are you my friend? And we're going down, and then that happens, and she's trying to get him there, and then Xaden is coming in and coming down, and then she can't do it. There's no strength. There's only a few seconds left. And then as he's getting there, Lamb looks at her, and in his last words to her, he's able to say, it's been my honor. And then Xaden comes up, gets him, manages to get him over to the dragon, has a small conversation with Xaden where we're still not 100% sure at this point what is said, and this is where we lose our friend Liam. And once again, we are losing some bomb-ass characters in the first book of the series, and that's starting to piss me off. I'm just saying. We've lost Sam, we've lost Lily, and now I lost Liam. Ladies and gentlemen, he was Lamb, and Lamb he was. Join us for the next chapter of Fourth Wing. We had to lose Liam of all motherfuckers? Really? Fuck. Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, Fourth Wing, chapter 37. As I said in the intro, we just fucking lost Liam. Okay, there ain't no, I can't fucking sugarcoat shit. We lost a really good fucking dude, and I'm getting tired of the bullshit. Anyway, digressing. So, Xaden shows up, right? And then all of a sudden we notice we got fucking wyverns coming out of the sky. God damn it, can we get a break to mourn a little bit? So Xaden, he's fucking shadow bubble, and Vi's like, okay, I gotta figure this shit out. We're on the ground, we're sitting fucking targets, we're sitting ducks, whatever you want to call us. I gotta think like Brennan. And be courageous and confident as fucking Mira. Like, what the... We'll get into that part later. Anyway, digressing. So she's like, I got a plan, and we gotta fucking do it. So she fucking runs, jumps on the back of fucking Taryn as they start taking off like a motherfucking F-15 vertical, like fucking flying fast as fucking shit. All of a sudden you hear Taryn, ah! He fucking screams. She looks back. We got a fucking Vinny trying to hitch a ride like, bitch, you didn't pay for a seat. Get the fuck out of here. And motherfucking 3 wyverns in tow. What the fuck? All right. So this is where Vi's like, I'm gonna unbuckle. Taryn's like, bitch, you better not, motherfucker. I gotta save you. He's gonna hurt you. So this is where Vi does some motherfucking badass Vi shit, right? She fucking unbuckles. She gets back there, flies straight in the level. Now the fight between her and the Vinny, I tell you what, she does a little ducking, dipping, diving, and then she blocks a knife with her right there. Like, what are we doing? Like, ah! Of course it's a poison knife because, you know, we just can't have a simple stab wound. No, it's a poison knife and it's a broken bone at least, minimum, I believe. So anyway, so that freaking happens. I forgot to mention, she's already got a dislocated shoulder from when fucking Liam saved her and did the whole flippity-floppy exorcism and got grabbed on the back. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, so that happened. So now she's like, shit, what do I got to do? And then he's like, I got you. So she does the super-duper thing, and then you got to fight, little one. And then Xaden looks up and is like, here, I'm going to help you because teamwork makes the dream work, motherfucker. And then he sends up a shadow. That distracts the Vinny, and she comes up and is like, yeah, super fast, right? Didn't even see it, like, I was like 5 throws. You didn't see it, like, you see what I'm saying? So fast. Right across the jugular. The Vinny goes down. The Vinny goes down. Woo. So as that happens, now all the motherfucking wyvern are going down. Now, I forgot to mention this, but right before she did the whole Xaden shadow move and the throaty thing, that Vinny was like, girl, you know you got like uncontrolled, unchecked power. You could make these skies fucking erupt and sing for you and shit. And then, oh, what the hell? So then we had the confusion. And then, so that takes to that. Now we also in that conversation, we find out that the Vinny are just trainees. The one in the robe that did the aura walk earlier, that their name is Sage, and they're the teacher. We got fucking SEC versus the Big Ten up in this shit, or wherever the fucking SEC plays. Now, I don't watch college football no more. Anyway, digressing. So, that fucking happened, and then she's like, okay, as that's falling down, I got a plan. We got to do something. So she fucking flies up high, right? And she's like, Taryn, give me the power! And she's like, we're gonna strike this. And she tries, strike. And she's missing like a motherfucker. Strike. Taryn's like, you're about to burn out. She's like, no, I've got this. And then they fucking go, ah! She realizes what she needs. She needs to see her target, knows what she wants. She has to accept the fact that she wants to this fucking Vinny, right? So she finally accepts it. Ah! And the lightning and the Vinny, bam, it hits. And as soon as those two materials hit, the Vinny's gone. The problem is they were high up. And now Violet has started to fall. Join us for the next one. She's free! Boom, bam, bam, bam. She's free falling! Fucking shit, somebody save her! Today on Wise Beyond the Stories of Fourth Wing, Chapter 38. Okay, so Vi finally finished off all the Vinny. The problem is, now she's motherfucking falling for her life. She got no motherfucking power, doesn't know what's happening, nobody can get to her. She's got to have plot armor. I'm reading this on live, y'all, and I'm like in my mind, like, she got to have plot armor. She got to have plot armor, right? But I don't know how Rebecca Yarros is. She could have that touch of the George R.R. Martin. I don't fucking know. I was so scared, y'all. But she's motherfucking falling. And who's the hero? Who's the motherfucking hero? God damn it, Arnie's the fucking hero. Because Arnie is the motherfucking G. Let me tell you, she manages to somehow stop time, get from the fort all the way over there. She can't carry Vi, but she gets her. She puts her on the ground safely. Oh, thank the Lord. Woo! Okay, and then Army takes off because she's tired as fuck now, right? And then all of a sudden, time motherfucking starts again. Okay, time starts, and I tell you what, before she realized what's happening, like, she's surrounded by all the humans and the peoples, and like, oh shit, we did it, we're safe. What do we do? And they're trying to figure out, like, oh shit, she got a poison. I don't know what to do. We can't go back. That's a 12-hour flight. We got this, that, and the other. We got to do this. No, we can't do this. But if we don't do this, we'll lose her. What do we do? Finally, like, I'm fucking doing what I want to do. Xaden's like, and they're like, dude, we got you. Let's fucking go. So then they fucking take off flying. And then she's in and out of consciousness, right? And then she's like, I could be flying for an hour, for 2 hours, for days. I don't motherfucking know. But when she does open her eyes just a little bit, just a little bit, she notices the cliffs of Drawler. Welcome to the world of Wise, where we mispronounce names left and right. Get used to it. Have the seat, join the party, take a number for complaints. We don't care. Anyway, digressing. So they're flying to the cliffs, and then as they get there, they're coming in, and they say, we hear a familiar voice, and then Xaden is, you have to save her. Who is that? Join us, chapter 39, where we discuss it. Welcome to the revolution! Today on Wise Beyond the Stories, the stunning conclusion of Fourth Wing, chapter 39. Okay, so we left off. Vi, we've killed all the fucking cousin Vinnies, right? They're all gone. She's been poisoned. She got saved by fucking Adarna, and they're fucking flying her away. They come into the cliffs of Drowler or something. She hears the voice and then passes the fuck out. Now we get this last chapter from Xaden. From Xaden's POV. No, Xaden has been... I can't do that. I'm sorry. I gotta use my voice. Anyway, digressing. So, Xaden has been sitting by her bed for 3 days. We will find out... Okay, he's just been sitting there waiting, and then she finally wakes up. They have a conversation. Now, during this conversation, we find out that they've put Liam and Celine on the pile, and that they burned them, and they had the ashes. And, oh, we fucking miss you! And that's going on. And then now she's kind of getting better, right? So she's been healed up. She wakes up. She's like, I need water. He gives her a glass of water. He's like, hey, let me check your wound. He looks at her wound. And he's like, holy shit, fucking marvelous. Like, I don't know, motherfucker, how you did it. And then it's like, okay, cool. I'm fine. And then this whole time now, I will tell you what, Xaden this whole time, he's been that hindsight is 2020, trying to relive everything, right? He's like, shit, I can't do this. And I don't want to lose her. And I'm going to make it up to her no matter what's happening, this and that. And then Xaden's like, okay, now listen, I just want you to know that I need you to not panic and also know that everything is fine, okay? We did tell them about Liam, and they're like, listen, Adarna, she's cool. She's a little bit different now. She's really huge as fuck. So I'm wondering if that like power strike like caused her to fucking like have a growth spurt or something. We don't know yet, but we'll find out. And then she's like, well, where are we? And motherfucker, you better not lie to me no more. No more. No, not or nothing. No lying through a mitt. Nothing. Okay. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm going to tell you anything you ever want to know. Trust me, that's never going to happen again. And he's like, we are in a place called Erisha. Hello, welcome to Erisha. And she's like, wait, Erisha, that's the place that didn't know. And he's like, yeah. And she's looking around and it's a stone building. Stone don't melt. Hello. So what? Xaden and the people have been rebuilding their village. That's fucking amazing. She's like, wait a second. What the fuck? What are you talking about? And he's like, yeah, we've been building it. And she's like, well, how about this? Like, listen, it just is what it is. We'll explain it all. And then he goes into this whole, listen, we're going to talk about everything and all the other BS, right? So they're having this and they're like, okay, cool. And they're talking and she's like, listen, I trust you and I still love you, but it's going to take a long time for me to fully trust you. And he's like, listen, I'll work on it, this, that, and the other. And she's like, all right, cool, but listen, I need to get clean and you smell like a dragon's ass and shit. And it's like, all right, cool. So he leaves and then he goes and he takes a shower in motherfucking Bodhi's room. And then she goes and showers and it's been an hour later. And then he kind of comes back and he's waiting outside the door like a good gentleman. And then she opens the door and like, all right, let's talk. So they go in and talk and they have this whole conversation about what's happening. Like, how is this possible? Like, I know you still love me and I'm not afraid to make this work. And I'll show and I'll this, that, and everything's fucking talking. It's like, all right, you keep me going and this, that, and there's a knock on the door. Xaden, he ignores the motherfucking knock on the door and he's like, listen, I failed you. I'm sorry I lied. I will do whatever I have to do because I need you. I don't care if we lose this war. I can't lose you. And I will make every day an effort to make it better, right? So not only is he saying the words, he's saying he's going to prove it. Now, this is the thing. Somebody can talk a good talk, but you got to make sure their actions are showing it. So he's on the right step. He's apologized by admitting what he's done wrong, by actually stating what he's done wrong. He stated what he's going to do to fix it. Now we got to see the action. Xaden is a man of action. I don't think we got to worry about that shit, right? So they're sitting there going through that. She's like, all right, cool. And all of a sudden there's a knock at the door again. And he's like, motherfucker, does this guy have any patience? And he's like, listen, Vi, if I know this motherfucker like I know this motherfucker, you got like 20 seconds before this mofo comes barging in the door. And she's like, what the fuck? And then she's like, okay, and then what does she ask? She asked a question. Hang on a second. What did I remember? And she's like, so do you think this was war games or do you think we was motherfucking set up? And then all of a sudden you hear my fucking knock on the door and then poof, the door comes in and in a voice that she definitely didn't think she would hear ever again. She hears the phrase, it definitely wasn't an accident. Little sister. What did you say? Little sister? What? I ain't gonna lie, the first, I was like, oh, that's gonna be fucking Mirror, right? Like she knows some shit. But no. Every eye turns and Xaden whispers down and goes, I told you I knew a better poison master than you. You weren't healed. You were mended. You know who that motherfucker is? It is Lieutenant Colonel Brennan Sorrengill! Welcome to the revolution! Join us when we start Iron Flame. Woo!